yeah, I'm very excited about the new Adacon. That's definitely the big focal point. I also, a smaller change that might not be as highlighted in this new season, but I'm personally very excited for, maybe because I'm biased, is the new domination runes because they're all centered around vision, especially Grizzly. The I believe it's the Grizzly like charms or something. It's the rune where as you stack champion takedowns, you get higher trinket haste. And as a Lee Sin one trick, this is very nice because my yellow trinket cooldown goes down in half, and I can start ward jumping all over the place without having to blow 75 gold on a control ward. Uh, and the other domination runes in that row include uh, Deep Ward and Sixth Sense. And of course, those are also each I like these new runes because they each have their own benefits with their own drawbacks. Like for example, Sixth Sense is after level 11 you get an Umbral Glaive passive every 5 minutes for melee champions, every 6 minutes for ranged champions, and that is, but its increased range is 900 unit. It's a 900 unit radius, and that is very helpful. However, my personal thoughts on that rune is that my only concern is it's hard, since you can't control when it activates. It's hard to save that rune for important objective fights where you do want to
Hmm.
control vision. And then Deep Ward, uh, for those of you who don't know what Deep Ward does yet, when placed in the enemy jungle and also in the river after level 11, your support item wards and also your yellow trigger wards have one more HP and also last up to 2 minutes longer. And that one also has, I think, is very strong in the early game, especially for top laners who like to deep ward the enemy jungle early. It gives their team a lot of information for way more time, and lets the top laner play a lot more aggressively or know when to play a lot more safe. And but yeah, those are my overall thoughts about the new runes. I'm very excited. Should be very interesting for support players, especially who do, and we might see more support players opting for a domination secondary just to
Hmm.
snag one of these runes to provide more vision control for their team. Or if you have these supports that are already taking domination, such as Pike, Pike loves to take Halo Blades. Uh, like I'm interested to see in how these runes will be used to sort of really hound in on stronger vision control in the mid to late game post level 11 when these runes get activated or become stronger. And yeah, I think this push towards a bigger emphasis on vision control is something that I like to see.
Yeah, it seems like season 2025 is right now shaping up to be all about vision and aggression.
Yeah,
The Otacon monster is going to be spawning where the most action on the map has been. The feats of strength are rewarding players who are going to take those risks, take those chances to get ahead, and they will continue to be incentivized to be able to take those chances in those
yeah.
fights. So right now, we should be able to see a lot of aggression, a lot of risky plays, all in favor of getting those coveted buffs.
Yeah, and I also really like uh the blood petals with with stacking adaptive power and experience. I do like how a lot of people rave about the voracious Atacon and the temporary GA buff it gives, but I do think that the ruinous Atacon is actually very strong. Not in the adaptive that it gives, but or the epic monster bust that it gives, but actually just the raw experience. Because if a team that's ahead and each player is, for example, already up a level, once they and since like you have mentioned how League of Legends is becoming a bit more snowbally, especially with this new Noxus season. Uh, with by capturing the ruinous Atacon when a team's already ahead and getting all those extra blood roses and large blood roses and collecting all the experience and shared experience among the team, you can easily end up seeing at 20 minutes a victorious team at Atacon being up 2 or 3 levels in each role, and I think
Mhm.
and I think people are really underestimating the strength of a ruinous Atacon, because I guess because the benefits are a lot more subtle. It's a lot less it has a lot less gravitas as like a voracious Atacon seeing a whole team resurrect in their fountain. Uh, but yeah, I'm overall, I think I like these new changes. I do like when the new season brings new mechanics and new features to keep the game fresh and exciting. And what about you, Jack? Do you generally like the new changes?
Yeah, I feel like the new changes are pretty understated, perhaps in comparison to the gravity of the changes in previous
Yeah.
maps, such as the map changes of last season, the Baron changes. But maybe these are just cherry-picked good changes that we'll be able to see. Right now, the meta is still evolving, so any team right here, this is going to be a great chance for them to flex their ability, flex what they think they know what the meta is and what it actually will be end up becoming by the end of this weekend. So yeah, a lot of exciting play coming up. We have Still a bit of a draft delay, which we should be resolving shortly. But yeah, we have an update. There is a bit of a tech difficulty with the players, unfortunately. So we will be throwing to an intermission here briefly. But yeah, stay tuned. WaterLAN Day 1 upcoming. And welcome back, everybody. My favorite type of delay is a short one. We will be getting into draft here just right now. We have our first round of bans coming in as we speak. And yeah, once again, the Guelph Griffins versus the Conestoga Condors are going to be our first matchup of today. And I'm just super excited. Here we go.
Yeah. First, we see a Yasuo ban coming out from Conestoga. Interesting. It's a band that covers off 3 roles actually, so I guess it's not bad. Guelph responds with a Quinn ban. Quinn actually, I do think Quinn has become quite strong last year with the introduction of Synchronized Souls. When the boots first came in, I never thought they'd be that strong, but on Quinn, it gives her a ton of roaming pressure. Conestoga then opting for a Skarner ban. Skarner was, of course, a very popular jungler last year, all throughout multiple levels of play. Definitely a very high play rate and ban rate in the professional level, and also a fairly high play rate in higher elos. And then Guelph now banning out the Ashe, and I do believe that Fearless, when you do ban a pick, that does not stay banned for the rest of the day. So we might see these picks coming back in future games. And to round off the first round of bans, Talia is banned on the side of Conestoga, and the Guelph Griffins opt for the Victor ban.
Exactly, and now we'll be getting into our picks here shortly. All around, a solid round of bans, especially this early in the season. Tough to know exactly what you feel was strong versus what you feel comfortable on. So we see an arcane pick first of all. It's going to be the Jinx here for Conestoga College, and a response with Caitlyn. This is lore accurate so far.
And Guelph, responding to the Jinx pick with the lore, I guess the lore rivalry in Caitlyn Kierman. Already we see 3 arcane champions in this pick ban phase, with the Victor also being banned, being the third ban on the side of Guelph, and then we see Vi being hovered. No, don't do it to him. Oh no. Will we see 3 arcane champions in the first 3 picks of the game? And we will. Oh my god.
Guys, season 2 is really good. So I'm fully supported this. I love the picks so far. Caitlyn and Vi. A lot of great synergy that you could hopefully be able to lock down that Jinx on the gank, get that secret passive buff, or get that secret sword counter of Criminals Caught. And yeah, Caitlyn Vi, already love to see it.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of the end of season 1, the beginning of season 2. This game, we may see Caitlyn and Vi teaming up to try and catch a Jinx on the run. But aside from the lore, the lore jokes, we then see Tom Kench, which I assume will be a support that is paired with Jinx for the ball lane of Conestoga College. Tom Kench, a very good support at protecting the AD carry. With that Tom Kench ultimate, devouring the Jinx, making sure that the Jinx can't die. And then we see what looks to be a Sejuani hover on the side of Conestoga College. And yeah, the Sejuani is locked in for the Condors. This comp, I think you can already notice that a lot of the focal point is on the arcane characters. It's around Jinx. We have a tank supportive ganking jungler in Sejuani and a very protective peeling support in Tom Kench. All in the hopes to help this Jinx get that first passive proc, get excited, and be able to run over a team fight. And then Guelph rounds out their first 3 picks with the Karma, which I do believe will be support, although it could be flexed mid. Although Caitlyn Karma is a very potent bot lane, very good at poking out weaker 2v2 lanes, such as the Jinx Tom Kench. So I'm not too surprised by that pick there. And Guelph then banning mid laners bans the Yone. Mid lane bans seem to be coming out from both teams, with Conestoga also banning away the Ahri. And which I think is a great ban, because Ahri Vi is a very popular mid jungle duo, very strong lockdown. Although I am also curious, because they did answer the Vi with the Tom Kench already, so perhaps the Ahri ban was just to cover the mid laner in early levels, and then to round out the bans for both teams, we have Orianna ban on the side of Guelph, banning more mid laners, and an Echo ban on the side of Conestoga, another arcane champion.
Wow, and an Alawi pick for the University of Guelph Griffins here. You don't see that very often, but I like to see it. Alawi is one of my favorite champions, especially for their team fight pressure. That ultimate has so much potential to completely change the entire tide of an entire battle. So Alawi, I feel like, is quite an underrated pick. I think it should work pretty well with this comp here. A lot of lockdown, but you're able to focus on certain champs with that Caitlyn, with the Vi, and now the Hui over here for the Conestoga Condors.
Yeah. Hui, very strong, very strong mid laner. Can also play very safe against the pressure of the Vi gank with the long range wave clearing spells. Once he does get that first base off with the Lost Chapter, and then to round out Conestoga's draft, the Gnar is selected for the last pick, and then Syndra seems to be the pick for Guelph, and so. Jack, looking at these team comps so far, like, what do you think? Whose do you like more, and what do you think are these teams going to play around?
I feel like in each of these cases, it's kind of a story of protecting the AD carry so far. You look at the Guelph Griffins, they have a lot of AP pressure from the Syndra, but the rest of the comp seems pretty focused on peeling and single target, making sure Caitlyn is able to get in those headshots, able to get in the ultimate, and able to contribute to those fights. Meanwhile, over on the side of the Condors, there is a bit less focus on the Jinx. Maybe Tom Kench seems it's going to be like a buddy pair. They're just going to be hand in hand, walking around every lane. That ultimate is going to be able to be a complete bailout for the Jinx. But the rest of the team seems a bit more well-rounded, with the Sejuani and the Gnar being able to have a pretty good front line. But draft is only one.
Yeah, and I actually really like how Guelph has sort of pivoted the draft away from like the all-in dive from Vi, as a response to the very good Tom Kench pick from Fusion, from the Conestoga Condors, and I do think Vi, even without this sort of dive pressure that you traditionally see a Vi have, in almost any comp she's picked in, of course that point and click cease and desist is so valuable. I do think Vi is a very good all-around champion too, and even if you do, you shut down her point-and-click lockdown potential with the Tom Kench, I still think she's a very formidable skirmisher. And
bit of pressure here from the Condors. They're willing to play a bit risky, but that seems to be the theme of season 2025. Bit of a ward placement down here, and again, but they could be caught out with that Syndra pop. Nice little bit of damage on Ramusi. Saying, don't get too far in our jungle. Meanwhile, action all around the map. Fusion walking right in the face of Danny Quick. Tongue Lash goes over to Wander. And I'm liking how these teams are starting. They are willing to scrap, willing to get in their face and say they are here to win the trophy.
And the pause comes out. But this bot lane playing, trading very aggressively, which is what you want to see from the Caitlyn Karma in the early game, especially into a bot lane like Jinx Tom, who is, very weak early game, especially to these poke lanes. Of course, these teams are probably chasing the first blood feats of strength. They really want those tier 3 boots and the triumphant tier 2 boots. And one thing I do want to point out that may be a point of concern for the Condors bot lane is the keystone choice on for Fusion on that Tom Kench. He took grass, which is pretty. I'm not sure I agree with it personally, just because, well, for one, you're playing into a double range bot lane, and so you're gonna have a really hard time getting these grass procs off and actually, making use of your primary rune choice. And secondly, you're playing into a Karma Caitlyn bot lane, and Guardian just seems like the obvious answer to make sure your Jinx doesn't get poked down, because Tom Kench obviously has the gray health, has the thick skin, is able to regen all the poke, or at least most of the poke that he receives from the Caitlyn and the Karma. But Jinx, doesn't have, a fat layer of blubber protecting her. The Jinx will definitely feel the pressure from the Caitlyn Qs and the Karma Qs, and I'm just worried that, without the Guardian, the Jinx will have an even harder time playing against this poke lane. And again, as we've mentioned, the Conestoga team is really centered around this Jinx and making sure she's not behind or she's even accelerated, and allowing this Jinx to, get a takedown at the beginning of a fight, get excited, and really run over the Guelph Griffins team in these big fights. But I guess if they play it well, it should be fine, and we'll see how it goes. And as we enter back into the game, again, my favorite delay is the short one. Thankfully, the same goes for pauses, and
amen to that. And we see here once again these bot lanes continue right where they picked off, and yeah, I want to focus as well on where these junglers are going to divert their attention, especially with that Otacon buff. It's going to dictate a lot of where you anticipate the Otacon buff will spawn. So players are going to have to be strategic in that. Here's the Soul Absorb from Allow It, and that tentacle is going to hurt.
And Sick Jorge actually hitting these Alaois, getting a lot of poke down onto Lazaro on that Gnar. And sorry. And yeah, and as you mentioned, both junglers are pathing bot side. So and this does make sense for both teams. On the if you're Asu on Guelph, you're thinking that you want your Karma and Caitlyn to slow push 3 waves, crash at 330 when you're able to dive, and hopefully have the Jinx and Tom Kench poke down low enough so you can dive. Ramessi, on the other hand, knowing the same thing, wants to protect that, wants to help this Jinx, wants to make sure this Jinx is not, liable to losing a huge wave under turret or dying on a dive. And so, and I can expect this to happen for, most of the game as well. Most of the junglers focusing their attention on the bot lane because, at least on the side of Conestoga, that Gnar is a very safe pick, very secure laner, shouldn't really die to the Alawi 1v1, and can also escape ganks fairly well. As long as the Vi isn't level 6 yet. And on the side of Guelph, well, the Alawi is sort of meant to just sit in the side lane and sort of create pressure, be a formidable 1v1 champion, or even 1v2, 1v3 champion. And so, yeah, I do think that, especially when you have a Caitlyn lane, a Caitlyn Karma lane, if you're playing any jungler, you really want to play around that, strong pushing lane and trying to get advantages, whether it's through invades, whether it's through securing dragons, or, initiating a dive and hopefully getting a kill.
We do see that it's looking like Fusion is going to have to Fusion and Lopasinski, but actually a gank here from Toothbooth, and AQ going to ward off. But that is the exact type of pressure that you were mentioning in the draft here. This Syndra Vi, so much lockdown potential. 1 stun, 1 CC, 1 wrong move, and that could be lights out for Siren, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah, Siren might be forced to blow his TP earlier than usual because he is running low on health, running low on mana, and running even lower on health. Some very nice trading coming out from Sick Jorge on the Alawi, actually. Being able to stay, up in HP in these early levels, which is, and landing every single Q. Oh my god! And
Sick Jorge going in, but the Mega Gnar does come down. Stun connects. Looks like not much, but the soul comes to Alawi. And those tentacles, man, they are going to be a bother for Lazaro. But that's why Alawi can be so strong in this lane. You don't see Gnar pressured off the lane very often. Ramusi coming in with actually not going to connect onto Tooth Booth, but could have been close. Dragon is up. And as you mentioned, these feats of strength, these objectives are going to be so much more important now for these teams to focus.
Yeah. Ramosi there helping Siren push out the wave, and look at Lopasinski on this Jinx. Like we mentioned, how much pressure this Kaylin and Karma can produce, and I think you really start to feel the effects of not having Guardian on this content, because Lopasinski already down 10 CS will probably miss the next wave as well, because the Jinx is forced to base here.
And the new teleport.
Oh yeah, the teleport was changed. Yeah, now you can teleport to minions even before 14 minutes. Although you do travel, you have to like speed through the rift, so your teleport is actually sometimes a lot slower. But now I can start teleporting to minions and saving my minions from getting CS by them, which is a pretty nice addition to have that.
Amen to that. You see AC a classic trade of the dragons for the Void Grubs here. Obviously going to be soloing those, while AQ got a bit of help from Tooth Booth. But it's going to just be an even trade. Here we see that teleport once again. And I just love how it looks.
Honestly,
like,
it looks really cool,
so
huh?
Cool. He does miss there from Sick Jorge. But the Drake is going to be going over to the Guelph Griffin.
Yeah, important to note, teleport advantage in the for Sick Jorge on the side of Guelph in the top lane. Although Siren has managed to also preserve his teleport, despite being pressured very hard by Tooth Booth. Ramosi was able to help out Siren enough so that he'd be able to get a safe base off without needing to blow the TV. So teleports overall equal for both teams right now, and Lopasinski actually did not base earlier. He actually managed to stay and gain an extra wave, which is pretty nice. Now Guelph's ball lane will look to push even more, and So overall, I think the game state is fairly equal. Of course, there's a small gold lead and CS lead on the side of Guelph, but I do think that the Conestoga Condors comp scales better into the mid to late game eventually, as long as they don't fall behind hard enough to be unable to secure that first takedown to get Jinx excited. Of course, Jinx is probably the main character of this team comp.
Oh, and we actually have a fight here coming up from the top side. A bit of a jump scare there. Sick Jorge and Lazaro appear to have a bit of an exchange there. Maybe a bit words not exchanged, maybe instead fists. And here comes the tentacles coming down from Sick Jorge. The Lazaro has the Mega Gnar, the throw into the wall. First blood over to Conestoga. Alawi, you're going to need more belief than that.
And Asu looking to actually catch Lopasinski and Fusion with this
With the
Viking.
flash, actually, but that it didn't connect, and here comes the ultimate down onto Fusion. Looks like nothing more will be coming from this. Lopasinski had to burn the flash there to get out, but they do both live with their lives.
Yeah, 2 flashes for 1. You can't complain on the side of Guelph, especially on that vulnerable ball lane that you do want to focus that. However, what is important to note is now that the Tahm Kench now has his ultimate available, and so catching this Jinx at least will be a lot harder. Especially on these dives, because the Tahm Kench ult is so powerful, and waiting out these dives and delaying the length of these dives. And Ramusi might be caught out on this invade by Asu.
Not out, but the smite is going to go over to Asu. Now Ramusi running for the hills with his tail between his legs, popping over the wall, but Asu can do just the same. How far does he want to chase this? Tooth Booth is here to support, but Siren as well. Looks like both teams smell blood in the water, and they say it's best not to follow.
Yeah, and even this, and another important thing to note is that the first blood feats of strength has now gone over to Conestoga Condors. I do believe that there's no more first blood gold and first tower gold, and they have been replaced by feats of strength.
And look at push here onto Wander. The ult not used defensively. It's here to capture him, actually. The Super Mega Deathwalker is going to go down. Wander escaping with his life, but the tongue is going to connect. And now Danny Quick forced to run for his life. Lopasinski is online, but here comes the support from Asu. No Tahm Kench ult, no Jinx Flash, but can they get anything done? The Abyssal Voyage is going to go down, but Fusion just such a tanky catfish. A lot of gray health. The stun does connect. Here comes the Claptrap, but it's not going to be enough. Toothbooth gets a little greedy there, going under tower, but there will be no kills over to Guelph. 3-0 for the Condors in our first match of the day.
And Fusion escapes just barely with his life intact, and that entire time Siren has been hitting the mid plates, and even despite being down 20 CS to the Syndra, those plates were definitely a way to especially with the 3 Void Grubs that Ramosi captured earlier this game. And
the stun disconnect actually. Lopasinski did agree too hard. The autos aren't enough from Toothbooth, but here comes the flash, and it's a shutdown to Toothbooth. That nice response here from the Guelph Griffins, but Ramusi, it goes wide, and he does have the support of Asu. Toothbooth running for the hills, Alcove gaming right now, and this might be a little dicey for each of the teams. Both have to play it very carefully. Ramusi, caught in a bit of a hard place, is going to fall as well. The support was actually just more gold in the Griffins' pockets.
Yeah, Lopasinski seemed to be trying to bait Toothbooth there. Unfortunately, he did get hit by the Scatter of the Week, and that bait just turned into a death, and a shutdown over to that Syndra, who is already so strong.
While Wander dies instantly in the mid lane to Siren here. The stun is going to connect Toothbooth, a warrior for his people, wanting to avenge his fallen comrades. But Siren looks like he's going to be getting away with it, bringing it up to 4-2 for the Condors. I love the aggression we're seeing here.
I'm definitely feeling the effects of a Noxus-centered season. I'm seeing so much fighting, so much action, especially, and so much aggression, especially from a comp that seems to be really hard scaling. And once again, the junglers are now fighting around Void Grubs.
The first Void Grub is going to go over to the Guelph Griffins. That's going to be enough to stop them from getting the full 6, but their eyes are diverting towards this mid lane. They feel the pressure. The punch is going to go onto Siren. Guelph is advancing. Here comes the ultimate. He is under tower, but the Tom Kench is ready to bail him out. And it looks like the rest of the Grubs are going to go pretty handily over to the Condors. I don't really know if that's an even trade that Guelph was looking for, but the Condors are getting ahead. Oh, bit of camera gaming here. Gnar is just going to be used to get pushed away, and he wants nothing to do with that fight. Meanwhile, the Guelph Griffins are going to be taking the Dragon as a bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, and so that'll be 2 Dragons over to the side of the Guelph Griffins, and 1 Grub, and I believe that the Conestoga Condors have secured 5 Grubs, which means they will get the Tiny Void Might buffs when they do hit turrets. And look at this turret. This bot turret, from the pressure of Wander and Danny Quick, looks to be falling very soon. And we see another fight in the top lane between Sick Jorge and Lazaro. Although Sick Jorge looks like he just needs to get out of the situation, as this Gnar is getting a bit too strong to handle.
These two have been having a conversation all game. It is a talk between intellectuals, but it is spoken with fists. This top lane has been so entertaining to see, and we'd love to see Alawi ready to get in the face of a Gnar. That's usually not what you'd expect from a ranged melee matchup, but Asu have a bit of support here. He wants to make sure that Wander is not completely thrown out of this game. The Caitlyn was so instrumental to the success of their team comp, a lot of where their focus is, so gonna try and get him back online if you're the Griffins.
Yeah, and even despite being 0-2, Wander is actually up in items pretty heavily against Lopasinski. And you see Asu going on to Siren as
the Sejuani ultimate, but it might not be enough. Whale drops as well onto Asu. Their attention is diverted over to the jungle. Toothbooth forced to run for the hills here. No kills exchanged, but Condors can pack a punch.
Yeah, and Condors are actually fighting. I think the Guelph Griffins are fighting back very strong. They're still making initiating plays despite being down kills and down gold. And I think that is due to the individual advantages they have. And Remus, he almost gets caught out by the Scout of the Week, although he is able to dash away. And now,
meanwhile, Fusion caught out here. The Tom Kench, your blubber's not thick enough, buddy. Toothbooth able to get that kill, and now it looks like the Condor's tower is going to fall. The ultimate actually goes on. No Tom Kench to bail out Lopasinski. Nice Scout of the Week coming down onto Ramusi and Lopasinski here. 2-3 quick kills and a tower. That is what Guelph was looking for.
And that is the second feats of strength, I believe, that has been awarded this game, this time to the Guelph Griffins. I do believe that is now 1 feats of strength for both teams, because I do believe that Lazaro secured first blood in the top lane for Conestoga. So right now the feats of strength are tied at 1-1. Whoever secures, I believe, that third epic monster will be awarded the triumphant tier 2 boots and the upgradable tier 3 boots. And but now Lopasinski has now finished the collector. Should be should be a solid power spike, although isn't quite at that, you know, that arcane hyper carry moment that the Jinx would like to be at. But you know, 3 full items completed for both teams, the jungle, mid, and AD carries for both teams. And you know, the gold lead is actually a lot closer than East.
Forced to burn the ultimate. Fusion bailing out his jungler here.
Yeah,
Wolf right now kind of has, but say what's going on the map. Condor is going to have to revitalize, regroup their comp here.
Yeah, and losing the Tom control before the Herald fight is very concerning. Herald now spawns in 16 minutes instead of 14 minutes because of the new season, and that is fairly concerning because
here comes the pressure. No Tom Kench this time. Same place. Marusi forced to burn the flash, and now this Herald could be as good as gone. Condor still could fight it, but it is looking very Guelph-sided here.
Yeah, and without the Sejuani flash, with the Sejuani being low, and also, especially without the Tom control to answer the cease and desist available for Asu on the side of Guelph, it does look like this Herald should be just going over to the side of Guelph. And that will also mean that the feats of strength and the blessing of Noxus will also be going over to the side of Guelph. Because I find it very... Oh, and Ramusi caught out again.
Ramusi caught out. The ultimate doesn't even have a chance to connect. That was the headshot they were looking for. Lazaro might be caught out here as well. And Wander's actually slain Lopasinski. It's a fight on 2 fronts, but over towards this mid lane, Siren will fall as well. It's a shutdown over to Wander, and this is what the Caitlyn has been looking for. The Karma Stun is going to connect. It will be enough. It's a triple kill over to Wander, and this Caitlyn is completely online.
Oh my goodness. The Konosuke Condors almost just got aced there. Lazaro was close to getting caught out by Asu and Tutu, but thankfully he was able to escape with his life. But like huge play from the Guelph bot lane, being able to secure 3 kills, killing the Hui Jinx and Tom Kench all by themselves. And all the while, Sick Jorge has been pushing that bot lane, I believe. And yeah, now with the Rift Herald captured, Guelph now has the Blessing of Noxus. You can see in the Syndra's wallet, you can see that the Triumphant Sorcerer shoes have now been acquired, which give a small buff in stats. I believe it's 4 extra magic penetration for the Sorcerer shoes. But I'm excited to see the tier 3 boots being built, the upgraded tier 3 boots, because you know, like for example, on Sorcerer shoes, I believe the upgraded tier 3 boots give somewhere between 6 extra flat pen and 10 extra % magic pen. Very useful against the very tanky team that Konosuke has.
Fusion, that is not the front line they needed. Falls in an instant. Wander now racking up 4 kills. That's going to be the Griffins with complete control over this river here. Condors, I like what they were doing. They were trying to get a good setup, but Fusion unfortunately caught out, and that is going to spell doom for their hopes of taking or stopping this soul point here.
Yeah, and look at Fusion, 5-0-2. Also, a lot of these plays, such as, you know, killing Ramusi right before the Herald spawn, killing Fusion right now, right before the Dragon fight. Like, Toothbooth is getting a ton of picks on this Synchro with the Scatter of the Week, leading to a bunch of kills, and more crucially, leading to objectives.
Jorge, Lazaro doesn't connect. A bit lower health bar here, and crucially loses the Mega. He might not want to take this fight. The Soul is still getting damaged, forced to take that nerf here. Oh, actually just going to do a nice little recall. Good for Nar.
Yeah, and the Guelph Griffins very much in control of this game. That Caitlyn and that Syndra are incredibly fed. The Caitlyn actually opting for Swifties, Swifty boots, in order to, I guess, dodge out on make it easier to dodge out on the Sejuani ult and Nar ult and the Nar jumps. You know, makes sense, I guess. You don't, and as we see, the Swifties actually get upgraded to tier 3. I believe that is the first tier 3 boots we have seen at WaterLAN today, and I do believe the tier 3 Swifties just make you a lot faster. They give you, I believe it's 5 or 10% bonus move speed on top of the extra flat move speed, which should be really nice. In combination with the Karma move speed, this Caitlyn should be flying around, just dodging everything, just kiting in and out, getting a headshot every once in a while, and yeah, and I mean, if you're Conestoga, you know, the bright side is you still do have the outscaling comp, although, you know, with these turrets falling.
Onto Sick Jorge, they might have found the pick they needed. The ultimate comes down, the tentacles are the only support. The rest of the team is bot side, and it will not be enough. That is a nice pick from Lopasinski over to Sig Jorge. Might be their way back into the game, but meanwhile, the Herald is dropped here into this bot side. The mid tier 2 is taken, and Guelph is still coming out on top on this map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Conestoga getting a bit desperate, putting too many eggs into one basket. Sure, they do get the kill onto Sig Jorge for Lopasinski, and he also gets the solo turret gold and some solo waves, which is what you want for your carry, for your drinks. However, they lose a ton of turrets. For that, the Herald was dropped in the ball lane, and of course, Wander and Danny Quick also was able to take down the mid-tier 2 turret. So, you know, if you're Conestoga, you're wondering if that was really worth it. But now Guelph are you know, focusing their eyes on the Atacon, which I believe should be the Ruinous Atacon.
Yeah, we'll see what the buff here given over to Guelph is. It doesn't look like there's going to be many obstacles for the Griffins here. Do you see a bit of a topside push from Lopasinski? Actually, crucially, the one thing we didn't mention, so that was the Voracious Otacon. One thing we didn't mention is that Otacon spawns at 20 minutes in, and the Baron is actually delayed until 25. So this tier 2 push from the Condors might be costly, but it might be what they need. Glacial Prison does unfortunately miss for the Condors, but Fusion, once again, pretty caught out, really feeling the effects of no Guardian, no real tank build so far, unable to withstand the forces, and Lazaro might be caught in the same situation. The soul is ripped apart, Mega is popped, but he is in a 3v1, or if you count the god of the tentacles, and it's another kill over to Toothbooth right now. 5-12 is the scoreline. Otacon over Feet of the Strongest, and right now the Griffins are showing their might.
Yeah, and Conestoga are perhaps not thinking that, probably assuming that Guelph would just base right after taking the Otacon, not thinking that everyone would just run straight from the river into that mid lane, flanking the entire, having the entire team of Guelph flanking Conestoga, and Guelph get rewarded for this. They don't lose any of their Voracious Atacon GA buffs. Nobody died in that, or nobody was forced to resurrect in those fights, and now Guelph looking to push, looking to capture the last remaining tier 2 turret available on the map.
Fusion with the engage, but he might not have connected. It did connect with anyone. Lucy now forced to leave the front line. Lopasinski in the back trying to throw out damage, but it is not finding anyone. Guelph still advancing, and Fusion is going to fall. Condors are being pushed back, and Guelph is completely unstoppable right now. 5-14 kills. 6k gold lead, and right now the Griffins are taking over. Toothbooth does not want to stop with Danny Quick, trying to find the flank. It's a bit of a sandwich situation, and they are taking over right now. But Condors are actually able to respond, but we see that Guardian Angel respawn. They know they can get away with it.
Yeah, and you know, Guelph taking advantage of the temporary buff they have, looking to force any fights they can.
Jorge will fall as well, but again, the way this sort of works is it's like an Auction respawn, where you spawn in the base, not where you died like a true GA, but you also crucially don't get the kill credit. So really, you're just sending them back home. Yeah. It's a return to sender type thing, but you aren't getting any reward for it.
Yeah, and for the Voracious Atacon kills, I believe that the killer is rewarded with a blood puddle and 100 gold, but it's still, you know, it's definitely not, you know, not as good as just, you know, actually killing the opponent. So, you know, the Voracious Atacon buff, you know, on full display right there. Very nice for the first game of the new season. And now, once again, Toothbooth catching Lazaro with the Scatter of the Weak, chugging him down. And that's just the Kentek Dragon Soul going over to the side of the Guelph Griffins. And Toothbooth looking to catch Lazaro as well. And, oh my god.
Wow. And instantly annihilated. That is a lot of orbs on the ground. Toothbooth, 705 on the Syndra, 700 bounty. This is a force to be reckoned with right now. You could see the vision earlier in the Dragon Pit. There was absolutely none for the Condors. It was a true fog of war. And those orbs are going to be flying right at you out from it. So Toothbooth, well done. Racking up these kills on the Syndra. Condors maybe forced back into a bit of a hole here. Fighting strong, still staying valiant, making sure they want their might to be known. But Guelph is just coming out on top right now.
Yeah, but Guelph had just had such a dominant display in this tournament.
Here comes the engage right now from Guelph. Condors trying to push back a bit, but the Alawi ultimate isn't even popped, and the tentacles are slamming. Wander is legendary. It's a double kill over to this Caitlyn right now. Guelph has not had a single member fall, and it is going to be a sweep right now. We're seeing just Lazaro left, trying to take down Wonder. That's a big bounty, but it's not going to be enough. The health bars on Guelph are so tantalizingly low, but nevertheless, it's an ace over to the over to the Griffins. It was a battle of the sky in the Griffins versus the Condors, but the Griffins say they are the mythical creature here. They're going to be taking down the Condors, taking Game 1 of WaterLAN 2025, and moving to 1-0 in our Swiss stage.
And I mean, what a dominant performance from the Guelph Griffins in this match, especially just from their laners. Of course, they did draft strong lanes, strong, dominating, pushing lanes. However, Wander, Danny Quick and Tooth Booth especially, really showing their excellence on these champions and excellence in general, finding these opportunities to get kills. And even when, dying in the early game, even when Wander was 0-2 in the early game, he was still in a very advantageous position and able to capitalize and snowball, with these new, features in the game, like the feats of strength and the Adacon. Guelph, very accurately and precisely was able to snowball this game into a point where even with Condor's, arguably stronger scaling comp, wasn't able to come back.
Yeah, I feel like that was a perfect display of what Season 2025 has to offer. So many little snowbally feats are going to be scaling up so strong in these later games. And you may say, yeah, it's just Tier 3 boots, you move a bit faster. But at the end of the day, we saw how impactful that was. And that was just one taste of the action we have upcoming for you here today. Up next, we have the St. Clair Academy versus the Western Wings. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to WaterLAN Day 1. It is my absolute pleasure to be here. I am Jack, also known as Flarfels. We're here with Brian, aka Velocity, and we're here to deliver round 2 of our Swiss matchups today. Both these teams we're going to be seeing are 0-0, but as a recap of our previous match we saw earlier, a lot of exciting fights, great matchup between the Guelph Griffins and the Conestoga Condors, which went 1-0 to the Guelph Griffins, and the Conestoga Condors fall down to 0-1. Meanwhile, we had a match run simultaneously between Warriors Gold as well as OTSU, and Warriors also went to that 1-0 position. So, how are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Very excited about this upcoming match between the St. Clair Academy and the Western Shockwave. Just to recap the format, we'll jump into draft first with bands coming over onto with a Viego band coming out on the side of Western Shockwave, uh, and and yeah, and just to remind everyone of the format right now, it's self-fearless, so any champions that are picked in this first round of Swiss, as the teams are 0-0, uh, they can't be picked for that team for the rest of the entire day. Uh, so, for example, if Western picks a champion like Caitlyn cannot be picked from Western Shockwave in the future Swiss stage rounds matches for the rest of the day today. But it will reset for tomorrow, and tomorrow is the knockout stage. And again, right now, this is the 0-0. This is the last round of 0-0 matches of the Swiss stage, and to round out bans, Western Shockwave has banned out the Victor, the Karthus, and the Viego, and St. Clair is looking to with the Ash ban is looking to first pick the Callista, and Ash, of course, a common counter into the Callista. Very aggressive champion as well, especially when you pair with a very good support duo like the Renata, like the Nautilus, and yeah, and yeah, and the Corki,
Awesome!
yeah,
Dude,
Corki coming out as well on the side of Western Shockwave. Like Jack, how do you feel about that?
I quite like a Corki. I think he's a funny champion unless he's paired against an Azir. But other than that, I think he has a lot of potential to be sort of this like, I don't know, just sort of almost like a nuisance in these lanes. You just got to deal with him. His package will come in. Those rockets will fly out. And I just haven't seen him in quite a while.
Yeah,
Maokai picked another solid tank jungle or support that we're seeing here. We saw last game that the game was sort of dominated in their ideologies in the draft between for trying to protect those carries, and Maokai is an excellent pick for doing that. A Skarner coming through, a pick that was banned last game, but we're able to see it now.
yeah, and it's again a very potent, strong jungler still, even with the new season 15 changes. Skarner is pretty much a jack of all trades, pretty good at almost every phase of the game, and also a very tank jungler. Another thing to highlight on the side of Western Shockwave is that even though Koki is traditionally an AD carry now, he still technically can be flexed into the mid lane, and of course the Maokai is also a flex pick. Where you see equal amounts of Maokai, I think, spread between the jungle and support, and some people pick it top, but it's not very that popular anymore. And to round out the first phase of picks for St. Clair Academy, we do have the Cassante coming out, and like looking at St. Clair Academy's draft, it's very reminiscent of a draft you'd see last year, and it's also a very similar style to the draft we saw out of, at least so far, the draft we saw out of the Conestoga Condors earlier this morning, where you have a tank jungler, tank top, and they're probably going to go with very traditional two carry playstyle with a carry, some kind of AP carry mid lane, and with that with a strong AD carry and Callista in the bot lane, and Western Shockwave round out their draft, their first three picks with the Gwen, a very strong AP champion in the top lane, which. And yeah, and in terms of bans, Western Shockwave banning out the Renata and Karma makes sense. You want to take away these strong high pressure support duos with the Callista that do pair well with the Callista. Meanwhile, St. Clair Academy banning out the Braum. Braum very good against melee champions, also pretty good against the Callista, because if that Braum Q ever does connect, the Callista will struggle in these 2v2s. And the Yone also getting banned out from St. Clair, denying another high damage carry that could potentially come out of Western Shockwave, in addition to the Corki and the Gwen.
I hope that Nazis hover is real. And yeah, as you're mentioning, these comps are pretty fun to watch. There's already a lot of champions that are going to be taking advantage of this new season 2025 aggression-focused style. My last game, my personal highlight was that topside matchup. They were constantly fighting, constantly just willing to exchange blows. And now Cassante Gwen, you couldn't ask for a much better matchup here. And the Nasus is locked in. You love to see it, and the Nautilus will be as well. Very solid pick for the Kalista. Offers a lot of peel, but also a lot of engage, especially for that slingshotty ultimate going to be sent out. That diver packs a punch.
Yeah, the Nautilus getting picked to pair with the Kalista on the side of St. Clair Academy. That is one of the picks that I mentioned that would be a very strong duo with Kalista. It was either, I expected to see either the Kalista Renata or the Kalista Nautilus. Obviously, the Renata's banned out, so St. Clair opt to go for the Nautilus instead. And the Aurelion Soul, again, like I mentioned, a very high damage, scale heavy AP control mage mid. And Western Shockwave actually ran out with a Janna, so I do believe that, I mean, the positions are very weird on Shockwave. I do believe that is a Nasus mid.
I think so.
With Gwen top and Maokai jungle. I was actually considering that the Nasus would actually go support because Nasus is very, very strong into Kalista. The Nasus Wither completely shuts down the Kalista, and that is probably what St. Clair Academy will try to go for in these mid to late game team fights as the Nasus is fighting. The Nasus' role within this team is to definitely be, an additional frontline body that will pump damage into the front line of Western Shockwave, but also find a Wither onto the Kalista, because the Wither with the move speed reduction and the attack speed reduction just hinders the Kalista so much. And I was excited to see a potential Nasus support, but unfortunately we didn't get it. Instead we get a Janna, a very good disrupting champion, very good against Nautilus in lane and also in fights.
Oh, don't ruin the fun! Come on, Asol. Cody, what are you doing on the Love Sick Candy here?
Yeah.
That was kind of mean. We're having fun today. It's WaterLAN, everybody. You gotta get hyped, but when you gotta take it seriously too. It is a very exciting and prestigious tournament. There's 8 teams from all across Ontario coming down for this 2-day LAN, ready to duke it out and claim that trophy. But as much as you want to take it seriously, you love seeing a dance battle as much as you love seeing a real battle.
Love Sick Candy, breaking the unwritten rule of League. As 2 people are dancing mid lane, you can't interrupt it. Unfortunately, I guess in this, competitive landscape, Codito must do anything he can to gain that advantage. So I understand it, getting that Arcane Comment proc. But yeah, I mean, looking at these lanes, I think the Janna is a very good pick at, trying to ward away the Nautilus. Of course, the Nautilus still has the Nautilus ultimate, the depth charge to find solid lockdown. But of course, when the Janna is just generally good peel, especially against the Skarner as well. So this Kogi should look to be very safe in this game, or fairly safe, even against the very aggressive bot jungle 3v3 in Skarner, Kalista, and Nautilus that have a very good combination of damage, tankiness for dives, and CC. And another important thing to know is that Love Sick Candy on the Nasus is flashless mid, although it is a short lane, so you can expect to be a lot safer than if he was flashless top lane. However, not having the flash for the Skarner Impale is kind of scary, no matter what champion you play. And if there's ever a coordinated 3-man gank mid with Vincenzo and Battle Grimes coming to gank Love Sick Candy on that Nasus, they could very well have enough damage even through the Nasus ult to burst Love Sick Candy down, and that is definitely something to be scared of, and also a focal point to notice in the game.
Here comes Vincenzo going in, Crystal Fang to follow. Bit of a rend proc out, and it's as you're mentioning, this safer style of bot lane optically is going to look pretty rough in this early game. They don't really stand a chance against the pressure of that Nautilus, but they are hoping to just collect some scraps, build up a small lead without losing too much, and eventually their prowess will come in later in the game. We did see both junglers coming into this bot side, similar to the previous game where a lot of the attention was focused on getting that new elite monster Otacon to spawn in this bot side, and it should be what we're seeing again.
Yeah, and actually a lot of heavy, a very significant poke coming down onto Crystal Fang, especially from this Janna. The Kalista being forced to use a potion already, while St. Clair Academy's bot lane still all have a potion each.
That's retribution.
Codito's recall being cancelled by the Nasus E. Gonna be a bit annoying. And we see a gank.
Go. Hidden in, and Skarner zooms around the side. That is first blood. Top soon gonna fall. Rapid fire, is he next? Crystal Fang going in pretty deep. They're throwing everything at him, but it's actually gonna go back. Rapid fire is going to kill the Skarner here, and it's looking bad for Vincenzo as well. Health bars so low on both sides. Crystal Fang goes in, but he's going to come out on top. It's a crazy skirmish in the bot side. Only Crystal Fang lives to tell the tale.
Crazy bot jungle 3v3 happening at 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Another important thing to note is Western Shockwave did get the first blood, so that is 1 feat of strength already going over to the side of the Shockwave. And of course, Crystal Fang now with 2 kills. They did win out on the 3v3. It was 3 for 2 for the side of Western. And with this Kalista being accelerated this early with the 2 kills, especially with an aggressive lane partner in the Nautilus, we can't expect a lot of fighting in the ball lane to go over in the favor of Western Shockwave. And in addition to this jungle set, in addition to this dragon stack, because Corki is also a fairly strong AD carry early, so having this early lead on the Kalista is very good news for Western Shockwave. But aside from bot lane, very calm waters, like very still water everywhere else in the map. Top is even. Mid is relatively even too, and we actually see a lane swap coming out from Western Shockwave, swapping their ball lane into top in order to sort of deny this Gwen XP and gold, because I think against this Fed Kalista and Nautilus, they very well may try to dive the Gwen, and that is what we are seeing. Hook connects. Ooh. And Mickey almost gets the 1-for-1, which is as good as you can ask for, but unfortunately he will fall anyways. And I mean, I think the dive could have went better for the side of Western Shockwave, admittedly. I think in that situation, like the reason why you pull out the swap from Shockwave is because you're saying, hey, the Corki and Janna cannot dive my Cassante, however, Kalista and Nautilus have very strong dive threat onto this Gwen. So the Gwen should not be allowed to catch XP or from the minions under his turret, but Cassante should be able to.
A lot of action happening on the map. St. Clair's Academy mid laner, Love Sick Candy, going to be caught out here. Is he going to fall? Pops the ultimate. The dominance is there, but it's a tale of woe for this entire matchup we've seen today. And Bad Rick Grimes is caught out now as well with the assistance of Firestorm. Health bars are so low for everybody. Vincenzo trying to pick up the scraps, does pick up kill back over to Firestorm, but he is forced to run for the hills as the assistance of Topsoon is going to pressure him off there. 5-5 in kills. It's an absolute fiesta right now.
Codito flying straight into the turret, thinking that, but the last second ult coming out from Lovesick Candy manages to save him long enough for Codito to actually just fall to the turret straight up, and Lovesick Candy getting that triumph token is able to walk out of that alive. But now Vincenzo is looking to gank Mickey.
Vincenzo in the bush, Codito with the follow-up, but a swift dash over from Mickey is going to be enough to get him out of there. And the aggression, again, we're seeing. You love these collegiate teams.
Yeah, and it's like 10 kills already at 7 minutes, and there's a Nasus and Aurelion Soul in the game. And yeah, usually those champions are very slow, very, usually like a farm for at least the first 10-15 minutes before you start doing anything, but, already so much action in the game. First set of grubs goes over to the side of Western Shockwave. It looks like St. Clair Academy will look to take that dragon in response, trade the dragon. And once again, Crystal Fang and Vincenzo are swapped to the top lane, looking to capture more plates, looking to deny more CS and XP from now Lovesick Candy in this top lane. And Lovesick Candy is actually fighting Bad Rick Grimes for the Krugs. But he might be getting a bit overzealous here. Vincenzo misses the hook.
Hook doesn't connect. Lovesick Candy going to be walking away, but that dance battle, the aura is actually coming through again. We saw from earlier. Vincenzo once again, favorite move is lie in that bush. Crystal Fang here to back up, but maybe they've overstepped, forced to pop the ultimate. Vincenzo goes back in. Ultimate, the dominance is popped from the Nasus, trying to focus onto Crystal Fang, but his health bar is getting so low. Rend comes down, and now Topsoon forced to run for the hills. Tail between the legs, but a tornado to boot. The hook connects as well. Again, health bars so low. Crystal Fang able to get it complete, and that is a double kill. 5-0-1 on this Kalista, a force to be reckoned with right now.
Very well executed by Western Shockwave. Lovesick Candy wanting to greed the Krugs, I guess, but also walking towards the top tier 1, trying to greed the XP from the wave 2. But I just think against this this bot jungle 3v3 that I've mentioned earlier, the Skarner, Kalista, and Nautilus, especially when the Kalista has so many kills, it's just too risky to do so, even on the Nasus, where yes, with your ultimate, you do get a lot of health, you get a ton of armor and magic resist. I just think it's, this 3v3 has, or this bot jungle trio, has way too much crowd control, has way too much damage, and with the crowd control allowing Crystal Fang to stack up the run stacks, it's really hard for any champion to really live. And I do think, like Western Shockwave is making these lane swap calls very accurately and correctly. They're swapping the Cassante into the bot lane to farm 1v2 or 1v3 safely against St. Clair Academy's bot lane. And Western Shockwave's bot lane, when they go top lane, are actually able to create meaningful advantages through plates and kills. And it's because of this that Western Shockwave have already come out to an almost 2,000 gold lead, and only 9 minutes into the game, and most of it is on this very fed Crystal Fang on Kalista, and the entire gold lead is on Crystal Fang actually. Blade of the Ruined King already completed. This Kalista is much stronger than the Poke right now, and we should see a lot of action focused around the Kalista, and that is exactly what we're seeing.
Another top side fight here from this bot lane. They love to fight. It's another Ren pull to get it. Will it be another double kill? Crystal Fang not taking the turret. This bot duo has such an amazing synergy. They are collectively 9 kills up, and it is their entire team. That's where all of the resources and kills have been going from. These two are the drivers of the Western Shockwave.
I mean, the St. Clair Academy have to be sweating right now. This Kalista is very quickly getting out of hand. And, I mean, the fights must be so hard for St. Clair Academy in the future. They need to get this Nasus to wither this Kalista in these very important fights to be able to shut down this Kalista temporarily for 6 seconds. And that really is the only saving grace. And if Lusty Candy is not able to get in range to wither this Kalista, and St. Clair Academy can't capitalize off of this downtime that the Kalista will experience. I find it very hard for St. Clair Academy to break through the very tough front line that Western Shockwave had. And even forgetting the Kalista, this Aurelion Soul is getting stronger and stronger, and is farming fairly well. And once you get past the front line, you still have to deal with the Aurelion Soul, the slows from Rylai's and the Aurelion Soul W. And it's just, the game is looking tougher and tougher as the game goes on. But, I mean, St. Clair Academy still very well in this game. Of course, there's many comeback mechanics like bounties, like they can capture the Atacon, but the second set of grubs look like they are going over to the side of Western Shockwave as well. So, meaning that 6 grubs, full 6 grubs over to the side of Western Shockwave, meaning that they should also be in position to try and take the first turret, which will give them the feats of strength because, once again, they did get the first blood like 8 minutes ago.
And if we take a holistic look at this game so far, the Kalista is sort of where it's the king of the hill. If you can get Kalista down, suddenly a lot of these other pieces are going to start falling apart. Cassante hasn't really been shown online. Aurelion Soul has been fun to poke, but he's still down a kill. It should be less gold compared to his laner, Lovesick Candy. And Mickey forced off here of this bot wave. They are still a formidable force, but the Western Shockwave, they have their target. Crystal Fang has a number on his back, and it is a 900 gold. Now, crucially, earlier we saw the grubs were desynced with this dragon, so the St. Clair Academy still able to get this setup here, but it is spawning desynced, so there will perhaps be a fight around it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a St. Clair Academy, taking this fight is definitely risky because of how accelerated the Kalista is right now and how relatively weak your Poke is. Lusty Candy just farming the rage creeps in front of Codito as St. Clair Academy started off the
teleport. Coming in, Bad Rick Grimes drifting over the wall, stopped by that Maokai ult. Crystal Fang, he goes in way too deep, but he's still alive. The Skarner ultimate, the Impale, impales the entire academy of the St. Clair Saints. Double kill over to Crystal Fang. It's now over 1 to Codito. How did this happen? It's a complete sweep in the bottom river. It looks so tough, but Crystal Fang, if he's able to live, it's over.
Yeah, at first I thought that fight looked really bad for Western Shockwave starting off because Crystal Fang is just alone flanking.
How did he get there?
Yeah, he's just alone flanking the entire team of St. Clair Academy, and And you know, Firestorm making the correct play, flashing onto Crystal Fang, trying to secure a pick early game, right, trying to secure a pick onto the strongest member of Western Shockwave before the fight even starts. But you know, St. Clair Academy are just too far behind. They just barely don't have enough damage, and Crystal Fang is actually able to live, and Shockwave peel him very well. They managed to wipe St. Clair Academy and get the Dragon, and I do believe that is the second feats of strength, and now we are seeing the Triumphant Boots coming out for Western Shockwave. So another milestone completed for Western Shockwave, you know, snowballing them more, propelling them more, accelerating them more, and I mean, that looked like a very good look for St. Clair Academy, but the damage is just not there yet. The Corki was just too far behind, and you know, if he just had 1 or 2 more kills, I do think that Crystal Fang would have been one-shot immediately, and St. Clair Academy actually would have won the fight. But unfortunately, you know, we can't just think about what ifs. We have to look at what actually happened. And once again, Western Shockwave coming out on top. And now the gold lead has ballooned to 5,000 in just 14 minutes. And I mean, and once again, Crystal Fang only has more kills. 9-0-3 right now.
Grimes stopped by the tornado, but over the wall, producing so much pressure. That's another feat of strength over to the blue team here. We may have actually had a bit of an overlay confusion. The St. Clair Academy team is actually the blue side, and the Shockwave, Western Shockwave is on the red team. Apologies for that confusion. So it is actually Crystal Fang on the St. Clair Academy. Right now in my heart, it feels like a double agent, but it is the truth. Working for the St. Clair Academy team and is up 9-0-4 against that Western Shockwave on the red side. Again, apologies for any confusion, but here the Cassante going with the pushback onto this Nasus. This may have been the top match we expected, and we didn't necessarily expect it to go this way. Both health bars are dwindling. Lovesick Candy flashed on, but the rest of the cavalry is here. The Western Shockwave going with the Maokai ultimate. 3 versus 1. It might be over for this Cassante. He did get a pick. He's able to dash out. It's not enough. Here comes the little guy. Pops, stops the recall, but able to get out with his life.
The Cassante able to actually use the W to not only, you know, dodge, I guess, be unstoppable in the Maokai W route, but also dodge away from the Janet Tornado, and then eating away to an allied minion with the increased range, with the shield, able to walk out of that one alive. And I'm honestly surprised that the Cassante won that 1v1 against the Nasus, just because, you know, the Cassante's only completed item right now is a Canic Blueprint, which only gives magic resistant health, and you know, Nasus is an AD champion, so I honestly thought that Nasus, with that Archibald, would be able to win that one, but it was close. But St. Clair Negan able to ultimately win out on that 1v1 using the flash against the Flash's Lovesick Candy, and now we see the Herald being secured by St. Clair Academy, and now St. Clair just running through Western Shockwave's jungle, taking everything they can, pushing in waves, and yeah, just a very dominant performance so far by St. Clair Academy. From all their members, of course, the focal point of this game has been Crystal Fang, but of course, you know, very good play coming out from Rick Grimes and also Negan, and also Codito, you know, making the right plays, you know, using the right spells, zoning Western Shockwave very well, and peeling, you know, peeling the enemies off of Crystal Fang when necessary. I mean, you know, the game's obviously looking rough for Western Shockwave right now, but you know, I guess you have an Nasus. You are infinitely stacking. We'll see what happens, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's never a moment where you should say never in League of Legends. Otacon will be spawning in this bot side again. We did see so much action. Honestly, with the lane swap, you might have anticipated it going top, but Otacon will rest here in the southern half of the map, and Crystal Fang and Vincenzo once again in that bot side, in their home, and looking to push up. It's sort of just a by-the-books game at this point if you're St. Clair Academy. Just push up these towers, secure objective with your lead. They can't push into you, really. And what does Western Shockwave do?
I think Western Shockwave really just have to look for picks at this point. It can be kind of hard with because you don't have very long range engage. Of course, you do have the Maokai ult, but it is kind of slow. But I do think that, like, one viable tactic, or you just overload on a side lane, which is what Western Shockwave is doing
number
right now.
2, 4 versus 1 this time. Can Nagin get away again? He's under the safety of his tower, but this time that won't be enough. Shut down, but it goes over to top soon. Unfortunate pick, but you are going to be happy with it. Meanwhile, Crystal Fang legendary in this bot side pushing the tier 2. Lovesick Candy has half a minute to think about what just happened. And once again, Crystal Fang 10-0-4, completely unstoppable. We do see the Dragon is going to be started soon. Objective bound claim that could be their way back into this, but right now St. Clair Academy still looking dominant.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, it's a better trade for St. Clair Academy. They did get the bot tier 2. Well, they got 1 kill in a bot tier 2, whereas Western Shockwave only got a kill in a top tier 1. But of course, you know, you do have to sort of look for these plays when you are in such a position playing so far from behind from Western Shockwave, so you can't fault them for that. Although, you know, yeah, but as I was saying, like, the way you get back into this game, I think, as Western Shockwave, is you either look for some miracle picks before important objectives like the Atacon, the Baron, or, you know, or like if you somehow manage to get yourself to a sole point position, you can try and look for these miracle picks, these bush plays, these vision plays and you just pray that they work, and you pray that St. Clair Academy is going to face check into you. Or on the other hand, another thing you can sort of look for is try to play through sides. I do think that if the Gwen is able to scale up, if the Gwen is somehow able to get some valuable shutdowns and scale up, I do think that the Gwen is probably one of the strongest side laners in this game. It will be hard for Nagin to match, or Codillo to match Mickey on this Gwen if the Gwen is fed, and to a certain degree, same thing for the Nasus. And although I do think that Shockwave should save the Nasus for matching the Callisto.
To be careful, Codito. The push from into the mid lane from Shockwave is being stopped right now by this completely Astral Storm, but the minions are going to prevail onwards. They are looking to claim another objective bounty here. All 5 members stacked up in this mid turret, and they are able to get some stuff done. Shockwave is still showing life.
But notice that St. Clair Academy is taking the Atacon right now, so Shockwave opting to say, you know, there's no way we're going to fight this Atacon, so instead we're going to try and cross map, you know, go mid, you know, force the tier 1 mid, at least get something while Crystal Fang is preoccupied with this Atacon. And we do see another Voracious Atacon coming out this game, and so at least for the next 2.5 minutes, you can expect Western Shockwave to not really be winning any fights for the next 2.5 minutes. I do think that what they call it, they just need, for these next 2 minutes, just try to wait it out as best you can. Try to wait clear with the Gwen, with the Gwen W, protecting yourself, attacking the Gwen while the Gwen wave clears, and also, you know, with the Corki Qs, the Corki E's, the Corki Rockets. But yeah, I mean, if you're St. Clair Academy, you can just force these turrets though, because, you know, you have very strong dive pressure, you have very strong CC, you're very tanky, you know, frontline with the Skarner, with the Nautilus, and of course with the Cassante. And I do think that Western Shockwave had to be careful, because they should expect St. Clair Academy to be playing very aggressive within these next 2 minutes while they have this buff in. Topsoon is hooked, but should be able to just walk out of this one.
Yeah, Vincenzo is allowed at this point to be playing with fire. Rick Grimes, Tokyo drifting around in this jungle, just showing off at this point. The Herald, the Void Grubs, all of the purple buffs are stacked on except for the Purple Worm, but this Herald is continuing to push. It's, as you mentioned, St. Clair Academy just has so much pressure, so much they can use and leverage to be able to crack down these towers, crack down objectives, and force Western Shockwave to turtle in further. Here comes bad Rick Grimes, over pushed but stopped, and the advance continues for the St. Clair Academy. Firestorm is going, and it's a storm down, Impale onto 2. There's a fight on 2 fronts, but it's a double kill for Codito. It's not looking good for the Shockwave right now, and a St. Clair Academy, all members alive, still looking towards that inhib, looking for what they can take further, and Shockwave is forced to run for the hills. Their health in tatters, their base in shambles, and this is looking like dominance from the St. Clair Academy right now.
Yeah, Mickey trying his best with the needlework from the Gwen, you know, doing as much damage as he can, getting a lot of members of St. Clair Academy low, and actually, you know, sending one of them back to base. But of course, with the Voracious Atacon, St. Clair Academy can just take that fight without any worry in the world. And sort of any sort of trade is good for them, because of course, you know, dying doesn't really mean anything while you have doesn't mean much when you have the Voracious Atacon buff. And overall, and St. Clair Academy are even able to pick up 3 kills to go along with it. And now the gold lead is up to 10,000 in, you know, at minute 23. And I mean, just look at how much gold Crystal Fang has, 14,000 to Rapid Fire's 8.6 thousand. And yeah, it's like this Callista is very, very strong, and like Like it's almost too strong compared to like the rest of the members of the team. Cause
Love, Sick, Candy, proc up against the wall, going to be impaled as well. That's not a good combo if you're trying to escape. Pops the ultimate here, but it is 4 against 1. Nagin's calling in the troops and see how it feels. And Love, Sick, Candy is going to fall again in this bot side. Here comes the push now. Dragon is up, but at this point, that just seems like an afterthought with how strong this St. Clair Academy Saints team is.
I mean, yeah, like almost it's almost like the amount of gold Crystal Flame has downplays how strong the rest of St. Clair Academy is as well.
But the battle continues. Nagin going in. Perhaps they pushed out too far. Now it's a shutdown actually onto Badrick Grimes. Another kill goes over, swapping. It's not enough. The force of Codito and Crystal Fang is just far too mighty. They lose 4 and get 1. That's not a trade you need at this point in the game.
And I mean, there's just so much damage on Codito as well. It's easy to, forget about this Aurelion Soul, who's still very strong right now, but of course not as strong as the Callista. Still, down. But the Aurelion Soul is 515 with 2 items and the upgraded Sorcerer's Shoes completed. And this Aurelion Soul, especially against the front line of Shockwave, is doing a ton of damage with that laser beam, with that Q, and St. Clair, these fights just seem so easy because all they have to do is look for a Nautilus hook, a Nautilus ult, or a Skarner E through a wall, and they can really initiate a fight however they want. And because of just how tanky their front line is and how much damage and how safe St. Clair Academy's backline is, fights feel very easy to play. And as long as Crystal Fang and Codito don't make a huge misplay, if they just fight a very simple front to back game, Western Shockwave should not stand a chance. And especially because Western Shockwave do have a very front-to-back comp. They don't have much dive opportunities. They can look for flanks with Mickey on the Gwen, but that's about it. And yeah,
Oh, we had a bit of an overlay issue, but it doesn't matter. Top soon, it was a blink and you miss it moment is going to fall. Callista remains legendary. Crystal Fang knows how to use his hands on this champ. They look over to the Baron Nash. It seems like this could be a final nail in the coffin. They've gotten most of the buffs up to this point, and they do not show signs of stopping.
Yeah, Western Shockwave need a miracle if they want to hold on to this game for the next push. It does seem like St. Clair Academy will look to base with this Baron buff, spend their gold, and then look for one final push to put the last nail in the coffin. And Western Shockwave, with this Baron buff, they can't rely on wave clear anymore. They just have to look for some kind of miracle fight. St. Clair Academy though, look to just end this one swiftly, end this one cleanly, no mistakes, no rushing. Wait for the whole team to move and just. If I'm then, I'm just calling for a 5-man run it down mid, and then just start a fight. Just dive them under their inhibitor turrets, dive them under their Nexus turrets, and look to end the game. Because, I mean, it is a 13,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Yeah, this is a monstrous hill to climb if you are the Western Shockwave team. And again, it's a full frontal assault onto this mid inhibitor turret right here. The full siege effect, you can see how many Void Mites there are. There's just baroned up minions everywhere, and not a single member on the St. Clair Academy team is an easy pick. All of these are such formidable foes, and they have the support of the rest of their team. There's not really much Shockwave can do here. The energy moves over towards this bot side turret. They're going for all 3 inhibs. It's going to be complete final boss wave of the St. Clair Academy team right here. The hook connects onto Mickey, and now the fight is underway, but all of it is going onto the Impale here. Actually connects onto 2 members of the Western Shockwave, but Badrick Grimes actually falls. So does Codito as well. Is it going to be enough for this Western Shockwave? This is their final fight. Ultimate is pumped by Love, Sick, Candy. It's actually a 3v3. This could be the best fight they've seen all game. Health bars are so low, but it won't be enough. It's a quadra kill for Crystal Fang. Could he get the penta? The rapid fire is just all on his own. In day 1 of WaterLAN, a pentakill for Crystal Fang. You love to see the aggression. You love to see the fight. St. Clair Academy moves over to 1-0 in a stylish fashion.
I mean, Mickey catches 2 with his Needlework and with the Gwen Q, instantly popping the Aurelion Soul and the Skarner, but it's just not enough. Crystal Fang on the Callista, able to kill all 5 members of Western Shockwave and secure the game and the win for St. Clair Academy. And, this is the stuff you want to see. in at this exciting event, it might be sort of early for people who like to wake up late, but yeah, I like to see these exciting, intense games, uh, right off the bat, early in the tournament, uh, and I just want to know like well, first off, very dominant performance from St. Clair Saints, this St. Clair Academy as well. Very strong showing, very much in control of the game. But I just want to note, like, the games we've seen so far, as like this game as well as the previous game with between the Guelph Griffins and the Conestoga Condors, they've been very snowballing. I think that is very, in theme with this new Noxus season. I think snowballing is stronger. Teams with leads can accelerate their leads a lot easier and have a much easier, much more straight and direct way to accelerate their leads compared to previous seasons. And I think that is a trend we will see for the rest of the tournament, and we might see a bigger focus on these early games from these teams going into the future.
All right, and yeah, it's, as you mentioned, I don't think we could have had a better 2 games to start us off. We will be throwing to an intermission soon. The St. Clair Saint varsity team is going to be up against an opponent. We'll have that shortly for you. But yeah, love the game quality, love the hype. It's WaterLAN, baby, and we will be right back to continue our show. Hello, everybody, and welcome back for our third match of the first day of WaterLAN League of Legends 2025. It has been an absolute blockbuster tournament so far with how exciting these first two matches have been. And now we are moving on to our third match, which is going to be between the Guelph Griffins as well as the St. Clair Saints varsity team, each of which are 1-0 at this point in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, to remind everyone, this is the first game of the 1-0 portion of the Swiss stage, and uh, and both teams are now 1-0. If you all remember earlier, if you guys were if those of you watching from home or remember the first match we streamed, that was the Guelph Griffins versus the Conestoga Condors, where they did where the Griffins were able to take down the Condors. The St. Clair Saints varsity team, on the other hand, did win their match off stream, and so they both advanced to the second stage of Swiss, being 1-0, and now they are facing each other. And jumping into draft, we have the first round of bans, almost finishing from both sides, with the Griffins banning out the Jax and the Vladimir, while the Saints ban out the Tilia and the Echo. Nautilus ban coming out on the side for the side of the University of Guelph as well, and again, to remind everyone, this is the second game now of this self-fearless style. So all the champions that the Griffins have picked in their first game against the Condors, they are not allowed to pick for this match. Although the St. Clair is allowed to pick those champions, and it's the same for all the champions that St. Clair picked in their previous Swiss stage match. And now Skarner band is the last band that comes out from St. Clair, and we see the first pick of Griffin being Ash.
Yeah, Ash was something we saw banned in the first two matches. Clearly has some priority in the minds of these players, and it is going to be the first pick for the Griffins. Ash has always been like a pretty solid pick, always able to get work done in the team fight with that passive slow. Just a lot of like on-hit potential, really, and a Yasuo response from St. Clair Varsity. Already, I'm pretty big fan of these first two champions.
Yeah, Yasuo, a very exciting champion to watch all the time. Very mobile, can be flexed into. You generally only see the Yasuo mid or top, and sometimes top, and even sometimes bot. For now, I guess we can assume it is a mid pick for now. And now we see the Rakan coming out as the second pick for the St. Clair Saints, a champion with knockups, something you do like to have on your team as the Yasuo. And now we see the Braum getting picked for the Guelph Griffins, a very strong 2v and dominant 2v2 with the Ashe. The Braum slow and the concussive blows combined with the Ashe slow on the Ashe passive is very strong level 1, and once the level 6 hits, there's a very strong CC chain with the Ashe ult and the Braum ult that can come out as well. And now we see the Gragas being hovered for Guelph. We see a sort of Freljord theme. It's all Freljord champions right now, and Gragas is a top and jungle flex. Although I do think it is more popular in the top lane, just as a very safe blind pick, a safe neutralizing pick. Very just generally good into most top laners. Can farm safely and does have very strong impact in these team fights with the with his barrels and explosive casts. And the last pick comes out from St. Clair, from the St. Clair Shits, and it is the Nunu.
Yeah, a Nunu Freljord trader, baby, going over towards the St. Clair varsity side. And again, another knockup, and this is sort of that tanky jungler soak-up pressure style that we've been seeing through the other two matches. Clearly has some priority throughout the meta that the players have found right now. So we see an Ahri and a Syndra ban as the focus of each of these teams goes over towards that mid lane. A control mage here is sort of what they're looking to parse out, make sure that doesn't really connect. Each of these teams doesn't really have a ton of AP pressure, maybe Nunu, I guess, but not totally. So these control mages are being banned out to sort of prevent that pressure coming in from either side.
Yeah, and Guelph Griffins not seeming to believe that the Yasuo is going mid. As indicated with that Syndra ban, they believe that the Yasuo is going to a different lane, and they want to ban out these power AP picks that St. Clair will try to fit into their team comp in order to round out their damage types. Have a good mix of physical and magic damage. And we see the last bans coming out. First, the Sejuani from the St. Clair Saints banning it out for the Guelph Griffins, and Guelph with their last ban being the Xayah, denying the potent Xayah Rakan combo, and really trying to make sure that Ashe and Braum are able to get ahead, able to go up in CS, get plates, and maybe even set up strong dives and jungle bot 3v3s. And we see the response into the Gragas being the Cassante from St. Clair Saints, and again another tank. We're seeing a lot of tank tops, tank jungles in these games that we've streamed so far, but even despite that, because usually these sorts of games where you have tank tops and tank jungles are characterized as being very slow games. We see a lot of action, and that's and that's something that I think we all like. We all like seeing more action, despite the champion archetypes being played, and I guess Guelph's throwing a sort of surprise. They actually flex the Gragas into the jungle, I believe, and they actually respond to the Cassante with Mordekaiser, which is actually a very popular counter to the Cassante.
I really like this Mordekaiser pick right now, especially within the context of what we've seen so far, Season 2025, this new meta evolving, is that there's a lot of focus on what you can get done with those 80 carries. Heck, we saw Crystal Fang last game pentakill on the Kalista going deathless. When all of those resources were funneled into that 80 carry, it was able to move mountains. So a pick like the Mordekaiser is going to be instrumental in being able to activate the Guelph Griffins to prevent any snowballing from the St. Clair varsity team. And now looks like we still have a bit of indecision here from the side of the St. Clair varsity squad, but I do wonder, does this look like a Yasuo 80 carry game?
This does look like the Yasuo is going into the bot lane, which should be, it's a very risky move considering the Braum theoretically should be very strong against Yasuo. Braum is just very good against melee champs in general, especially because you don't need to rely on landing the Q to apply the stacks of concussive blows. With Yasuo, if the Yasuo ever tries to dash onto the Ashe, the Braum can protect his 80 carry by just autoing the Yasuo, and then following up with a few auto attacks, the Yasuo is stunned, and it should be a fairly favorable trade. Although, another thing to note is the St. Clair Saints ball lane is very mobile. The Yasuo and the Rakan are able to dash in and out of many different scenarios. They're very quick on their feet, and we'll see how they're able to sort of mitigate the damage that this very oppressive early game duo of Ashe Braum will do to them.
And you can see here our newest broadcast feature. We have live player comms, or at least live at the time that they were playing. But pretty exciting to see. I think this is the most extensive broadcast interface that we've been able to have. Players came in from all across Ontario, 8 teams, 6 schools, all fighting for that WaterLAN trophy, and we get to see them here live. It's such a treat.
Yeah, and I do think there's much more volatility now in the top lane with this Mordekaiser, because the Maddie on the Nunu just bobbing his head, but as I was saying, the Mordekaiser uses his ult for 2 purposes. Generally in these Cassante matchups, either in a team fight you ult a priority target on the enemy team like the mid lane or like the ADC in order to isolate them away from the fight and also potentially try to kill them. The other way Mordekaiser does well into Cassante is because when Cassante uses his ultimate all out, and actually hold that thought, Toothbooth trading very aggressively.
Yeah, on to Flocon here. Already both mid laners half health, not even 2 minutes in. They're feeling pretty spicy. They know they're in that 1-0 bracket. They know they're in the high stakes, high reward part of the tournament. That they have some cushion from their previous win, but they need to keep it going. So each side making sure that nothing is getting out of their grasp. Neither side's getting too relaxed.
Yeah, and yeah, this Mordekaiser pick again is very interesting because it should be theoretically good into the Cassante. Oh, and that's
concussive blows down onto Miracle.
Yeah, and but although the one point of concern I do have is flexing the Gragas into the jungle isn't amazing. I don't think Gragas is a great jungler, in my opinion, compared to other AP junglers. And the other concern is when you have an AP top jungle, this Cassante can just stack a bunch of magic resist very, very safely into this top jungle duo that the Guelph Griffins have. And the Merc Treads is doubly effective against all the stuns that Gragas and Ashe and Braum have. So we can expect to see a lot of Merc Treads coming out from the side of the St. Clair Saints. And I mean, more aggressive trading into the mid lane. Toothbooth getting low.
He still has the flash. Flocon did burn it earlier, but that is a nice edge left of health. and he's going to be forced to recall here. Super safe back right there. There's going to have to be forced to teleport or take the long walk of shame back to mid lane. Here comes Maddie with the snowball. I'm not even sure what that skin. I haven't seen that skin. That's awesome. But he is going towards the Krugs. Interesting, we do see a bit of a split jungle here with Asu on the Gragas going bot side. We're trying to put some more pressure on the side that he knows should technically have the advantage right now. And here comes Wander and Danny Quick trying to prove it.
Yeah, very interesting to see Maddie pathing away from this ball lane. Just leaving them on their own, saying that, you know, you guys better just not die early, even though you are at such a huge advantage early in the game. And just hoping that, you know, the ball lane will be able to stay alive, you know, with the Rakan E, with the Yasuo dashes. And Maddie's actually just going to roll through mid.
Yeah, but there's not really any target to connect to. I think the snowball should expire. Oh, but Tooth Booth, you are in the wrong side of the jungle, buddy. That's going to pack a punch. But Asu is going to go for the connect. Gragas' belly packs a punch right there, and Maddie is forced to flash. You can't get too cocky here, especially if you're this point in the tournament. 1-0, you know your opponent should be ready for you. And that was a close call on both sides.
Yeah, and Tooth, you know, leveraging the early power of
Forward retreat, double knockup with the flash comes in for Miracle as well. And the Nunu is in hot pursuit. Danny Quick uses the jump, snowball to get out. Asu, is he looking here? Looks like, again, all will be calm in the Rift, but that splash of excitement, these teams are hungry for that first blood.
Yeah, both these teams are playing on a knife's edge, and Tooth Booth almost dying again, but being able to escape with his life. You know, Flash being forced out from Wander in order to dodge the Rakan knockup, and heavy trading in top lane as well. Like, these games have been so bloody and fierce, and this game especially, there still hasn't been a kill, there still hasn't been a first blood, but these teams are fighting so aggressively, really trying to scrape out any advantage they can, and we are starting to see this, and Wander actually caught by the Rakan knockup, is going to walk out of this one alive.
Wander is still firing. Tornado will connect, but at this point, no last breath, no ultimate on either side. Nobody has it. So still all is calm. It feels as though there have been 20 kills on each side with the amount of fights that have been going on. Play objectives so low under the security of just his tower here, and Sick Jorge backs off.
And Sick Jorge actually used the Mordekaiser ult to try and force something out of the Cassante, out of play objectives, but unfortunately play objectives was able to just walk out of that one. Did not have to use his ult or his flash, but he will but the Cassante will probably have to TP back in, while Sick Jorge can preserve his TP and maintain teleport advantage and just walk back to lane. Lane's relatively even so far in terms of CS. No big advantages anyway yet. The main thing to know is that this Ashe has no flash, and against a Nunu Rakan, he also changed CC.
Yeah, Rakan is making a miracle happen right now. His roam has been exquisitely done. It's going to push them right on to these first Void Grubs. St. Clair Varsity Saints should have the first control, but they are pushing pretty deep here. Wei is going to use the ability here, but isn't going to connect, pushes them off, and that should be grub control for the varsity team here.
And notice how confident the St. Clair Saints are playing. They're just walking in. They don't care at all.
But Guelph's playing confident too. Miracle may have overstepped his bounds, roamed a bit too far. Void Grubs are going to connect. It's so close for both sides, but St. Clair Varsity, no deaths yet. And here comes Maddie with the snowball. The cavalry's here. That's such a mighty force to look at. Coming down from the jungle, the fog of war, revealing this gigantic eddy. But Sick Jorge is so low. First blood is going to go over to play objectives, and that was the kill that's going to start off this match.
Yeah. You know, this aggression almost gets, you know, the Guelph Griffins a double kill in mid. However, Flowcon and Miracle are able to walk out of that one with barely any HP left. But then play objectives, able to capitalize off the fact that Sick Jorge does not have his Mordekaiser ult yet, is able to go all out against that Mordekaiser, secure the solo kill. And I mean, again, first blood is great. You know, no more extra gold, but you do get the feats of strength. And finally, we see, you know, this sort of aggression playing off. We see now we have a noticeable advantage to pay attention to in the top lane with that solo kill. But I do think though that that lane still will be fairly stable for the Mordekaiser. Dying once early is not the end of the world in that lane.
Here comes the flash though from RNG. Last Breath connects as well. St. Clair Varsity is on to the Griffins. Nunu ult is ready and it is momentarily popped. Slaying Wander, slaying Danny quick. It's a double kill over for Maddie. And that was the St. Clair Varsity. They're keeping the snowball rolling.
Literally keeping the snowball rolling as well on that Nunu and Willem. And again, more trading from Flocon, more good trading from Flocon, getting Tooth low, not letting him breathe in this lane. And I just want to highlight, like, that play was completely set up by Warren G on that Yasuo. The Flash Tornado onto Wander secured the kill, despite Wander using the barrier anyways. The Ashe still ended up falling to that Nunu ult, and Danny Quick ends up dying
Tooth Booth though, onto Flow Quick, forced to burn the Flash. Nice aggression from Tooth Booth here. We're seeing off the teleport, still showing the Griffins, you can't push them too far. You can't get too cocky here. Sick Jorge still continuing up his trend from the first game, loving to have these fist fights here.
Yeah, and Tooth Booth and Flocon just trading blows like boxers, just going back and forth, getting each other low, you know, testing how close it is, and now Tooth Booth might be caught out again.
Nice dodge on the snowball there, and now Asu is right in the middle of the fray, but he might have gone too far. Knocked up, thrown around, slain down. Flocon has gotten the Gragas, and they're looking for more still. St. Clair Varsity Saints, they're just under tower range. They know they can't go further, but again, this battle of inches is completely determining this game right now. Play objectives into the Death Realm. Sick Jorge, it's a 1v1 still, but the all-out comes in. He ends up behind the tower. That's a hefty shield, but will it be enough? This could be the second kill. Play objectives has Jorge's number right now.
I mean, St. Clair Saints are just out. They're just mechanically outplaying the Guelph Griffins right now. I mean, we see another solo kill in that top lane. You know, into the counter pick of the Mordekaiser, which is incredible to see right now. And again, we see a unsuccessful, you know, engage from Asu on the Gragas, perhaps, you know, a bit too overconfident or overestimating Tooth Booth's damage in the moment, and ultimately the Gragas does get one shot without being able to use flash or anything like that, and now it's 5-0 in favor of the St. Clair Saints. And now with the Spirit's Massage completed for the Cassante, this Mordekaiser should have a very tough time fighting against this Cassante in the side lane, because Mordekaiser is and you see Asu might be caught out by Maddie right now.
Asu, has he pushed up too far? Maddie and Asu, oh, the cask has actually flashed away from. Good play from Maddie, quick thinking, but he is going to burn that flash for the lower objective, or the lower cooldown here. And now Flocon is able to have pressure put on him. The knockup is there, and Tooth Booth has slain Flocon as well. Asu continuing to push up. He is the front man for his entire team right now, pushing up, creating space, burning cooldowns. However, we do see the Void Grubs are the objective of the hour right now. It is a 3v4 right here, and it is a complete mess. The arrow does connect onto Miracle. It's going to be his death, but here comes Warren G. The Yasuo is online. The Tornado hits 3, but it's not enough. The Guelph Griffins are still trying to play around each other. The health bars are so low. The Mordekaiser pull connects, but nobody's dying except for Warren G. Their timer is up. The shutdowns come through, and Guelph has equalized.
Guelph finds the play they were looking for, and they completely equalized the game from being, you know, I think around 3,000 gold down. 4 kills now onto Tooth Booth. The man who was so dominant on that Syndra last game now also has an early lead on this quirky mid, and it all started off with that, you know, with that coordinated play from Danny Quick and Tooth Booth onto Flocon mid, catching out the Hui with no flash, and then with 4 members of the team with Sick Jorge rotating down, they collapse onto the St. Clair Saints, who are perhaps greeting for the grubs, and now Sick Jorge might actually be caught out now.
He might be the greedy one, but actually he pulls Miracle into the Death Realm. This is what we were talking about earlier. He's able to create the 1v1 just by virtue of his champion. Miracle's going to fall here actually, and Sick Jorge, he creates his own space by creating a Death Realm, and that's going to be another kill over to the Guelph Griffins. Dragon spawning soon. Control is going to be very dicey from this point.
Yeah, and look, the Braum ult is coming back up soon, the Ashe ult as well, and not only is the Rakan dead, but now Hui has no ult, so this should just be a free dragon going over to the side of the Guelph Griffins. And now, you know, if you're Guelph, you should be really happy with this because you have so many Void Grubs and you also have 2 Dragons. You know, play objectives, going all out against Sick Jorge.
With the all out here, Sick Jorge with the hammer slam down. The entire match thus far, play objectives has had Sick Jorge's number, but will that continue with the gold difference that we've seen so far? And Sick Jorge's health bar continues to dwindle under the cover of his tower, but this is still such a dicey map. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. It was a very long call to make that play, but again, even when he's so low, he still continues to fight. The pull does connect, hit as well, but it looks like both these will get out of their lives. Get out with their lives today.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing, you know, I'm very glad to see Guelph Griffins, you know, fighting their way back into this game through, you know, good picks, good positioning, good use of their spells and ultimate. And now, this should be, yeah, there should be, I believe, 1 feat of strength each. The last remaining feat of strength should be the first turret, because I do believe that Guelph has claimed 3 epic monsters now, and Sick Jorge is now getting dove by Maddie and play
flash. No Death Realm to save him here. Asu can only hope, but it is going to be a slam from that Q3 on play objectives that seals the deal. And when the 1v1's not working, you bring it a 1v2, and that's going to be another kill over to this Cassante. Now he's 3-1. First turret goes over to St. Cloud Varsity again, and this whole game is feeling just like a roller coaster.
Yeah, and now Maddie trying to catch out Asu as well with the help of Flocon.
Asu caught out. It's not a chance to get out. That is surgical play here from the St. Clair Varsity, especially with that top tower being destroyed now. Oh, it's actually going to live. Okay, it has another couple seconds here to live. But Asu, I feel like he was calling the shots. He was sort of leading the team and be able to make that space for the rest of them. So getting caught out like that is going to be so critical for his impact in the rest of this game.
Yeah, and with that mid-tier 1 dropping early in the game, now the feats of strength have been won by the Varsity Saints. They will enjoy those triumphant boot upgrades with the tier 3 boots. And I mean, the gold lead now swinging back in favor of the St. Clair Saints. And as we see Enchanted Crystal Arrow come down onto Miracle, trying to save Tooth Booth. Will that be enough?
It actually might be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's not! I spoke too soon, and the Corky's butt is raised in the air as Hui is able to get the kill. Flocon snipes him from afar, and now that death timer's got to feel so bad. But Sick Jorge once again fighting play objectives. You gotta wonder, at what point does this become favorable? It seems like play objectives wants these fights. He wants these fights, and they are still going his way. Sick Jorge now has to run for the hills here, trying to escape, and it is not going to be easy with Miracle coming up the river as well. That is 4 kills over to play objectives. He has Sick Jorge down.
And now,
AQ with the flash! On to Flocon Revenge! It's a shutdown! It's a shutdown from Tooth Booth. What a poetic ending for this Corky. Oh my goodness, retribution for what happened earlier. And I love this game. I love this game.
I mean, there's been at least 1 kill a minute in basically all of the games we've seen so far. I mean, this new season looks to be incredibly fun to watch and probably play. And, you know, we're seeing St. Clair. And, you know, even as we see St. Clair sort of, you know, find their way back into the driver's seat, controlling the game, we see some very great responses from Asu and Tooth Booth finding the body slam into the flash onto Flocon, securing another kill and shutdown for Tooth Booth, which is currently the strongest member by far on the Guelph Griffins. And Guelph also looking to take a mid-tier 1, you know, clawing their way back into this game. An extra gold injection.
This could be that first team fight we see. The Herald taken in the mid-tier 1 taken as well. Play objectives leading the front here for the St. Clair Varsity, and that is the trigger that's pulled. But the rest of Guelph has so much peel. They can get out whenever they need to, and that is going to be no dice. Guelph Griffins do not want any piece of it.
Yeah, Guelph only having to lose their supposed flash is not the end of the world. They're still able to fight this next dragon if they want. But oh my God,
Wander instantly pulls the trigger. That is going to be so tough for this Ashe here. Caught out just by 1 knockup, and that's the power of a Yasuo caught, my man. Like 1 knockup, and he is instantly locked down.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie is amazing on this Nunu. He is just everywhere. You know, scouring the map, you know, like a vulture, collecting all these kills, and he might find Tooth Booth as well.
That is an absolute Tokyo drift right there. Tooth Booth once again caught out, caught down, and that is going to be the tower. The pressure from St. Clair is starting to grow again, like we saw in that earlier game. But oh my goodness, it's so close on the knife's edge. We flash over the camera to the top side, and Play Objectives still has it. Sick Jorge, it's so close this time, but once again, not able to make it.
Yeah, Sick Jorge is so close, but Play
Bit of an issue
Objectives.
with the Herald just there. Owen Hue is knocking them in. Well, forced to retreat. The ultimate comes down, and there is the Herald as well, pushing up. Meep, here comes Snoo from the bot, but he's actually going mid onto Wander again. Enchanted Crystal Arrow used to stop it, but these towers are dropping like flies. Asu needs something to say about it. Is the tower enough? It is. Warren G is going to fall as well. Once again, this game has been all about territory, all about knowing how far you can push your luck, and it looks like the St. Clair Varsity Saints may have pushed it too far. Miracle, he uses the dash to escape, dashes again, but leaves Flocon in the dust. Now Maddie comes in, but the Hex Gate as well. Play Objectives here to peel for the rest of his team, but is his health bar enough? Sick Jorge gets one slam, it's a fadeaway as the rest of his team picks up the scraps. The shutdown come through, and now here comes the Hex Gate over from Toothbooth. Strongest member, most powerful force on the Guelph Griffins. He needs to play his space carefully. Can't get too close to Flocon. He knows how it feels. But it looks like things are getting calm. And they're going for the dragon. Holy moly!
Like, these teams are just relentless right now. Like, there's no time to breathe for either one of these teams. Both teams are very proactive. They're responding. Both teams are making plays. They're making counter plays to their opponent's plays. And there's so much action, and despite the 4K gold deficit on the side of the Griffins, for the Griffins, they are still very much in this game. They're finding a lot of very successful plays. They have, like, for example, on that mid play, Wander. Sorry, there's actually as I was saying, another fight happening in the top jungle.
Griffins are pushing forward. Knockup though from the Rakan, hits onto 2. Noodle ultimate doesn't do much, and here it comes. It's a scrappy fight. All of Guelph is disconnected, but the forces of St. Clair individually are going to be stronger here. They do get the Ashe. They also get the Gragas. The force of the Guelph Griffins is starting to dwindle. All that's left is Toothbooth left on this Corki, but is hit with the with the Hue spell, excuse me. And Sick Jorge now facing 5 members of the St. Clair Saints. It is looking dire once again for the Guelph Griffins. You get an inch and they take a mile.
Yeah, and the St. Clair Saints look towards Toothbooth. While Maddie and Warren G and Play Objectives look to secure the Adacon in the meantime. I mean, like,
Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect. Is there anything they can do with this? No, I guess not. Wow.
I'm very curious on the idea behind the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Wander in that position. I'm not sure if he thought that Flocon was low enough so that the arrow would just kill him outright. I'm not sure, but thankfully Flocon is able to just be able to walk away, and after just being stunned for 3 seconds, and now with the Adacon, with the gold lead, the St. Clair Saints are once again in a very, very commanding position. And with a champion like Nunu in this game state, they really can just start running around, controlling vision, and then using that Nunu snowball to just run around and try to secure picks onto the immobile champions that the Guelph Griffins have. Like this Mordekaiser, being behind is actually a very vulnerable target to this Nunu, if the Nunu has help, obviously. So is this Corki, and especially this Ashe. When this Ashe, like, once Wanderer has flash up, you will have that sort of, like, that fail safe, allowing you to flash away.
And the snowball connects too as well. Sick Jorge now might go down to 1-7, enters the death realm while the rest of the fight continues. But the St. Clair Varsity Saints are just waiting here for the death realm to end. Sick Jorge falls. Now the Guelph Griffins are still trying to push forward, but it's all in the Guardian Angel. They're just going to go right back over to their base. Not a lot of kill credit, not that much reward, no death timers importantly, and they have so much room to push with, the St. Clair Varsity Saints, and they're pushing forward still. They want so much of this base. They want to move to that 2-0.
Maddie is playing so aggressively. So much credit to this Nunu. Making these plays happen, getting 2 flashes.
The flash, and the Guardian Angel still remains. At this point, it's just a faster recall with that kill intact. The inhibitor down. Wander's trying to go on to here onto Warren G. It looks like he might be caught out here, but again, it's just a Guardian Angel. He's just going to go right back to base.
Yeah, and now with these voracious Adacon buffs being expended for the St. Clair Saints, what they get in return is an 8,500 gold lead. Already at 23 minutes. Like, the snowballing has been insane for the St. Clair Saints, despite, how hard the Guelph Griffins have been fighting back at them. To give credit where credit is due, Guelph had many good angles and made many right plays, but now...
Danny Quick. Gonna have to be quicker than that, buddy. I'm so sorry. Concussive blows won't get him out of that one.
And Flocon is now unstoppable, 8-2-3. I mean, both mid laners have been fighting very hard this game. Of course, Toothbooth being the bright spot on the side of the Guelph Griffins for this match. But, I mean, Maddie is just looking again, forcing out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and chunking Wander down to 50% HP.
Ooh, this is looking dicey here for the Griffins. This could be their last stand. Flocon is dominating. Jorge falls again. The St. Clair Saints have so much room to play with, and at this point, they're playing with their food. The Griffins are falling like flies, and the turrets are falling as well. They go into the base. They're just trying to pad their stats, get their numbers up, and the both Griffins aren't quite dying yet. That fountain does heal them quite a bit, but at this point, it's looking like a lost cause for the Griffins. You can fight all you want, but the St. Clair is varsity, and they are here to play. But maybe they overstepped their boundaries. Nunu all forced to go, and it actually doesn't do a lot of damage onto Danny Quick. This might be what the Guelph Griffins were looking for. Hexgate is stopped. It's interrupted due to the stun, and that's a big shutdown onto Flocon as well as onto Maddie. Oh my, the St. Clair Varsity Saints. They might have pushed too far.
The St. Clair Saints, getting
Is that Soul?
Having too much fun. And yeah, and now they might have just given up the Soul to the Guelph Griffins. And now this is a new win condition that they can play around because, importantly, even though the Nexus turrets are down, now in Season 15, the Nexus turrets will respawn eventually. And now with them being able to secure the Soul, not only do they get arguably the strongest Soul in the game, which is the Hextech Dragon Soul, they also have the Elder Dragons also spawning in 5 minutes, and if the St. Clair Saints make another mistake in 5 minutes, well, the Guelph Griffins have a very real chance of being the favorite team to win this match with this relatively early Elder Dragon. A bit of a, I guess, misplay from St. Clair Saints, getting too excited, wanting to play for kills, but this might actually end up biting them back later. But although for now, even with the Dragon Soul, I do think the St. Clair Saints are still winning this game set right now, as they look to accelerate the game even more by taking the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and there's not really any way that the Guelph Griffins can approach this. There's so much fog of war, so much uncertainty, and that Purple Worm is going to fall for Varsity. They may have overstepped their bounds recently in that enemy base, and the game is still entirely uncertain, especially with that Hextech Soul, but they just put themselves in a very good position.
Yeah, but once again, the St. Clair Saints still have to be very careful. This Hextech Soul is very formidable. It is very easy to catch out the Flash Display, or even potentially a Flashless Yasuo. However, as long as they play it right, they should be able to safely secure this game.
Who is flanking who right now, as the rest of St. Clair Varsity is sieging two sides at once. This is still an open Nexus at this point. You've got to be very careful. If you have to trade turret for Nexus, I would keep my Nexus every time personally. But it looks like the Varsity team knows that, and they are pushing heavy onto this top side. They're using that Baron buff, pushing them down, and the knockup is going to connect onto Danny Quick. That might have been too much for him, actually. Snowballs thrown like fire.
Yeah, crucially, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was used by Wander, and now St. Clair used this chance to go
Everything's coming down onto the Guelph Griffins. They've had a chance. They had their try, but at this point, the St. Clair Varsity is moving up to the 2-0. It was a fearsome match, but they're going to come out on top.
Very strong fight from both sides, but the St. Clair Saints do end up coming out on top. Amazing play from... honestly, everyone on St. Clair, obviously, special attention to Maddie, incredible proactivity and playmaking on that Nunu and Willempink. Additionally, all the solo kills coming from that Cassante in the top lane definitely helped as well, and also, of course, the incredible Yasuo play we saw from Warren G. But, of course, very well fought match from the Guelph Griffins. This shouldn't be a discouraging loss, I don't think, because even when they were behind in that mid game, in that around 15-minute mark, they were making, especially the jungler Asu was making a lot of very good plays. Toothbooth, of course, getting fed, looking for these opportunities, and dropping to a 1-1 for the Guelph Griffins is not the end of the world. Of course, they still have a win under their belt, and there's still more to the Swiss stage. But the St. Clair Saints varsity team very happy with being, our first 2-0 team in the Swiss stage.
Congratulations so far to the St. Clair varsity team, moving to 2-0, as you say. Guelph Griffins, they shouldn't feel too bad about that loss. They fought hard, and at the end of the day, a lot of it ended up being mechanics, short moments that did snowball, which seems to be our theme of the day so far. So we will be throwing to a short break, but don't go anywhere. These matches are electric.
In Waterloo Region, we founded the Waterloo Region Esports Commission in 2021, and now we're at a point where we have this wealth of knowledge, of leadership, of different organizations and institutions that are invested in esports.
We have a lot of people that have esports backgrounds, understand the industry, understand the wants and needs of the community, and that's probably the key.
We have a variety of different part-time staff that are already trained on how to run esports events specifically that companies and different stakeholders can take advantage of. So it's a direct way that the institutions can support the region, and in return, the students can also benefit from these opportunities to further their career.
Although we have an airport, we have hotels, we have restaurants and nightlife, we're still a small town. So when you come to Waterloo, you're really going to feel the support of the whole region. And that's not necessarily the case in other places.
We've seen an explosive growth in support systems, student leadership opportunities, in streaming, in commentating and marketing. There's a path for almost everyone, and it expands beyond the university and the college campus into the region at large, which is incredibly encouraging to see.
Events is always going to be a key point of focus. But I do think as a short-term goal, it's how can we make sure that we're helping the people who are helping us as we're developing this model. And I think a big player in that for sure is post-secondary.
Waterloo brings in a lot of international students. It allows first generation, second generation immigrants to be able to integrate within the scene with other people in Waterloo. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to esports, race doesn't matter, class doesn't matter. We're all here to just play and compete in the same game.
Over the next few years, the more that high school demographic starts to understand what's happening at the post-secondary level, the more likely we are to see that local interest finding their way into our local institutions, getting involved with broadcast, teams, and how we can develop the Canadian esports system at large.
Just incredible to see in Waterloo the whole community embrace something new and make it part of who we are. Because it was there, but now the world gets to see it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to WaterLAN Day 1 League of Legends 2025.
Woohoo!
We are here with Jamin. He is stepping in for Brian for the next half of the day. I'm Jack. You can call me Flarfles. Jamin, you can call him Puffball. And we are here for match 4 ahead of us of League of Legends today. And it should hopefully be a continuation of the bangers we've been seeing today.
Well, speaking of the bangers, first of all, I'd like to apologize to all the Brian fans in the chat. I am his replacement, so you're going to have to deal with my face for the entire rest of the stream, so quick apology for that. But as somebody who's jumping in the middle of the stream, I just want to ask you, what games have been the real bangers of today?
Well, to be honest, literally all 3 of them, I feel like. They've been, the first one was like a scrappy showcase of what Season 2025 has to offer. Second one was like a dominating Callista game with a pentakill at the end. And the third one was like Clash of the Titans right now against the 1-0 Guelph Griffins and the St. Clair varsity team. And eventually St. Clair won that, but they've all just been fantastic games to watch. It's been fantastic sharing these moments with you. And we wouldn't have been able to do that without the help of one of our sponsors, the Waterloo Region Esports Commission. The Waterloo Esports Commission brings the thrilling esports events and tournaments that showcase the best of what Waterloo's vibrant gaming scene is, powered by cutting-edge technology and local talent, and we can't thank them enough for being a part of our show today. But let's get right back into the draft. We're here in our 1-1 side of the bracket. The Conestoga Condors up against the OTSU Esports team.
Right. These are 2 teams that I've personally casted, outside of WaterLAN as well. OTSU, Conestoga. I know that they're both 0-1 right now, but I know that they're teams with a lot of potential. I know they got a lot of explosive strength. I believe in both of them, which means I believe in the draft. I want to see, especially in this new meta, what kind of picks they're going to pull out. And like you mentioned, it's like we have this kind of omakase of different things going out right now. We had, the full prio comp, we had the Callista Pentakill. So, now, anything's up for grabs, but it looks like on the side of Conestoga Condors, they're going to target the proactive junglers with the Diana. Well, I wouldn't say Shyvana's proactive, but with a Shyvana ban as well.
Yeah, that has sort of been the name of all of these games. What leads teams to victory is having a clear vision, a clear driver, and that's typically been one player throughout all these teams of where they're going to go, where they're going to put their resources in. Obviously, with St. Clair Academy, that was the Callista, ended up being 10-0 with a pentakill at the end. So it would have been like 15 at that point. Previous game, we saw Maddie on that Nunu with the snowballs, and they were able to absolutely take over snowballing figuratively and literally with all the kills we saw. And it should be more of the same thing here. So exactly as you mentioned, Cassante up against Ashe. We saw Ashe in the previous game, and it didn't go too well for them necessarily. See if Condors can take it a bit better.
Yeah, I think definitely, I've seen some Ashe played recently, but definitely the strength of Ashe as having that much like trading potential, and I think those things got dialed back a little bit in the new patch, and I think definitely still a pick worth picking, but definitely I think not as straight up a blind powerful pick. But if you have the team coordination for it, obviously it's a good pick. But I just want to mention you dread it, run from it. Blue side, blind Cassante arrives all the same, right? So, OTSU, they opt for the safe option. You blind Cassante, you kind of neutralize top, and then you kind of, drop the prio down to, especially I think in this meta, the mid jungle is the, you gotta look out for the mid jungle, right? And especially with how volatile the feats of strength are, having the prio, having those proactive champions, very, very important. And maybe that's also part of why Jinx and Ashe are decent picks, because they can contribute a lot to these skirmishes without necessarily having to run up to those fights.
Yeah, exactly. The theme that we've been seeing today is, as you mentioned, like proactivity, aggression, being able to make space when you want to, and being able to take risky plays to get that advantage. And things have come out like the feats of strength, the Otacon as our new objective here, and a lot of that We actually have a Quinn. Excuse me, sorry. We have a Quinn online. That is a rare pick here, but I guess fitting for the Condors, the bird team. That makes sense.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
That's the Condor.
They're launching their mascot at them. You know, like this is playing with 6 players. I don't think this is fair, but it totally makes sense, right? We talked about Prio just for like 5 minutes, and especially into Cassante. If you can get the trade, I mean, I think the only scenario I think Cassante gets a trade if he like predicts with his W really well and like gets like a nice trade combo. But other than that, we talk about Prio and skirmishes so much that I guess Quinn is definitely a pick to watch out for. And yeah, and with that we have all of our, or if not most of our bans locked in. We see that there's a Nocturne Nautilus target ban on the bottom, but now speaking on the side of the OTSU, they're target banning the supports, the Lulu and Rel. I think definitely both good picks in this meta. I went to OPGG and looked up the tier list, so so definitely pretty good picks in this meta that have been banned out for Conestoga.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Jinx especially is so fluctuating, volatile, depending on the support that you're gonna pick. So, the Ashe, excuse me. So surprised actually that being the case that the Braum went through such a strong combo with the concussive blows combined with the slows. I feel like that might pose a hard time, especially for this immobile Jinx. So we'll have to see how OTSU responds. Yeah, interesting Braum got through.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe Braum, what more can we say? That's been a combo since last meta too. We've been seeing this all the time, especially when teams want to have, they kind of want both, right? They want Prio, they want a little bit of Peel, they want a bit of Prio. The only thing that the problem with Braum pick is that it does lack. It is bad as like a primary engage, but obviously on the side of Condors, they have Skarner, they have Ashult, so hopefully they're just looking to take this laning phase strongly. And we see that it's actually going to be a Zac locked in for the final pick of OTSU. So very interesting. That's a Zac jungle, I believe.
Yeah, in case anyone isn't familiar, so far, this tournament is actually self-fearless draft, which means you can't play any of your previous picks. So teams have either had to make the choice for keeping their powerful picks later in the tournament and try and make it later with a high score with a champ they might not be as comfortable on, or go for comfort early. And it's going to be very interesting to see if that Zac is a comfort pick now that they're 0-1, or that's a power pick that they've been keeping. So, yeah, very interesting. And an Ari here to round out the comp. So, how do you feel about each of these so far? Which, if you had to pick a side, which team would you rather be on right now?
That is kind of tough. You know, speaking in solo queue terms, I would probably be on the OTSU side just because I'm a big believer of just stability overall. I know the bot lane, and I know the bot lane potential of Conestoga. I think honestly, it's just the Quinn pick, right? If I see Quinn in my game, I'm like, oh my god, like is she gonna win? Like, is she gonna destroy lane like she's supposed to, and like roam everywhere? But I think if you utilize the pick well, obviously it can be very good. But I think it definitely depends. The game is really dependent on that top matchup. First of all, and I think overall, I do want to see how Zac plays out these early ganks as well. And also, one thing I want to say is all these champions, even if it is self-fearless, are pretty standard for now. So I don't think the teams have hit the bottom of the barrel yet. Call me, when teams are picking something, like when there's a Thresh going mid, wake me up and call me again, because exactly. I want to see what happens, later in the tournament when teams really scrape the bottom of the barrel.
We are seeing a deadly 5-stack on the side of OTSU against Ramusi here. He is able to dodge it so far, but that Thresh should have taken hook first probably if they're going for this strat here. So, they do reveal. I don't think much is going to come from this so far. I might have to bite my tongue later. Conestoga is here getting vision, so they are technically being more proactive in getting resources onto their enemy side.
Right. Yeah, so Conestoga definitely, getting that knowledge early on, very important, especially unless Emma does some Go-Go Gadget stretchy arms and manages to get an invade onto Ramusi. But for now, I think it's going to be a lot of nothing. But no, I spoke too soon. There's going to be a little bit of invade with the Zac and Cassante. The QW is going to land on the Quinn. That's a little bit of damage. But it looks like they're going to be OTSU is just going to walk into the front lawn of Conestoga and say, this is mine.
And another thing, just a side note, I don't know if Lopasinski bought items.
Oh, interesting. That is a Ashe level 1, so It is maybe this is a technology where you don't buy any items and then you like go back and then you buy a pickaxe and you're immensely powerful. But speaking of immensely powerful, 4 members of OTSU are just running into Lazaro, forcing their flash. The Thresh Hook is going to land on Rosie as well. The Skarner is ignited. That's 2 flashes burned on the side of Conestoga. And OTSU making best use of their lane swap to get this early top mid prio.
Excellent use of those resources here to expend so much of the top pressure that they'll be facing. Especially against that Quinn, it's definitely better to have no flash. That's a lot of pressure taken off this Cassante, who did, in fact, teleport to the bot side, so he'll be up against the itemless Ashe, and it is a lane swap here. But, yeah, interesting start. Once again, it's all about that aggression, all about being able to make your claim, being able to make the first move, picking up the napkin first, and that is what will decide these games.
Right, and I think the latest patch actually made turret plates a little bit tougher to take as well, so I think there's definitely more viability to, you know, if you're the one, like you mentioned, like if you're the one putting the napkin down, if you're the one who, you know, makes the first move and has the prio on, you know, strategically, not just, you know, in terms of like the champion, but strategically, I think there's a lot more options to, you know, pursue, especially in this meta where, now the turrets, like the bot turret doesn't melt away anymore. So if you're the one who executes the plan first, obviously that's going to be good for you, as we see a little bit of mind games over there. Conestoga trying to match the side of OTSB. Are they going to go top? Are they going to go bot? Like, you know, very important, obviously.
Yeah, kind of calling the bluff of OTSU on this lane swap match. But again, now OTSU is going back up. So they've again called their bluff. And that is such an interesting mind games, especially because they can't see each other. They have really no idea what's been going on. They double bluffed each other, and it's just back to normal.
Both teams are playing in dimensions that I possibly cannot comprehend. They are playing 5D chess while I am here playing 2D checkers. They have opened their third eye. They see things that I don't, as Jinx catches top wave. So I guess in the end, nothing too eventful happens, but you know, that's probably because I can't. They're moving too fast for my eyes to see.
Yes, it's just their after image. So we do see here a split jungle that occurs from the, I guess, the lane swap exactly. So the Zac is pathing towards that top side, and now junglers have to be really careful where they divert their attention. Ramusi going for the invade. Nice work there, knowing that the timer will be up on this red buff. That's going to be a happy pick for him. But as I was saying, the Otacon spawn is based on where the most action happens. So junglers are going to have to be so much more aware and thinking about where they want that to take place on the map, where they want to divert their attention. And if we take a look at the bottom half of the map, the wards suggest for Conestoga that they're hoping to put their attention to the spot side. And that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we're seeing this right now. Cassante ignited flash, the pattern we see everywhere. No team is willing to give up first blood. You know, I think one thing that I've noticed also is first blood is disproportionately, in a way, you know, too easy to get sometimes, right? Especially, the Thresh flashes forward onto Quinn. They know the Quinn has no flash. Quinn is making a mad dash for the turret, but the Jinx Chompers are going to stop right there, and that's the last rocket going to get first blood picked up for OTSU. The fruits of their lane swaps finally, you know, this is exactly what they wanted.
That was just fantastically smart play, both playing on the timer of Lazaro, playing on the timer of Waterworth, and knowing that they're in the area, as well as the fact that Ramusi will be bot side after that recent gank, as well as those chompers so excellently placed. A lot of the time, you have to, like, people don't realize that the chompers don't actually have to bite anyone. It's about the space they create and the paths they block off, and that's what enables them to get this first kill. Dragon is going to go over to the side of Conestoga, but I think both sides feeling pretty happy with where they're at.
Yeah, I think definitely on the side of OTSU they get the first blood feed of strength, so I think they're decently happy about that. Conestoga, you know, you have to play the diagonal. If they get that kill and nothing happens, if I was Conestoga, I'd be very unhappy. But since they get the dragon, I would say game still very even. 100 gold lead on the side of OTSU, but you know, who could predict the outcome of this game? And one thing I want to say is I want to praise Emma for that very, like, this is exactly what you have to do if you play things like Thresh. You have to measure out the cooldowns. You have to think about the flashes, and if you know that they're down, you have to be very confident. You'll flash, you throw the Q, sometimes you miss, sometimes you get missing things, but you have to do it regardless.
There was no fear on Emma there, and the rewards were bountiful. Once again, we see the lane swap flip to the other side, just going to be in time for the Grubs, actually. So Conestoga right now kind of in charge of all these objectives that are coming up with that lane swap cryo. Obviously, Kisante doesn't really have many options to approach this here, so that is going to be another free 3 uncontested Grubs here for Conestoga. And right now, jungle is kind of the name of their game. Waterworth might be more interested in kills.
And it looks like OTSU's strategy is now to kind of bully this Quinn. Obviously in a lane swap, there's traditionally a few strategies. If you play a range top into lane swap, you just try to like rat your way into a bush and like try to get a minion or two. And there's the other strategy where you play Cassante, or you play like Rumble or something, and or Ornn, and then you just go in front of the minions and go whoop, and then you try to take a piece of XP while they beat you up. But obviously the sign of Quinn, which is, you know, if you're behind this Quinn, even if you're not behind, a Zac flying out of the bush, obviously very lethal. But speaking of very lethal and dives, I think it's now going to be Conestoga looking to at least force out Kriv from the top lane.
Yeah, Kriv pushed off there, knowing better than to try and take this fight. Hopefully for him, yeah. Here's the bit of a proxy from Fusion, slowing down that wave, trying to deny as much XP as possible. Waterworth has just been kind of sitting around in this jungle. I don't know if I really like this. I feel like while they get the invade, there hasn't been anything that's been going on the map. Snowball, there's a bit of a snowball forming on the top side. You can see the power of those 3 Grubs they collected earlier. These top plates are whittling away. Bot also fell one. And the amount of plates here for this Lopasinski, he's actually pretty even in gold, but he should be, yeah, pretty even. I guess both sides have been taking towers or top turrets, but it's still good macro play here. And Fusion actually may have taken a couple tower shots himself.
I think that they really want this tower for the feat of strength, right? First turret, if they have 2 objectives going up, is going to be huge for them. Kriv is stunned by the Skarners. The Skarners level 6. The turret is going to be destroyed by the Braum as Kriv is stunned up. Is he going to be able to fight back? He throws the Q, but it's too little, too late as Conestoga managed to land a successful dive. But who got the first turret there?
Oh, that's true, actually. And that's more important than ever with these new feats of strength. So I'm not sure. We'll have to see who ends up buying these boots later. I don't know necessarily if there's a way to view it on the overlay, but Kriv, at that point, he just had to back off, take his loss. The only options were die and defend the turret, which is going to fall anyways, or just leave the turret to die on its own, and he ends up falling. And Siren is dead.
Yeah, it's just Hwei solo kill onto Ari in mid lane, just casually. It was so casual that we didn't even see it because, you know, Hwei just made it look so natural, but speaking of natural, Ramasi is getting the pin onto Emma, has to burn the flash, but it's going to be the Braum slow. That's going to stop, but the Zac stun is going to be the hero play. Waterworth manages to get the huge 3-man knockup. Everybody is flashing back. The hook goes wide as it's a complete fist fight. He was going to get a kill, and it's going to be OTSU that turns the fight around. It looks so doomed with the Braum Ash to Ash. At the beginning of the fight, Conestoga just walked forward, hit OTSU, but with Waterworth hero play, OTSU just turned the play around in 1 instant.
Who caught who here? Emma looked like the absolute perfect pocket pick to be slain right there, but Conestoga fell for OTSU's trap. Emma lives with a sliver of health, and the fight's not over.
Yeah, they want more, and I don't think you're getting away from a Zac and a Cassante at this range. I am sorry, the barrier is invested as well, but what is the Quinn going to do? That is not a Zac. You are not Waterworth. You cannot jump in and stop 5 people, and it looks like OTSU are the greedy ones now. They want more. They want more from this play, and the Q, the free Hwei QE is melting away at everybody in Conestoga, and in this narrow jungle fight, Jinx Rocket gets double kill. It's going to be everybody on the side of Conestoga that are wiped out. It's going to be 4 members that have gone down in the end, and 1 second after another, OTSU have flipped the play again and again and again. They put their foot on the pedal and they don't let go.
That was an absolute roller coaster of a fight until Haunted tips the scales. Super Mega Death Rocket with the double kill. Suddenly, it's 8-1 within 3 minutes.
Yeah, they want more. The Zac flying over the wall. The hero, the way gets shut down by the Ash. The Haunted is going crazy. The Haunted gets to get excited going. Are they going to be able to go for more? No, Conestoga with a little bit of a revenge there, but not enough for 8 kills, I believe.
You give an inch and they take a mile. This game has exploded. The gold lead has ballooned and the kill count has it's gotten massive right now. It's only 11 minutes into the game. 10-2 is the scoreline, and I think maybe the teams might need to. I think they're looking for a calm break. They've been fighting a lot, but they're going for the grubs. There's a lot of potential here for another fight. Ramusi's in the area.
Yeah, and this is very, very crucial. I think this objective is going to be, you don't even if you're on the side of OTSU, but the thrush hook lands from Emma once again, and that's gonna be Ramusi just completely cut off from the rest of the team, and that's looking like free grubs for OTSU.
OTSU is doing such a fantastic job forcing Conestoga to either lose an objective or play into them, and each time they are capitalizing so well. It's been grubs going over. Emma's leading over tons of kills towards this OTSU side, and they've been getting lots of advantages from that. The fight has just been continuing for the last like 4 minutes.
Yeah, and OTSU actually want to use more of their tempo to deny this dragon as well, and this is honestly disastrous for the side of Conestoga. They were looking to at least get the objective trade, but now it looks like OTSU has complete control, and Dragon's going to be theirs as well. And one thing I want to say, right, this Hui pick, like, he walks and get the solo kill on the Siren, but after that, the QEs, the amount of fissures he throws out in these choke points in these team fights, just it's like throwing a rumble equalizer like every 3 seconds, and it has been so crucial for OTSU's team fights.
Lopasinski trying to go for this mid turret here, but it is in vain. Only a couple plates going over. Plates haven't even dropped yet. That's how, like, this feels like late game at this point, or at least like late to mid game, but these fights have been absolutely crazy. OTSU, as you say, they have not let up the tempo. Usually League can be played in turns, but it's no, our turn, our turn, our turn. We're taking it all. And OTSU is better off for it.
Yeah, OTSU more like OTK because they're one turn killing Conestoga without giving them a chance to fight back. And honestly, I think on the side of Conestoga, if you're Conestoga right now, obviously that was very devastating. Obviously, that's not what you want to see, but there's still hope. Some macro. They have really good pick. They still have really good pick potential with the Skarner, the Ashe, the Quinn, I think, and obviously Ari as well. So they have to kind of. They're not going to win in a straight up 5v5. And I think even if they were even gold, I think they still might not win against the Hui. So I think what they have to do now is to look for these picks, go around the map, try to play. Instead of getting the vision for the entire map, try to get like pockets of vision where you can throw your skill shots out from the Fog of War, and then maybe pick off somebody. But obviously, it's easier said than done because there's also 2 huge boys on the side of OTSU that can just walk in and clear the vision.
Exactly. It's as you say. Conestoga has to slow this game down, start playing back on their own terms. Right now, they've been playing OTSU's game, and that has not been going well in their favor. Not a lot of objectives up very soon, so they just need to start racking up some gold, as you say, relax a bit. And I think right now we can take a look at some of the differences we've been seeing in these lanes. The Waterworth, with his score, is up around 900 gold, and that's partially a result of 9 assists that he's been able to get from the fact that he's just been so instrumental in all these picks, all these plays. Zach is definitely a power pick for these guys.
Yeah, from ganks to that one bot playing, it's honestly been they've been showing and proving why Zach is definitely, we questioned it a little bit, but they're definitely proving me wrong, and silencing all the doubters.
Exactly.
And for now, we're in a bit of a lull state. 2 minutes 30 seconds till the dragon, and I think nice try to hook, and without the hook we must see. Quick drive-by. Intimidation driving. Ooh.
Yeah, all of these, from the Skarner to the new picks we've seen, there has been a lot of Tokyo drifting that has been going on in Summoner's Rift today, and I like to see that Ramusi is still continuing that. Now we see Rift Herald has spawned. One thing I've loved about Season 2025 so far is with the addition of Otacon, it feels like there's always something up. And that is so true now as teams gather around this Rift Herald, setting up vision and prepping for that next big fight. Conestoga, how badly do they want this?
Yep, and they have to want it pretty badly because one misstep could mean death for them. Emma's actually poked out to 2 HP. The Hui, this time he's gonna go crazy. The ult lands onto 3. Everybody on the side of Conestoga is being slowed, and the Fissure again is huge. The amount of area of effect. AoE, and Honda just snipes the dash after, and Conestoga is just pushed out. They are bullied. Their lunch money is taken. You don't even get to use 2 more charges of your ult, Ari. This is exactly what is happening to Conestoga at this moment, and it is not looking good.
Haunted is a sharpshooter once again, finding the mark, getting those resets, and the Herald is all but theirs right now. Herald is completely theirs right now. Waterworth is going to pick up the eye, and again, another excellently executed fight from the side of OTSU. They continue to know their target selection is excellent, their communication is on point, and they're able to mechanically play how they want to. And it is 14-2 now on nearly a 5K gold lead, and this is looking so dire for the Condors.
Yeah, and inherently, it's just OTSU's comp enables so much team fighting more than the side of Conestoga that it's really hard for, first of all, for Conestoga to walk into these people. Right, I think one thing I would have said is that, like, on the side of OTSU, when speaking of engage, that Zach is actually the only, like, real hard engage on the side of OTSU, but they've been making up for that by kind of supporting it with the Hui CC, with the Thresh Qs, with the amount of follow-up they have, and the potential once OTSU gets a kill, Jinx gets excited, like the Hui Fisher goes on top. There's just no area for Conestoga to stand on, especially with their champions. And if you're playing things like Skarner and Quinn and Ari, you need space. You need to like go around and like shoot them from the back. But really, OTSU not giving them even an inch at the moment.
Yeah, the amount of space they're getting is the amount you get on a crowded Tokyo subway, and people know that is not a lot. And we're seeing the next objective go handily over here to OTSU. Another solid pick. Lazaro trying to pick up some of what he can here. Nice damage down onto this top tier 2. It should be a solid amount of gold. I feel like most of the team, they've been playing a lot of bot side focus, a lot of river focus especially, and Crystal Air goes out. But this top side has been kind of neglected. That's where Lazaro is able to sort of siphon a bit more gold out. But as you can see, it's not quite nearly enough.
Yeah, and I think this is what we want. I mean, this is the Quinn gameplay that we need to see at the very minimum for Conestoga to mount some sort of comeback. In the sense that, you know, Quinn, you gotta get the side lanes, and then you gotta call your mascot, right? You gotta call the Condor, you gotta call the Conestoga Condor, and you gotta go rejoin your team. You gotta rejoin your people really fast. So that's at least minimum what you have to do. But right now, not looking too hot.
Yes, Lazaro did take Ignite in that top lane.
Oh,
my God.
By Emma, that's going to be nothing. You know what? They're just flexing on
That's
him.
literally just a mental battle. That is literally mental warfare. Nothing can be taken from it, but it says so much.
Yeah, that was plus 1,000 aura moment. Like, what can we say?
How does he even hit that? Emma is actually crazy on this Thresh here. I'm so glad we're able to see this match here between the two. Kriv, gotta be careful here, surrounded by some Conestoga members, but at the end of the day, like, he still has his backup. The rest of the team is nearby.
And speaking of aura, Kriv is just walking around by himself. He's completely unafraid of the players of Conestoga, and for good reason, right? Voracious Atacon is Voracious Atacon. I think I've only seen Ruinous Atacon in my game because I think I don't get enough action. But what does this thing do?
So if I'm correct, this should be the Otacon that gives over a GA, but
Skarner diving in. Conestoga need to make something happen. The whale that Skarner has single-handedly locked up the players of OTSU for so long. Now Ari with the charm, they're gonna be able to burst down Haunted. That's gonna be a shutdown onto the Jinx, and it looks like Conestoga are going to be mounting the impossible comeback that they always dreamed of. The Cassandra is tanking so much damage, but with the kiting potential of Conestoga, this is the fight they needed. And I just want to say, oh my god, the Skarner, the Ramuzzi just dives in there, locks up everybody in OTSU, and Emma, they're going to be paying for that hook earlier fivefold. And that's going to be out of Conestoga as well. That's the fight they needed.
The Conestoga Condors are still packing punches. They know how to get that fight done, and they took over. If it wasn't for Waterworth getting the Otacon, that would have been a complete ace. So, as I was mentioning, the Otacon, the Voracious Otacon, I believe, gives over the Guardian Angels, and thanks to Waterworth's efforts to smite it, he was able to give Guardian Angels to himself as well as Emma, and that did save them from giving over too many kills, but wow, that was bonkers.
Oh, sorry, I'm taking a breather, right? Taking a quick breather just because of how hyped that fight was. Honestly, I was ready to go into that and be like, oh, OTSU, they throw the whale. Oh, they won. That's crazy. But no, Conestoga actually managed to find the angle, the Skarner. I keep talking about the Skarner just because it was so iconic, right? He manages to lock up everybody on the side of OTSU as this time Siren comes out from the bot side and gets the charm and the lockdown onto the Jinx. And now maybe they're going to be able to get the mid turret, maybe, or like a little bit more tier 2, something. Maybe not, but still a feel-good moment, you know, for sure after that fight.
Yeah, aside from a spirit boost, knowing that you are rejuvenated this game, you still have a fighting chance. There's not really too much that came out of that, aside from a nice gold injection. They did get 3 kills, but out the outside of the map, there isn't too much different here, as you mentioned. So we are going to have to see where these players are going to be putting for the next objective. It looks like what's up next is going to be that dragon, and each team now, you see Conestoga this whole time has been putting so much effort into that bot vision, and they are still continuing to do so, hopefully reaping the rewards of what their picking the fruits of their labor. But right now, OTSU has a different strategy, just walking right in.
Yep, and Siren is going to be able to get a charm. The ult is going to be invested as well, but that's going to be too much CC, and that's going to be Siren going down before the dragon fight. That's exactly what they wanted, but Conestoga want to fight back. They know the Jinx has no summoners available. Skarner impales them straight through the heart, and that's going to be a teleport invested by Lancy. They're going to try and at least force Conestoga off his mid tier 2, but Zach is getting ready to slingshot launch over the wall. Forces the Ash flash, the boom, the Q lands onto 2 people. It's going to be exploding on the side of a Conestoga. Cassante has joined the fight. This thing is unkillable, and now with the amount of space they've created, Thresh just lands another hook onto the Braum as well, and now it's going to be a split fight, 2v1 on each side, as OTSU managed to get their fight.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be pick for pick, neither side wanting to lose too much before this critical dragon. But Conestoga isn't necessarily able to get the full rewards from it. They do lose a lot of members. Critically, Lazaro was actually in the top side that entire fight.
Right.
I don't know if they were called to not entirely join the fight just to get that top turret, which they did end up getting. But I feel like Lazaro could have been critical in that fight, especially when they were losing a lot of the AD and against the Cassante with the serrated Dirk as well. So interesting choice. They do get the tower, but they give over the kills, they give over the dragon, and right once again, ouch. A dig.
Ouch.
Emma is going to be returning back to their base very shortly, but not quite yet, thanks to the enchanted crystal arrow. Yeah.
And you know, there I think it kind of felt personal. I think for a little bit for Conestoga, I think you know, Emma, they've been doing a fantastic job on this threat. They've been landing so many good hooks.
Too.
Exactly, and I think that a little bit personal. But I think, speaking of personal, actually, I think the play that happened mid was a little bit personal too on the side of Conestoga. They know that Siren is caught on the side lane. They try to make the same thing happen to the Ashe. They try to go ban for ban, but then in the end, they are unable, especially without the Quinn in the fight, they are unable to continue the sustain fight. You know, obviously they're playing towards the OTSU side of the map, so they are stretched a bit thin, and then OTSU managed to get themselves on Soul Point.
I'd like to highlight here what Conestoga have been doing essentially this entire map, this entire game, but they haven't really had too much chance to shine with it. Now that we're in a sort of a lull state, you see that the top and bot waves have been worked by the Conestoga Condors to be synchronized so that Lazaro is able to get these tower pushes down. That's how they were able to complete the first tier 1 and tier 2 turrets top. And Siren was pushing towards that top side, which enabled some more attention to be drawn, and Lazaro is able to get a couple hits down, but
that's going to be Ariel used, but it's going to be Wei fighting right back, saying, okay, nice charm, buddy. Eat a swirling despair, as it's going to be Skarner once again. They're fighting for their life, trying to get the play, but the spiel is going to be a bit too much. Skarner is being used as a bouncy ball, as OTSU play a friendly game of catch with him, and that's going to be going straight onto Baron. I don't think they're going to make, Conestoga is going to make an attempt to contest this. They're instead going to be happy taking this tier 2 and perhaps backing off, but yeah.
Yeah, if you know that there's no chance you're fighting this Baron, then it's essential, it's critical for the health of your base and the health of your team to take down these towers while you can, take down as many waves to prevent those from being buffed up. But now we are seeing the turn here onto Kriv. This tower is so critically low. It's such a point of pressure that we've been seeing. The amount of map control that OTSU has had, and Conestoga's been doing a good job of whittling away at that. Let's see how they do here.
Yeah, but Kriv has called the Avengers straight to the front line. He doesn't even care. He's going straight in, but I think he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew, as I think he was a bit too confident in his friend's abilities there. Siren jumps forward, trying to luck up Haunted, but that's a bit too much fuel for the Thresh, and the Ash is just kiting it out. Boom, boom, boom. Zach turns into a pile of blocks. Waterworth is going to be able to be railed out by his teammates. Is that going to be enough? But the Swirling Despair lands, comboed with a Jinx ult. That's going to be everybody on the side of Conestoga wiped out. Jinx is so excited right now. This is the Jinx from Arcane that we know and love. They are absolutely running through OTSU. And there, you know, it looks bad. Kriv walks up, thinks his friends are going to save him. They were a little bit too late, but other than that, he was the best bait a man could ask for.
How does Haunted do it every single time the team fight is on a knife's edge? Conestoga maybe finding their way back in, finding their way to claw back into this game, even the score. Haunted finds these monster picks, and that is going to completely blow up chances of Conestoga winning that fight, completely blow up each of their towers here, and this Baron buff is looking so monstrous. I feel like we've been talking about Waterworth, we've been talking about Emma with their crazy hooks, but Haunted, they've been doing so much work here.
Yeah, the combos of the ultimates, right? We think that for a moment, you know, these fights are so intense, but there's sometimes moments where you go, okay, take a breather. But in those gaps is where the Jinx rocket just flies in and devastates Conestoga, and it's been working so well for them. And as the Jinx rocket lands, as the Jinx gets excited, everybody on OTSU run forward together. It is truly a beautiful sight to see.
Absolutely. You love to see these skilled mechanical collegiate players able to show off their stuff at such a nice, such an excellent tournament like WaterLAN.
Of course.
And yeah, you just love to see all these students being able to show their stuff. And Haunted is definitely one of them. Shoutouts to what they've been able to perform. Lazaro forced to flash there. A lot of pressure still.
That feels bad. You know, like that feels bad. You don't expect the way to be there. You know, right? Like it's just like, you know, you gotta give the man a W sometimes. But a Haunted is gonna be caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. Reminds me trying to pick up the pieces, maybe deliver this fresh Jinx to his teammates, but the shield is a bit too strong. The Swirling Despair goes down. That's gonna be Skarner down for the fight, and Haunted is low, but remember, this is a Jinx. They can just take over the fight. Oh, that was a good play by Siren, flashing over the wall to get the charm. Can they secure more? But no, there is just too much money. OTSU is simply slapping Conestoga with dollar bills and cash. It is too much. They have I think Conestoga, that was a really, really valiant effort, right? I really like the decisive plays they're making with the crystal arrows, with the charms. But at the end of the day, did you see the amount of shield that got onto Haunted? That was just like a Thresh, I'm pretty sure, to Cassante.
Yeah, I really liked their effort. Really, I saw what Ramusi was trying to do. With the Impale, get onto Haunted after the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and make sure that there's absolutely no mobility. But it's a bit disconnected with the rest of the team, not really able to connect and bring that Jinx in, and that's when those shields were able to be activated, and then Haunted is able to go online in the fight. Thanks to Siren's quick thinking and the jump over the wall, they were able to get that kill and stabilize, but that could have been disastrous. Miscoordination here from Conestoga, so well done from Siren to be able to clean that up, but still a little messy, a little too scrappy.
Yeah. And the gold lead has ballooned to basically 10K now. The soul has been secured.
It's
for
Infernal
OTSU.
too.
It is Infernal Soul. The Baron is coming up in 2 minutes. To me, it looks like OTSU have, you know, they've got Conestoga exactly where they want him. They're just about to cut him up and serve him, right? Conestoga have to do their best to escape from the chopping board. Maybe look for that play, but maybe a little bit less Zach and a little bit of Zach and Thresh involved, you know, to bail out their carries. But I don't think OTSU are going to let that happen, but we'll have to see.
I don't know who you are, but if you're on against a team with an Infernal Soul Jinx and a full peel comp, you need to get checked out.
Oh, and Siren is going to look for the pick.
Gets him.
Oh, Lazaro, where did he go? It's disaster. It's disaster. He just styles all over Conestoga. I think they were looking for a play. I think Siren was trying to look for the charm to probably make something happen. Skarner drags the Cassante into the back line. Cassante saying thank you for the taxi service as it's looking like looking like a bit of a wash at the moment as OTSU don't even want Baron. They just want to walk in there.
A kill a minute. Absolutely stomping right now. OTSU, is this the end of the game?
I think they're looking to end the game right now, and no matter how much damage Braum can tank with that shield, it's going to be a jinx. It's going to be a way. It's going to be everybody on the side of OTSU firing on full cylinders to end the game, and that is going to be the end of Game 4.
Excellent stuff here from OTSU. Shout outs to Haunted. Shout outs to everybody on that team. Absolutely masterclass work of mechanical play and snowballing. It was just cinema. It was cinema at the end of the day, and they will move to 1-1 in our Swish stage bracket. How do you feel?
Whew. Let me sit down and talk about this one. But honestly, that was crazy. I thought OTSU had. I thought OTSU had it all along, and then there was that Atacon fight, and then I thought Conestoga was just bringing it back. And the one thing I'll say, even if OTSU did have a 10k gold lead, and they looked like they were, the destroyer of planets at the end there, I still think Conestoga still did a really good job of playing their identity, even in a situation they were so behind. We saw that especially the Skarner pick, the Ari pick, did a lot of work to isolate carries and try to flip those fights around. So that was obviously, I think, a valiant effort from them. But oh my god, OTSU.
OTSU are going to be moving triumphantly into that 1-1 slot in the Swiss, and the Condors will fall down to the O2 side. Important to note that nobody can be actually eliminated today. This day in the Swiss stage is just for determining the bracket tomorrow, but your chances of making it through the gauntlet that is this tournament are drastically impacted today. So Condors still have a chance, still have some moments to shine, but they are becoming more and more dire with each game.
Yeah, and I think especially now you want to, you're in a LAN, you want to get the team coordination going, you want to get the vibes going, and I think especially for OTSU that was a win they needed, and especially in such a dominant fashion, when you win things like that, it feels good, right? You're feeling it, you're feeling good for the next game. For the side of Conestoga, they tried their best too, and it was a very, very valiant effort. So I would not be too sad about that. But yeah, stay tuned. Remember,
at the University of Waterloo, this is where I began my esports career. One of the most amazing opportunities I had working in esports is going to LA and playing on the LCS stage. I remember running onto the stage after my team had won and seeing the confetti fall from the sky. This was the place that had offered me so many opportunities I wouldn't have otherwise.
Hello and welcome back to WaterLAN. We just had an amazing game between OTSU and the Conestoga Condors. And if you thought that game was exciting, I just cannot wait for this next matchup between the 2-0 teams. You know, this entire patch is about Noxus. It's about strength. It's about power. So this is truly, the matchup to look out for, the 2-0 teams of the day.
Yeah, we have an super exciting matchup for us. We have the St. Clair Saints varsity squad up against our Warriors Gold team from Waterloo here. Both teams 2-0. We saw the St. Clair varsity team play earlier in a match where they were completely dominant. And yeah, just excellent play we're expecting to see here. I am personally so pumped.
Yep, cannot forget, this is going to be one of the most exciting matchups of the day. And speaking of matchups, thank you to our sponsors, including ROG, for sponsoring this matchup. ROG has been making top-tier gaming hardware since 2006, from laptops to accessories. Their gear is known for their quality and performance. I got a mouse at home, and ROG is the go-to choice for gamers worldwide. Please check them out at rog.asus.com. Woohoo!
Yeah, we thank them for sponsoring our show. And as we look towards what this matchup means for the knockout bracket tomorrow, each of these teams will be seeded up into the upper bracket. But where these teams place in this match, whether or not they're 3-0 or 2-1, is going to have implications for who their opponents are tomorrow. And that can drastically impact how far they make it into the tournament, whether or not they're going to be finals or close to whether or not they can get close to the trophy.
Yeah, especially if it's fearless.
Yeah, especially fearless draft. So they have to be super careful, play to their best strengths, and play their game today.
Exactly. They got to play their game. This is a LAN, right? This is, if there is a moment to come and show, everybody what you got, it's WaterLAN. It's these kind of events where you have to show up. You walk around the hallways, show your aura around, yeah, I can play this. And speaking of playing, we're getting right into the draft. Waterloo Warriors versus St. Clair. Matchup of the day, almost, I would have to say.
I would have to say that. Our 2-0 featured matchup right now, regardless of who it was, it's going to be a banger. And it is our Waterloo Warriors Gold team versus the varsity squad from St. Clair College. And we have here some bands coming out on the side of St. Clair. A Skarner and a Graves, actually. We haven't seen a Graves yet, but we won't be seeing it today.
Yep, and the Graves, I think, these are obvious bands in a way. You want to just... Okay, we saw what Skarner could do, especially, even when the Condors were behind last game. So I think that makes a whole lot of sense, and especially if you do something like a Graves band into an Ash band, these look like very... we talked about the Ash pick, too. Even if it's not as immensely powerful as before, definitely a pick that gets you a lot of bot prio, has a lot of good synergy with the supports this meta. So definitely, I think St. Clair want to cut those out of the matchup right now. And now, back to B1. First pick, not Cassante.
Not Cassante, but that is Aatrox here. An excellent pocket pick from the Warriors Gold squad. I believe it should be inexhaustive playing, if I'm not mistaken. It is. And Aatrox is one of his top-tier pocket picks. You can't understate how well this guy can do on this champ. Every single time that you think Aatrox is out for the count, he comes back in, and suddenly it's a triple kill, and the Warriors have taken it. I promise I have no bias. I've just seen it happen before. And over on the side of the St. Clair College varsity squad, they're picking the
Baus.
The Baus
yeah,
into
they picked the Baus,
the Vladimir. Kind of a Noxus comp so far.
Yeah, I think St. Clair really going for the thematic points. WaterLAN is not a pageant event, but certainly if we're rating for theming, St. Clair getting bonus points for these Noxus picks, and Warriors looking to maybe go for the Viego here, to a very good skirmishers, very good life. Like, these are characters that, both Aatrox and Viego are picks where if they get one kill in a fight, they start resetting. They get, the World Ender keeps going, Viego keeps stealing bodies, and I think if you pick the Lysandre especially, this is going to be a comp where you just go, kill this guy, and then if you kill that guy, then that's maybe the plan of the Warriors going forward.
Exactly, and that's coming even more true with this Lysandre here. Nice control mage, a lot of pressure that they can soak up, but also peel as well back with the ultimate. So I like the Lysandre pick, pretty versatile, as the bot lane is still a bit of a mystery here for the Warriors, and a Senna locked in. for St. Clair varsity.
Yeah, and St. Clair kind of look like they're going for the late game, right? The Vladimir, obviously, like what more do I have to say about Vladimir? This thing is a menace in late game, and I think Senna, the pick is definitely, like, I'm actually not sure about this meta especially, but historically it's been a really good pick, if you want to have more of a strong side support, and if you want to just, this could be flexed ADC as well, but, if you want to go for a more strong side support ADC, that scales well into late game, Senna's your go-to pick.
Exactly, and we can't, like, the Scion stacking, the Senna stacking, the Vlad late game, as you mentioned, St. Clair College is hoping for a long one, which, while be it exciting, hasn't been necessarily the style that we've been seeing throughout the tournament so far. A lot of pressure has been emphasizing how well you can do in these early games, what leads you can create, and how much snowballing you can create. So they're going to have to be careful here that they don't play for too late game before they just get caught out, which could happen. So we take a look at these bans here on the side of the varsity. 2 support bans, just wanting to make sure that the Warriors don't have too much engage going in, which you see with a Leona and a Pyke, 2 very slippery, engagey champions, and on the other side for the Warriors going against Renekton and a Xin Zhao, they do not want to see those.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is kind of interesting to see once we're in game is the summoner spell of the Vladimir. If we're talking about the Prio, Vladimir can go Ignite, and he actually has a surprising amount of kill pressure with Crimson Rush in the middle of the game. If he wants to go for a late game carry style, maybe he'll go Ghost. If he's against a really hard matchup, maybe he'll take Teleport. So I think that summoner spell choice is going to be very interesting. And we were talking about the Noxus theme. Well, what more can we say? The Darius.
Yeah, that's like quintessential Noxus right there. So really going all in for this 2025 theme. Senna maybe not so much, but it's still a very Noxus heavy comp. On this side, looking like a Hui and a Rel here. Notable absence is a traditional AD carry. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, I think APCs, even since last meta, have been extremely powerful. The amount of prio they have in terms of, like, how much wave clear they have, especially if you're playing Hui, just QE the wave, QE the wave, QE the wave. So I think it makes sense, especially with, we saw it was a mid-Hui last game. The destruction potential of a Hui that's ahead, is absolutely potent. And one thing to notice here, remember, if the Darius is picked from St. Clair, then this Scion is probably going bot lane even.
Very interesting. Yeah, Senna Scion. I feel like we haven't seen that in a while, but interesting bot size all around here. I am just so pumped to be getting into our 2-0 featured matchup of the day, I would say so. And yeah, it's going to be interesting how much they sort of, I guess, negotiate where the resources want to go between the AP and the AD side. They have 2 pretty strong AD bruisers, as well as the Lissandra and the Hui AP. So we are going to see where exactly. It's pretty balanced comp, to be honest. So the Warriors feeling good, hopefully, and the varsity squad, they just look like such bruisers, such like fighters. They want to go in. They want to absolutely punch you in the face. And who can want more on a game like this today?
Exactly. This is the matchup that we've been looking for, and looks like the comms didn't disappoint. All hail! The Smolder meta is gone, right? Like, Smolder is gone. Like, Tristana mid is gone. So definitely we'll see a lot of different things. And yeah, we mentioned before about the summoners, and it looks like Vladimir has actually opted for the teleport this time.
Teleport and flash, so not necessarily too aggressive. Still trying to be flexible with that flash, but once again, bit of a 4-stack here as well, but Warriors just going for that spread. Look, Latoof, is he caught out?
He's going to be spotted. Out burns the flash, but that's actually going to be the Scion Q peppering with the full charge, and that's going to be first blood to Vladimir. That is not good for Waterloo.
That is not what you want if you are Latoof here. Flash burned as well as the death, and here's the full recall. They're going to lose essentially nothing for it. Nothing burned from the side of the varsity squad. And yeah, that is very tough if you're Latoof. You can't let it get you down too much. It's just level 1, but that invade paid off.
Definitely paid off. An assist in the hands of everyone inside of SEC, as well as, a Vladimir kill early with boots. That thing is really big just because of, once you get Crimson Rush as Vlad, you get the move speed too. The amount of trading potential he has in lane with boots is actually really big, and yeah, this is definitely going to make this mid lane matchup, harder to get prio for this Lissandra, as Left-Hand Kane trying to do a little bit of trading before the Crimson Rush goes out as the boom!
Wow.
Didn't break shield though, I guess.
Warren G, we saw him earlier on that Yasuo, and it looks like Exhaustive might be caught here.
Yeah, play objective, popping the ghost. One more auto might have done it. He doesn't want to invest the flash in case an Exhaustive plays the mind games and flashes with him. Inexhaustive looking very, very risky there, and oh my god, that looks like it really, really hurts for Left-Hand K, and I think he got hit with a Crimson Rush. I think Vlad might look for the flash Q. No, he's just gonna push the wave out safely, but yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about.
It's been blinking health bars for 3 members of Waterloo, and it's not even 2.5 minutes into the game yet. 2 teleports forced to flash, 1 resource down on Latoof as well. It's looking pretty tough for Waterloo. They need to stabilize very quickly if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a way their identity is still okay, just because they're not a comp that necessarily wants to outscale the other comp as much as they want to just pick the other comp and like start resetting with one kill. And you know, Lissandra actually fits that identity as well, in the sense that like she starts getting the frozen thralls, I guess, if she gets a kill. So obviously Warriors not in too bad of a position, but I think they definitely have to make something happen. That's a good trade by Waither, the passive. 2 circles appear on the ground. St. Clair forced to use the heal to early heal to themselves in lane, but yeah, Waterloo. We'll have to see what happens in the mid lane, because I feel for Left-Hand Kane at the moment.
Yeah, we do. We're going to have to watch where these junglers end up pathing. Inexhaustive versus play objective should be a pretty skirmish-heavy topside, as we're actually seeing now.
Yeah, that's going to be 5 stacks again on the side of Darius, but Inexhaustive obviously not going to... That was Aura. Yeah, but obviously Darius threatening the Q flash, and the Inexhaustive does well to, you know, predict it ahead. Better safe than sorry is what we say always. But that might just be free Scuttle Crab over to the side of St. Clair's, as the mid is being pushed in, the top is being pushed in. Waterloo don't want to contest and make any risky plays.
Yeah, that jungle pressure was coming up, but play objectives didn't even need it at that point. The flash burned here for Inexhaustive, so crucial in where these junglers are going to end up pathing. Flash comes out!
Yeah, the flash comes out, but I don't think he saw the Wukong behind him, but he lives on a sliver of HP. Rel jumps forward, trying to make something else happen. It was a mind games upon mind games. Waterloo just flashes forward, but Sion just slams down on the way. And that's going to be the consequences of the roaming support, as St. Clair's just dive AB under turret. They do have the teleport, but at the end of the day, that is just, again, just a bad exchange for Waterloo overall. There's a 1.4k gold difference right now.
Well done by SEC Varsity, knowing that once Ricky is spotted in that mid lane, remaining calm, and their bot side sees that as a chance to capitalize on AB Degree, and they are able to get the kill, get a plate down, and with a full recall, forced to burn the teleport. So AB Degree is able to come back in lane in time, especially for that dragon, which should be coming up in a couple of seconds here. But nicely done by SEC Varsity.
Yeah, St. Clair's definitely showing they got the chops for early game macro and early game micro as well. Play objectives has been doing a good job of making the best of this matchup and forcing the Aatrox, you know, not letting him get too many like early trades against him, and pushing the turret. And one thing I want to mention, right? That level 1 means that there's already a feat of strength over to St. Clair's, which means that if they can just get a turret, if they can just get the ball rolling objectives, that's going to be a lot of pressure applied on the side of Waterloo. Forcing casual neighborhood walk sidestep out of the Viego, as we're going to see a bit more of a low state. But this Crimson Rush, oh my god, that's going to... how much HP is this going to heal him?
Yeah, exactly. The nice fancy footwork from Flosen here, and as you say, kind of tough for Waterloo right now. They have to be aware that SEC Varsity, they're also playing for that late game. And Ricky wants to go in here.
Ricky trying to get the stun, trying to get a trade, but a Sion. That is a Sion. That is the that is a tank of all time, certainly, as he takes like 50 damage practically at the end of the day. And with all this top prio St. Clair's have, that's going to be the grubs going over to them. I think they're going to look to take all 3. Viego is hovering nearby, but I don't think the Latoof alone can make anything happen. So yeah, the timer is ticking. The feats of strength are ticking along, as I don't think Waterloo has enough tempo to actually start up the dragon either at the end of the day. So yeah, that's going to be free grubs and a lot of souls over for the Senna as well.
Yeah, well done for SEC Varsity here, knowing to utilize the proper tempo against the Warriors. We might see something mid here. Left hand Kane forced off that tower there. It's, yeah, great use of those tempo. But at this point, you have to start thinking about where your mentality's at. If you're inexhaustive, knowing Aatrox is your strongest pocket pick, you're 2-0 up so far without it, and you save it for your final match of the day, and it's already not off to the best start.
Right.
How do you let that mental not affect you? How do you let it affect you, actually? See what happens. That could be going against your favor, playing a pick you're so comfortable on.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe you like turn on some funk music, you know, you like turn on World Ender, you start walking at them, and maybe you make something happen. But right now, you know, Inexhaustive is just farming away at top turret, maybe waiting for that moment. As a Waterloo, they're looking to do a little bit of footsies. They're looking to do a little bit of contesting. Latoof is here, like you mentioned. This is going to be a fight, but Sion just charges forward. That's going to be engaged by Ricky. The Swirling Despair is going to chunk down the Sion, but he's so tanky. Ricky versus Sion. Who's going to go down first? That's going to be a trade on the both team for the bot laners. The Inexhaustive has arrived with the World Ender. Warren is chopped in half. Miracle is taken down as well. St. Clair's does manage to secure the dragon, but that's going to be the fight Waterloo was kind of looking for to at least bring back the tempo or the vibes to their side.
Inexhaustive, put on the funk music. That was awesome for the Warriors. That's just what they needed to get back into this game. SEC Varsity, they are able to secure the dragon. They start off the fight right with that Sion ultimate pushing out Waterloo, forcing their hand to make them go out, but Flosen gets a kill.
Oh, Flosen just takes down left-hand Kane. That is the power of the Vladimir with Crimson Rush. Everybody thinks sometimes that Vladimir is a pick that, like, oh, I'm a mosquito. You know, I have no lane prio. I just, like, suck the minions. But, you know, Vladimir with Crimson Rush with the ultimate is actually really, really lethal. And especially if he has Summon Airy instead of the Phase Rush as well, that's actually a lot of kill potential that you don't expect sometimes.
Yeah, got to be careful of Flosen here on this Vladimir. And the gold is kind of stabilizing. It was a 2k gold lead earlier-ish, but that has remained consistent throughout the game. And as the gold lead increases naturally throughout the course of the game, the scope of the gold lead needs to increase as long as this fight does as well.
Yep, Ricky just saw life flash before his eyes as a Sion Huge barely goes wide. As that's going to be not too much invested on both sides, but a scary trade nonetheless.
Yeah, looks like just a trade here. Both teams, after that dragon fight, it seems they're both a bit more weary, both a bit more hesitant to try and get necessarily too deep into the other enemy's face. And we're seeing right now just a slow buildup of gold, buildup of items before this next objective upcoming. But Ricky, he might want to start something now.
Yep, Ricky has arrived, and they have to still be very, very careful about how they approach this, because Vladimir still has the ult, has the Sanguine Pool. Ricky, they're going to be ulted up. Then ult flies in over top. It's going to be left-hand Kane. Burst it down Vladimir once again, and this thing is such a problem. The flash forward, Crimson Rush. Flosen right now is not afraid of anything. I think LeBlanc herself could come down and Flosen would be like, ugh, like Sanguine Rush. Like, I think, you know, this Vladimir, 4 kills at 10 minutes, basically has most of the team's gold on his side. Who can stop this thing?
Truly a force to be reckoned with. It looks like roughly almost 2k over their laner here, and that is just excellent mechanics here from Flosen. Another fight in the top side.
And Exhaustive pops the World Ender. He's gonna try and make his way under the turret. The ult is gonna be used early as play objectives decides to cut an Exhaustive in half. The font music was not enough there. And Warren G, ooh, nice drifting.
Ooh.
That is at least a G2 license.
Yeah, we have seen throughout every single game all of these crazy drifts, and Sion is another champion that can really do well with that. But looks like a bit of poking here onto Warren G. They know they have a bit more pressure now that Miracle is topside, but again, not going to end up resulting in too much for Waterloo. SEC Varsity is going to get the Void Grubs. They are going to get that tower as well, and that should be Feat of Strength if I'm not mistaken.
I think that would be the case, and one thing I'll say is my heart actually goes out to Ricky, because Ricky has been running around the map so much and looking for, oh, the The ult. Very threatening by Flosen there. But Ricky, he's here again. You know, they've been looking for so many plays around the map. My heart goes out to them because sometimes you have these moments as support where you try to make plays happen, but just the stat difference, the amount of gold on, you know, from the other laners is a bit too strong. And you end up like going to the mid lane, but then nothing really happens. You go to the top lane, nothing really happens. You know, they get a revenge kill. They actually end up getting the kill. And oh my god, left hand Kane held out for his ultimate, but is that a good trade? I'm not sure.
Caught window shopping perhaps. Flosen calls the bluff, knows that he might not be looking at his screen, and forces the ultimate out of left-hand Kane just basically for free. So another solid pick. It's again these small little snowbally advantages that are going to end up building these huge leads. But Latuf is here.
Yeah, Latuf is here. Darius is going to try to make bets of his 5 stacks. Inexhaustive picks up his 2nd kill of the game. Maybe the one beacon of hope in the side of Waterloo in an otherwise very, very dark future maybe. But Warren G holding the Scion Cube, flashes away before the fear can hit. But it's going to be Wukong cutting the wave here. The snipe, bang, by Miracle takes out Wei. And now Ricky's in a really awkward position as well, as 4 members of St. Clair just are descending on him. They have their options. They can eat the turret first. They can eat him first. It doesn't really matter. They can do anything they want. But actually, Ricky manages to get the revenge kill onto this Scion before everything happens and goes down. But yeah, St. Clair just, oh my god. Calm down, guys.
Yeah, a bit of mismanagement on the tower aggro there. Mechanical misplay a bit, but at the end of the day, 2 kills over, 1 turret over, still handily an advantage in the SCC varsity squad court. But yeah, for now, things are never calm on this Summoner's Rift. What am I even saying? Here comes left-hand Kane. What can he get done?
Yeah, an Exhaustive is going to try and make the play happen, but that's going to be 5 Darius stacks with Ghost. That thing is so scary, and Scion is here. He has the ultimate available. The unstoppable. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, and Flosen just killed Viego.
There's so much action happening on this map that we can't even catch it all on camera. Left-hand Kane forced to flash here.
And this is gonna be the chase. Ouch! Once again, these Scion Qs have been lethal. They've been so lethal from level 1. And yeah, Ricky is tagged, and Vladimir doesn't care about turrets. Who cares if they do more damage? Who cares if they're more tanky? This thing is a level 11 Vladimir. He has 7 kills. You go home, this thing is under your bed. This is the monster everybody is scared of. You open your closet, he's there. Like, this thing is just so scary. I feel like if I saw this in my game, you know, if I see a 7-kill Vladimir, I just don't know what to do.
It might be an Alt F4 moment if that was solo queue. Thankfully, for everyone involved, this is not solo queue. Warriors still have a chance here. They did get a pickup back onto Inexhaustive, and they're getting more now.
Oh, they want to fight back, but Flosen got the Crimson Rush pop into the Sanguine Pool.
No way!
Dang, he is alive!
Inexhaustive's there.
Yeah, Inexhaustive is there, but that's going to be Senna actually. Miracle in place of this Vladimir, and Flosen has rested up. He's gotten his feathers. The Crimson Rush heals him. It's going to be a 3v1 in the way. Q finally shuts him down, but oh my god, that was... I think that if I was Waterloo, my blood pressure is rising every second that Vladimir remains alive.
Get checked. You might faint shortly, because that fight was absolutely thrilling right there. Back and forth all the way. Flosen, he had a chance to escape, but goes back in to try and save Miracle. Doesn't end up working for either of them. And Waterloo able to pick up some more kills, gain their composure perhaps, but still a long dig out of this hole that they found themselves in at the hands of SEC Varsity. Objective bounties are up at this point, including on that Cloud Dragon, which is up. Notably, only 1 Drake over to the side of SEC Varsity. No huge lead on either side, and it looks like Waterloo's trying to get a bit of vision around it, but SEC Varsity might see their game.
Yeah, and all game I've been yelling about this Vladimir, but at the end of the day, you can't forget. Right, this Scion and Senna, you know, have been showing their strength, and especially Darius too. He has been getting ganked, and Exhausted does have kills over him, but I think he's still at the phase where he can still beat an Aatrox, you know, if he pops the Ghost. And yeah, AP Degree looking for a little bit of trade on Flosen, but it looks like it's gonna be Marty with a jump onto AB Degree. The fear is gonna go wide. Rel ult is popped, but Flosen is approaching. He is inevitable. This is death. This is death personified, just walking down. I don't think he was in real danger anytime at any section of that fight. Inexhaustive and Latu, or Wave 2, AB Degree is back to help his friends, but the clone is the only thing that's left behind. As Flosen pops the E, pops the... He has Crimson Rush. Yeah, he's killing them all. AB Degree actually makes all the kill on the Miracle. A miracle in itself. And Inexhaustive is just cutting them in half with the resets. Inexhaustive, we talked about this, man. We talked about this Aatrox. This is the playmaker. This is the pick that he needs to pull out in Fearless Draft and show them what he is all about. And he manages to do it. The game is out on his back. The World Ender has to end Vladimir, and it has to end Darius. He is the one who has to do it now.
A fadeaway World Ender, an ace for the Warriors. They're going to get the Dragon. This is the 2-0 matchup we were hoping for. That was an incredible fight, incredible perseverance from Waterloo. SCC Varsity overstepped their bounds a little, maybe get a little too confident, but excellent work from both sides. And Flosen, he falls again. He's starting to maybe get a little too comfortable in his position. He was 9-1, now 9-2. Objective bounty goes over, and Waterloo, postures up. If this is an NBA game, everybody's focused up right now. They're sitting up straight.
Exactly, and if you're not in an NBA game and you're a gamer, this is when you engage gaming posture. This is when you straighten your back and then you put your head really close to the screen, so it's really bad for your eyes. But then this is when you focus up and engage gaming posture. And I think, you know, if you're the Vladimir for Flosen, there's usually two paths that happen here. One path is, oh, you killed me? Like, I'm gonna buy Medjais, I'm gonna just run over, I'm gonna kill you. The other path is, I will never die again, right? Like, I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna buy Zanya, and I'm gonna never die again. And we'll have to see, you know, for the side of Flosen, is he gonna go for a more conservative team fighting kind of play, or he's gonna try and make, you know, like the 1v1s, the make the entire game's probably depend on himself. But we'll have to see what happens as a left-hand Kane. He has to contest the space a little bit over for the Vladimir at the moment.
Forced off of that wave. You absolutely still cannot underestimate the power Flosen has here. It feels like Flosen versus Inexhaustive were the two hearts of this team. What they're trying to accomplish is embodied within them. Play objectives, maybe a little caught out here. Dodges it.
Yep, the Ghost is popped to dodge it. Ricky is going to throw the W forward as well, but it looks like play objectives is going to be able to look for the turn. The 5-stack is going to be popped. It's going to be Ricky with the 5-stack. That's not going to be enough. The World Ender is popped. Left-hand Kane is buying a little bit of time. The Rift Herald is just chasing after AB Degree. And it is a really, really odd fight where St. Clair's is fighting on the side of Waterloo. Sion just goes... That's a goal in soccer terms, but at the end of the day, the fight is happening and we have to catch the fight. Ricky is going to Vladimir. This Vladimir is going down, however, Inexhaustive is still alive. AB Degree throws the ultimate. That's going to be another kill for another kill for AB Degree. That's Inexhaustive is going to try and run down Warren C. He gets the shield and gets through the Hextech gate. Somehow Waterloo have won, or sorry, turned that fight so it's at least even there. And oh my god, like what is happening?
For a while there, it looked like Ricky was miscommunicating with his team, not necessarily on the same page with what they want to do with this Darius. Eventually, they do turn on him, but you then look inside their base, and their inhibitor is down. The Rift Herald's there, and their mid laner has been slain. And you think at this point, it might be doomed for this fight because they're within their base, but they are able to get it back. They are able to get those kills, but they lose 2 turrets. They lose their mid laner. It's a consolation prize. It's an even fight. But at the end of the day, you have to take these if you're in the position Waterloo was in.
Yeah, and if this was a, you know, this is the classic case of this is why you should diversify your stock portfolio. Because if you buy too many shares of Vladimir, and it ends up crashing like this, then you're gonna have some options. And I'm not saying they have all their eggs in one basket. St. Clair's obviously have a still very powerful Wukong and still a very powerful Senna. But at the end of the day, it's the Vladimir that's the workhorse for St. Clair's that is going to have to look for the good ult engages, you know, has to, you know, make the fight happen as Otacon. This is the fight, half HP. Play is trying to get space. St. Clair's is pushed off a little bit into the tri-bush, but Flosen is actually below half HP. The poke that they're eating is not something to be shrugged off. Otacon is going to reach a little bit. The HP is regenerating.
Oh, that's a full regen.
Maybe Inexhaustive looks to do a little bit of an engage. A little bit more skirmish, but for now, both teams are backing up. They're just prancing around each other, looking for an angle.
At this point, if it's a 5v5 team fight, it's likely going to be a 50-50. SCC Varsity can't count on their gold lead anymore. They've seen where Waterloo can punch, and they're continuing to press that advantage. But again, Waterloo at the same time, they can't go too hard. And maybe they are right now.
Yeah, Latoof gets the engage onto Miracle. That's going to be the force to flash out. But Ricky is caught out as well as Vladimir shuts down Inexhausted. Is this curtains for Waterloo? No! Everybody, the Hui pick is lethal as AB Degree is just completely destroying both the front, the back, the midline of St. Clair Varsity. And we thought this game was not comebackable. We thought Vladimir got the kill. Vladimir 7 kills at 10 minutes. It's Jover, but apparently not. Waterloo managed to make these fights happen, and this is the second game in a row where we see how much a good Hui player can turn a fight around from like completely unwinnable to something like of a miracle. Sorry, Miracle's in on that team. But regardless, the miracle is still happening for the side of Waterloo. That's going to be Adacon secured as well.
Every single time, it looks so tough for Waterloo. Miracles engage with SEC Varsity. They're able to get in so well.
Teleport.
Slosen is going to lose. He's not going to be able to get the Otacon. Oh, but they can't attack the hit. They can't attack the plants.
Yeah, they want the plants at least as a consolation prize. I think Waterloo is smart to abandon the Roses, you know, to the side of St. Clair's. They don't want to force anything. They don't want to interrupt the good momentum they have going right now. And yeah, like left hand Kane, despite being so behind, is still also making these plays happen. The ult, the W gets so much stall and lockdown for the Hui to just rain down abilities on them. And yeah, Ricky goes down early, but regardless if the Vlad goes down, the fight for SEC for St. Clair's is not the most like one-sided.
This Hui is online for AB Degree right now.
Oh, Warren G is driving into a wall. That is, somebody check his blood alcohol levels as he just drives into a wall. But that's okay because, St. Clair's, what they want to do now is they want to use a Cyanolt. They want to use Darius Ghost. They want to make a play happen where a team fight starts slightly in their favor, and I think they still have the potential. If it starts slightly in their favor, they'd have the potential to turn it, into a Mega Stomp, with a Vlado, with a Wukong engage and follow-up. But again, like we mentioned, this is Waterloo's comms kind of showing, seeing the light, as in, if there's a boom, like big team fight, and people go down on either side, Waterloo is the ones with the resets.
It's true. Waterloo has a lot of reset potential, especially with that Aatrox, especially with the Viego, especially with the Lissandra. There's so much potential that giving even one kill away can be so impactful, determining the nature of the fight and its outcome. Now only a 2-kill lead. This is not what a 5K gold lead for a team should look like.
Yep, and I think the bright side for Waterloo right now is that the gold is also on the right person. I think Hui basically is almost caught up to Vlad in gold. I think he was only like 1,000 gold down, or they were only 1,000 gold down away from the Vladimir. So now it's anyone's game again, and we're going to see what happens in the next objective, which is probably a dragon or probably a Herald or something. But inexhaustive, you don't really want to risk anything with play objectives at the moment.
Exactly. So right now,
actually level 16.
Oh, true. Yeah. Well, each team right now, they're likely feeling the weight of all that's just been happening right now. They have crazy fights, they have unsure outcomes, and they have what they thought would be a sure win is suddenly a loss in that fight. And now each team, right, is taking a breath, realizing the stakes they're in, the game they're in, the tournament they're in, the implications that are in there, and what it means.
Might be a bit too far up. They have the Banshees available. Waterloo, St. Clair tried to do a little bit of a pincer move there, as AB Degree is just running at the Senna. He wants to use his play range and damage to its full potential, as the ward is actually going to spot out people on the side of St. Clair, the players on the side of St. Clair, as now we have a Mexican standoff, as both teams have to pull the trigger one way or another at some point, but that trigger is going to be Warren G. AB Degree forced to burn the flash. Everybody on the side of St. Clair is trying to get a kill onto the way. Swirling the bear takes out Flosen once again. Wukong is forced to flash away. It's going to be top versus bottom, but at the bottom, Inexhaustive is holding the fort down with the World Ender. This is going to be reset after reset after reset, as Latoof is the one chasing down Warren G, and that's going to be a clean ace on the side of Waterloo as they just run for Herald.
Are we watching the same game that we saw 20 minutes earlier? This looks nothing like the teams we were seeing, and the fights here are so immaculately performed. AB Degree on the Hui doing absolute work, and Latoof reset after reset after reset, as you mentioned, racking up kills. Now it is Waterloo with the lead in the kills. Now they're the ones on the Baron, and they are the ones in control of this game.
I have no words to describe what I am feeling at this moment. It is just such a miracle. Like, again, I go into every fight thinking that this Vlad is just gonna wipe the floor with them. Oh, he's gonna get a 5-man ultimate. But AB Degree, he was actually focused at the beginning of the fight. He has to use the flash, but the amount of retaliation he has with the QE, the Swirling Despair, and the amount of CC in front of him that provides him with a reset, it's just absolutely insane. And I think St. Clair kind of have to realize that you cannot just raw Scion ult and engage anymore, because if you get CC'd and locked up in reset, Waterloo actually has a really good fighting chance right now as they lower the gold difference down to just around like 1,000 and 1.5, 1,000. That's basically going to almost even at 1,000 now.
Both of these teams cannot forget they have to play smart and they have to play slow. Whoever is going to pull the trigger first is determining the first move, but the first move might not always be good. Another turret taken here for Waterloo, and SEC Varsity, they feel the pressure. They feel that they want to get something back, and it's so tough right now to find these engages. Almost 30 minutes into this game, I feel like the theme, again, with 2025 is aggression, early game, being able to find your space. And what that means is by the time you're in the late game, it feels like you've been playing for an hour. So at this point, both sides are so... I can only imagine the blood pressure in this room right now.
I am taking a break just so we can respite. We can have a little bit of respite for this inevitable upcoming fight as Waterloo is using... they're trying to use their macro to, get the turrets. Warren G is getting CC'd out. He invests the ultimate to make sure he gets out of the fight. And yeah, Waterloo, at this point, they've gotten the turret. Look at the gold lead. The gold has flipped their way now after a long, hard, grueling walk, through the dark tunnel of a 10K deficit. They've tightened up their bootstraps. They invested, in a 401K. They've managed to pull themselves out of debt. And now it's going to be Waterloo with, the reins on this game. They're the ones who have the control. They have the Baron buff. They have the outer turrets, the inner turrets, all down for St. Clair's. And now it's up to and we'll have to see what happens next.
We haven't seen the St. Clair varsity team be put in a position like this in their previous match. The entire time they were the drivers in that game, and we're going to be looking at where they sort of divert their attention to get resources back, get prio on the map so far, and we don't see a lot of vision on either side. It feels like both teams know this pressure and they're sort of resorting to just lane gaming. You look at the vision in these jungles and there's essentially none outside their own base except for an odd ward here or there, but aside from that, it's really just what they think they can get done in a team fight. And when you look around at these timers, nothing really coming up at all. So it's going to be perhaps just somebody getting picked, somebody getting caught out, misplaced vision that is going to decide this entire match.
Yeah, and for a moment there we saw that St. Clair were opting for the tried and true strategy of doing the death push as Latouf gets so much damage onto Miracle. The W is not going to find him. Miracle unable to gets away, and that's going to be the Vladimir ult retroactively getting the kill onto Latouf. That was a very good attempt by Waterloo, but St. Clair managed to get the reaction speed. They have the exact perfect response they need to get the revenge kill onto Latouf.
The one who pulls the trigger, if it's Latouf on Viego, you have to get that reset. When you don't, it is so consequential, so costly, and we see that now in the 30-second death timer ahead of any objective that could be coming up. Map control now firmly back into SEC Varsity. You can see how far they're pushing up on all the lanes. Mid lane pushed up far close towards this inhibitor area. And yeah, it is looking one mistake like that. If you are going to be the one to pull the trigger, you have to know how to shoot.
Yeah, and woo, that like you mentioned, if you pull the trigger, you have to be ready for the consequences. And in that case, the consequences weren't too dire. It was just a little bit of vision loss and some waves pushed in. But Baron is actually spawning a minute 30 from now. Dragon's gonna be 2 minutes 30. So they have a little bit of time to lick. The Waterloo do have a little bit of time to lick their wounds. As one thing to notice is that Miracle did also burn their flash, and arguably that is a bigger cooldown than Viego flash sometimes. So we definitely have to see what kind of angle Waterloo opts to take for the engage. If Warren G is gonna ult again, if St. Clair is gonna pull the trigger with maybe a Wukong ult this time, or maybe a Vladimir flank this time. But like you mentioned, the vision or the lack of vision, definitely one slip up into a reset from Waterloo or one slip up into a Vladimir that is no longer able to be contested will be the end of the game for either team.
Yeah, SCC Varsity, despite what has happened throughout the course of this mid-game, definitely not to be counted out. A perfectly strong opponent to be facing here for the Warriors. And the Warriors can't be counted out either. It's a complete toss-up, in my opinion, who's going to take this. And it just plays like that. Like, one player decides to pull the trigger, and that can swing the entire outcome of the game. Baron will be up within the next minute and 30. I don't honestly anticipate we'll see much action before that, because each of these teams know how drastic these consequences will be.
And I think at this point in the game, 32 minutes in with no tier 2 standing, I think if a team manages to get a clean ace on the other team or something like that, then basically the game might be over, and Waterloo is now calling. They're doing the Sirens call. They're saying, come fight us at Baron. Walk into us. We have the engage. Flosun walks in. He has the Banshee's Veil, but that's not going to be enough. He is just popped like a balloon as Ricky looks for more. Warren G is going to be locked up. Inexhaustive from the bottom with the steel chair. Bonks Miracle over the health. That is a flashless Senna, and that's going to be reset after reset. Like we mentioned, Waterloo get the crucial pick onto Flosun. It's not enough kills to end the game, but it is enough to go contest the Baron. Warren G is going to try and look for a backdoor kind of play, get the inhibitor, maybe make the best of a bad situation. But Flosun, even if you have Banshees, you cannot fight 5 people by yourself.
One pick, one kill, one moment is going to decide if you are going to the 3-0 scoreline in this bracket. Baron over to the Warriors here, but Warren G, actually, okay, he was pushing, trying to go for a mini siege into the Warriors base, unable to get the inhibitor. That would have been crucial, actually, but just down to, I don't know, around 4/5 health, and not too bad. But we now have Dragon coming up here, and it looks like SCC Varsity is going to be getting the first move. Inexhaustive moving with a lot of confidence going into that pit.
Yeah, Inexhaustive just jumps the pit early, pops the World
No
Ender.
flash.
His cooldowns are going to be going down, but the amount of CC and utility in the pit is going to be a bit too much for them to overcome. Flosun now on the run, invest the flash. He's back to full HP, but the amount of damage that Warriors has cannot be understated either. Miracle still the flash is down the way, gets the QW. That's going to be so many kills on the side of Waterloo, and Warren G is looking to do this thing again. He's looking to cut the waves. He's looking to make something happen. But Warriors, step one, march into this turret. Get the inhibitor. Maybe get a pick onto play objectives. But I think that they're going to try and end this game or do something really close to it while they have Baron up. Everybody on Waterloo is alive.
This is absolutely the perfect opportunity, the perfect moment. Waterloo sees the clutches of victory within their grasp, and they want it at WaterLAN. They're home, but they might not get it.
Yeah, left-hand gain goes down. That's going to be too much damage. 2 turrets firing at full potential. 2 seconds left on the side of Wukong. Latoof is going to get the turret down, but that is going to be everybody on the side of Varsity running to stop this Nexus Fiend being destroyed. But at the end of the day, it is Waterloo who make the miraculous comeback. Fight after fight, they make it happen. Even the last one, I was like, are they going to come up? Are they going to stop them? But Warriors make the fight happen. We talked about how we wanted this game to be a banger. I think it delivered.
Absolutely. The Warriors move on to 3-0 in our bracket here in the Swiss stage. And what an electric game. Never giving up hope, never giving up their mentality, always looking for more picks with a winner's mindset. And that is what carried them over the finish line. SCC Varsity, what a valiant fight. What an excellent team that they were able to bring together. And what an excellent fight. But at the end of the day, take a breath. Warriors, you've earned your 3-0 today, and stand proud as they move on to the upper bracket in the knockout stage tomorrow. Both teams will be in the upper bracket, but Waterloo should have the better preferred seeding. So, wow, that was an absolutely electric game. We have one more for you here today. It will be the Western Wisteria team versus the Conestoga Condors, and yeah, don't go anywhere. That was fantastic.
Conestoga
Conestoga College is setting the stage for a new era in gaming. In 2025, we're opening a state-of-the-art esports venue, a premier facility for high-performing gamers in Canada.
In this 10,000 square foot facility, we're putting you in the center of the action. The facility will have 50 top-tier PC stations, 5 console stations, immersive VR stations, a team operations room, a full production suite, and a premier competition stage.
Esports is a rapidly evolving industry with global viewership of 532 million in 2022. This initiative goes beyond esports. It's also a platform for forging bonds, making memories, and creating connections.
Since 2020, Condor's Esports continues to evolve, providing industry-leading facilities and experiences to the esports community.
Conestoga's esports venue expresses a sustainable and intentional future to compete, play, and work, all powered by gaming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our final match of the day, WaterLAN 2025 League of Legends. We're in the Swiss bracket, and we are having the great pleasure to watch the Western Wisteria match versus the
The Conestoga Condors.
Conestoga Condors. So sorry. It's been a very long day with everybody, and I am just so pumped to watch this matchup with everyone today. How are you feeling, Jamin?
I am feeling, pumped. Like at the end of the day, like the games I came in for, and I replaced Brian. I came in to cast some games. And they were absolute crazy games. The first game we saw, such a big fist fight kind of game between the Condors and the Otsu. And afterwards we saw, such a crazy comeback coming from Waterloo. And after all that, right? After all of that, now we're at the last match of the day, and I just honestly cannot believe at the point that we're at. We've been playing so much League of Legends today, but I find myself wanting more.
Exactly, and we are jumping right into the drafting stage here. Conestoga on the blue side, Western on the red, and Victor Ban and Akali Ban are ready for Western, as well as that Wukong hover.
Yep, and we see the Akali Victor ban as well as the Wukong, like you mentioned, from Western, obviously locking down some of the mid pool from the Conestoga Condors. I think, we've been talking all day about the mid prio, so I don't think we have to talk, too much more about that fact. But on the side of on the Conestoga Condors, we actually see a Jinx, Udyr, and a Lilia ban, which is obviously now it's two junglers banned out, but it's gonna be a B1 and Bessa. These B1 topics have been, kind of the most entertaining parts of these drafts so far. We saw Akasante, the Trident 2 Classic, and then we saw the Aatrox that ran over last game, and then now we see the Mbessa as maybe we see Western actually counter it with a Gwen pick.
Yeah, this is our first Mbessa of the day. It hasn't even been within the ban pool. I feel like it's had pretty low prios, so Condor's bringing it out on their last matchup of the day, last matchup of the Swiss, and it's pretty interesting to see, think about the context of what this game means for people. Going 1-2 versus 0-3 is going to have significant impacts in your seeding. I believe you'll start in the lower bracket, but you will be matched up against a stronger or worse team depending on how you fare today. So this matchup is definitely important for all of these players here today, and they are going to be fighting with their hearts.
Yeah, and they're also going to be fighting with their guns as Aphelios is locked in for the side of Western. Now, Aphelios is actually an interesting pick because we actually haven't seen a lot of Aphelios, if not at all, in the last meta or in the last year in general. And it's kind of a champion that really depends on the person who's playing it, right? Like, if you play Aphelios, especially now, it's going to be all about a pocket pick. Where if you're a person who can cycle the guns, who can find the perfect angles in the team fights, then obviously your potential for the champion goes way higher than something like, I guess, an Ashe.
Exactly. It's high risk, high reward. Pretty, I guess, like hyperscaling type mentality. And we see that paired up with a Nami, which should be pretty good peel, should be pretty good support. We can hopefully, for the Western Wisteria team, what the Aphelios needs. And a Jarvan pick here on for the Condors, trying to get that lockdown with that ultimate Cataclysm.
Yep, and looks like, with the Mbessa ult, with the Jarvan locked, with the Cataclysm, it's going to be, like you mentioned, a lot of engage potential that really Nami can't deal with. You throw the tsunami and then okay, Jarvan's unstoppable. Like Mbessa's unstoppable. So it's gonna be a lot of work on the side of Western to see. Maybe in the second half they draft more of a front line, or they draft more of an engage coming in. Because right now, Aphelios, Gwen, these are characters that are really good when you're infighting when they're coming into you. Or like you're doing a little bit of chasing with Ghost, but it's not like they have the best engage versus something like the Condors, who have the Jarvan ult, who have the Mbessa ult to get the fight started.
Yeah, and pretty solid picks for the bans here. Just some targeting away some of those AP mid laners. We've seen a lot of priority placed on them all throughout the day here, and that continues to be the case with these bans. Thresh banned away as well. Unfortunately, no more hooks like Emma are going to be coming out for any Condor or Wisteria team, but we will see what they have in store with a Lux response. Looks like that's probably a Lux mid.
Yeah, and Lux mid is a pick that I think is also slept on at times. It just has kind of the elements that a traditional mage might need, especially Now in this meta, Lux is always good at getting these picks late game, and I think Western is kind of securing their identity as not like an engage comp anymore, right? Like there's no hard engage to be found in their comp, but they're looking to play things like out of vision, look for picks, but also play fights where Conestoga have to come into them. And on the other side, Conestoga is saying, okay, well, two can play at that game. We'll go even more engage. They draft the Jarvan Galio combo, as well as finish off with a Karma Ezreal bot lane, which is obviously a very powerful bot lane for Prio, but also Karma late game, with the Mantra E, gets the shielding with everybody, and gives them move speed for the engage as well.
Yeah, a lot of circles on the team of the Condors, with Jarvan, with the Galio, with the Karma, and the Ezreal is going to be shooting arcane or mystic shots all throughout those fights. Meanwhile, answered with a Vi here for Western Wisteria. Pretty interesting. I like both these comps. It's really not like anything we've seen before.
Yeah, and the Vi is, again, fits into the identity that we talked about for Western of a pseudo pick comp, right? They want to play engage. The one thing about the Vi pick that I'm not completely sure about is how much follow-up. Like, Western has to basically do a really good job of playing positions where they can follow up when the Vi ults somebody, but not at a range where they can counter engage, by so many really pieces of engages on the side of Conestoga that can do an unstoppable form of engage onto them. So I think it's really gonna have to be up to Western to balance out this, between, okay, they want to pump the damage, but they also want to make sure that they're not getting engaged on.
Exactly. So here we are for our last matchup of the day. Both these teams vying for a win. We have the Conestoga Condors we've seen throughout the tournament, and Wisteria, the Game Changer squad from Western, duking it out for our last match of the day.
Yep, and we see all members of Conestoga walk into the top side of Western. They do want to get a little bit of early vision. They put the bush, the ward on the bush. In the Raptors side, in Wisteria, they haven't done too much to be proactive on the map at level 1. Maybe they want to play it a little bit safely. So they're just going to fan out a little bit, spread their forces, make sure there's no, sneaky other wards going on. And that means that this Vi is probably going to start bot side.
Yeah, it looks like with that pathing, you are correct, and a bit of a slower start right now, as you mentioned. Both these teams, I think, are not really in a position where they want to do too much risk to get with the sort of the consequences that they face right now. We saw last game between Waterloo and the St. Clair varsity squad that they were willing to throw at much more risk because at the end of the day they knew they'd be in the upper bracket. These teams know that they need to be so careful, so calculated, and so confident in themselves that they're able to pull out their win today.
Yep, and this bot lane matchup is actually, I think, pretty volatile as well, especially, Karma Ezreal. Number one, how good is Karma at landing Qs? So far, looks pretty good. Number two is, can they overwhelm the Aphelios Nami in an all-in that actually favors Ezreal, as they're going to walk up, maybe looking to hit level 2 as they do. Yeah, they managed to get the 2.
Ooh.
Ezreal Arcane Shift forward. The root is going to land on onto the Aphelios. Nami has to use the heal for Aphelios as yeah, this is what we talked about when we talked about the Ezreal Karma lane. Obviously with Mantra Q, with Ezreal skill shots, if you can get the lane rolling in under turret, you can give the enemy team so much pressure and just basically take bot prio for free until 5 more minutes. That this is the reason why I end up picking this kind of lane.
Exactly, and we're seeing it come to fruition here for the Conestoga Condors. Might see, there's the Mystic Shot, Arcane Shift forward as well. But a bit of fighting back now from Wisteria. They don't want to go down without a fight at all. But we do see that both junglers are on the path towards the top side here. The Mbessa versus Gwen matchup looking pretty even so far, but we see that Aquatech is a bit lower right now, and we're gonna see if Vi comes in, but not yet. This matchup is so volatile. I feel like Mbessa is such like a, I don't know, such like a volatile pick. So the ability to just whip something out like crazy is so so threatening.
Yeah, especially after the nerfs that she's been going through, she's no longer the insta mash button and win kind of character anymore. And it actually looks like the username is going to walk into Lazaro here, and Bessa trusting that Messi is behind him, is fighting with the grasp of the 9 clocks and with Siren having the early prio with the Galio roam up. That's going to be a little bit of an HP trade for the side of Conestoga. And bot lane is kind of the same story. Ezreal Karma bombing their way onto side of Kikiko, and they have to, stall. They have to last the laning phase. Obviously, Aphelios has a lot of carry potential, but now we see Lux is the one who's, roaming down here. The Q goes wide, the E goes wide. Ezreal is completely out of mana, but so is Nami. Aphelios also not at a HP where he wants to risk fighting, versus especially a Karma that can join the fight at any moment. And now it's going to be back to square one, back to square zero, but Karma
Fusion's
walking
position.
up with the Mantra Q, that's going to be really risky. Aphelios forced to burn the flash, forced to burn the barrier. It's going to be the exhaust slowing Nami to the point where Ezreal is going to be able to pick up the first blood. But Wisteria don't want to let Conestoga get away with it just yet, but Vi, a little bit too late and a little bit too far. Not going to be a turn at the moment as Conestoga look to shove in the wave.
Yeah, Kikiko forced to do the recall there. Maybe a little bit greedy staying in that bush, but at the end of the day, Fusion is able to get the jump on them, and it's not the end of the world or anything, and they are going to be able to hopefully pick up a good chunk of the wave that's coming mid lane, looking for that taunt.
Yep. Lux is going to be taunted up. Pikachu is going to be forced to run backwards, and obviously that's the Galio trade pattern, especially the mages in the early game. He has the HP to just commit to those things and just say, well, even if I get hit by a lot of things, like even if stuff happens, I have the aftershock, I have my base damage, and it looks like Pikachu's actually going to go down to another Galio CC combo. The flash. The flash was available, but that's the thing about Galio. If you get caught in one CC chain, he can just combo you with so many other things. And that's the power of this composition as well, right? They have the Jarvan, they have the Galio. Late game, they have Mbessa as well. So definitely we have to, if you're Wisteria, you have to watch out for that.
Yeah, a lot of lockdown potential here on the side of the Condors. One false step, and it could spell no moving for the rest of your team fight. Lazaro just picking up the scraps of this wave here. Looking a bit low, but nothing too bad right now as Void Grubs come up, and it looks like Wisteria are going to handily have the lead over them.
Yep, and Wisteria going to start the grub. And one thing I want to talk about this game is I need to see Gwen gaming, right? I need to see Gwen gaming happen in the sense that, well, this Mbessa, I think Gwen has to put so much pressure on the side waves to the point where it forces members of Conestoga to invest more than they would like to in the side lanes, which means that which means less combo and CC potential for the side of Conestoga if it comes down to it. So Wisteria can look for more advantageous angles with the Lux Qs and the AF Qs and the Nami bubbles and such. So I think we'll have to see how Aquatic is going to grow this game.
Aquatic, definitely a big pressure point for the Wisteria squad here. And it looks like a classic Grubs Dragon trade as, once again, Pikachu pushed off of this wave here as the Conestoga Condors, they want complete control of the spot side of the map. They are not willing to give up these objectives after the Grubs handily went over to Wisteria.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of rotating the members to different sides of the map to play the objective that they're looking for. They get the Dragon off this play, they're looking to probably rip a few more plates or the bot turret outright as well. And, with the feats of strength completed for one of the feats of strength completed for Conestoga, this is going to be a lot of pressure going over the side of Wisteria, who have to be really careful about how they use their teleports, how they use members of their team. Make sure nobody's getting dove, make sure nobody's missing too much CS, make sure there's not a surprise Jarvan Galio on top of you.
And there have been lots of these little moments where Conestoga Condors have been finding these little pushes, little vision control moments, and that has enabled them to essentially take objectives without conflict. They know where they can be confident because they've placed vision beforehand. You can see in that top side that gank was actually avoided due to that vision in the tri-bush. But here's Pikachu, played by Remissi. Gonna get away with that.
Yep, and Pikachu wanted the blue buff, maybe the kill as well, but now it's going to be a fist fight. All ultimates used, invested. Ignite is going to tick down on the side of Aquatic. That's going to be Gwen going down, and Mbessa is a champion where if she has all her cooldowns, then she is so hard to trade against. And this is why you take Ignite teleport on Mbessa as well, because Mbessa's a champion where you look really stupid if you use if you front load all your damage, and then like your cooldowns are all above 10 seconds, so you look really stupid after. But if you take the Ignite and you have the Grasp, it manages to get you to the point where you like that extra little tick of damage is enough to just end the fight right there. And that's a perfect example of what happened. And yeah, like we mentioned, Gwen gaming has to happen, but with the Mbessa and with the forward arcane shift, it's going to be really hard for Wisteria to mount any sort of comeback if they can't find any side lane pressure. Yeah, that is so much damage.
That was a hefty Mystic shot. Let's see what... And that's actually going to be the Nami down. Continues the fight, though.
And the fight is going to continue. Luxalt coming over the top. It is a 3v2 situation. A not used name is actually going to be taken down by Fusion. The Galio summoning circle lands on top of Kikiko. It is going to be Pikachu. A Lux with no mobility spells is a Lux that is going to die. And that was an attempt by Wisteria. You know, that was a good attempt by Wisteria to look for the Vi turn, look for the cease and desist, maybe lose the Luxalt over the top for some long range support. But at the end of the day, number one, I don't think Izoi expected to explode to the Ezreal ult. I don't think number two, they expected the damage from Karma as well, from Fusion as well.
Yeah, like a lot of unexpected turns in that fight there, especially with the Galio ult. Always got to be aware of what that could mean for your team fight. You can never be too certain that those are all the members you see on your screen. That's all that's going to be there throughout the course of this fight. And it does end up not in Wisteria's favor. But Conestoga is at 7-1 right now. They have a dragon, and they're looking to play pretty safe, pretty stable on the map, and not make any plays that are too aggressive like we've been seeing throughout the rest of the course of the day. But at this point, they have to be so careful about where they push their luck.
Yeah, and the thing about Wisteria's comp is if they're ahead, if they have money, then the plays they can make will be really lethal. But especially against them, right? Like look at that Luxie, right? Like she's 0-2. She doesn't have the most income in her pocket, but she still can find the opportunity, you know, for those kind of picks. But Conestoga has so many beefy people that can just walk up and tank these kind of, and yeah, and like with Ezreal Karma like firing on us all cylinders in the backline, it's gonna be really hard for Wisteria to take some space to make things happen. And we see this every game, right? Like Waterloo, you know, in their comeback against St. Clair's as well, was able to kite them backwards and then suck them into, you know, places where they were going to use the Hui ult, you know, the Aatrox with the resets to make something happen. And Wisteria need to do something similar, I think maybe with an Aphelios, where they want to get Conestoga walking into the turrets, maybe with like these kind of guns for Aphelios with Crescendum, or Severum or Chakram, and then try to kite out the fight long term and make something happen. But that's going to take a lot of skill.
Yeah, a lot on the table here, and Ramusi looking for that. Ooh, a little bit of pressure here. But again, we take a look at the vision. The entire river on this top side is in control from Conestoga thanks to their previous efforts. We see that Siren is going to be under a bit of pressure in response, but not sure how much is going to happen here. Might be a lot, actually.
Yeah,
teleport
Siren
coming in.
is going to be locked down, and Bessa is going to channel the teleport as well. This is what I was afraid of, what I was talking about. Galio is a tank. He has Aftershock. It's really hard to kill this thing. And Bessa Lazaro is going to invest the ultimate. The two people, the ultimates coming on top of each other in chains. The combos. Pikachu is going to be able to get the lockdown and secure a kill onto Lazaro. And I think that's kind of what Wisteria wanted. They get the commit. They get two ultimates. They get a teleport from Lazaro.
And
a kill, which means that now Gwen gets to free hit top turret, and they still save, you know, like some gold for the bot lane as well, while their mid laner, like, while the Aphelios is growing mid lane. But that's kind of the play that Wisteria really wanted.
Yeah, it turned out pretty well for Wisteria. Maybe a bit overzealous from the Condors, but Wisteria ready to pounce on that fact. So they continue to push their advantage, feel a little revitalized, but the Dragon now is where our eyes must divert to, as we see that the Conestoga Condors are taking it pretty uncontested.
Yep, and you got to look at the item situation if you want to know, you know, why Wisteria aren't contesting this. Ezreal has completed his Triforce, obviously a huge power spike. If he eats forward here, it'll do a lot of damage. Yeah, ouch, ouch. I think if Ezreal lands another Q, that puts Nami in ult range, which is exactly why they have to play. Sorry, Wisteria have to play a little bit carefully. But yeah, Conestoga They have the game in their hands. They have, you know, the feat of strength, I believe, after that, because they got the grub, they have 2 dragons, they got the first kill, they have the feat of strength. And now it's going to be Fusion walking up with the W. That's going to be the bind, landing onto the Nami, has to use the flash, but Pikachu gets a huge 2-man bind into the bot lane of Conestoga, and Wisteria are mounting their comeback. This is what we talked about. They suck him in. They want them exactly where they want. They throw the binding. They dump all their CC onto them, all their damage. And with Aquata getting the solo kill onto Lazaro as well, this is Wisteria. Suddenly the game looks a lot better for Wisteria.
Yeah, suddenly the positions changed pretty well for Wisteria here, finding picks and plays all around the map. They didn't get the dragon, but they are going to get their first turret. Definitely secured that feat of strength by now. And yeah, all around great plays, really great comebacks. So they're finding their picks that they need, resetting at the proper times. They are going to lose their turret here as Conestoga Condors take it thanks to Siren's efforts. But overall, state of play is pretty even right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about how Conestoga were going to be able to not let go of, like we mentioned, it was about how they can control the chaos, about how they can use the amazing skirmishing potential of Karma Ezreal and use that influence around the map. But yeah, that's an example of where they overstep. They get a little bit too, you know, trigger happy. You know, I got the Nami, like shooter, and then when the Lux comes out of the vision, it's a little bit too difficult for them to react. You know, no matter how much a bot lane that's ahead, they are still a squishy bot lane duo, and they have to just play to their strengths now. You know, there was a slip up. You know, it happened. Now they have to keep playing to their strengths with their immense range, immense poke.
Pikachu! Killing spree.
Pikachu? See, I'm making a surprised Pikachu face right now because that was definitely not what I was expecting. The Gwen solo. That was a good Gwen solo kill, but that was a Lux kill onto an Embessa that was diving her, which is you know, not what Conestoga want. They want the Embessa to be able to match the Gwen in the late game.
I believe that smite did come down for him as he is able to steal it away. Oh, but you can't forget, despite that item differential creating a bit of an overestimation of the Conestoga Condor's power, leading to that misstep we saw in the mid lane, and the advantage that Wisteria eventually gained, you can't forget that that is still true, that Triforce is still going to pack a punch. Yes. So you can't let these small wins really change your behavior that much, especially if the numbers don't reflect it.
Exactly. If you came up from the bottom, you got to remember your roots. You know, you got to stick to the basics. You can't get too cocky. You can't get too greedy, you know, for these kind of plays. And Pikachu gonna drop the ward, gonna spot out Ramusi. The ult is gonna be used as well. That does a huge amount of damage to the Jarvan, but that's not gonna be enough to take your red buff. Are they gonna contest more? The E secures the vision, but it's not like Lux has ult for this. He's gonna try and throw the Q. Sorry, they're gonna try to use the Q, but at the end of the day, Ramusi secures the Rift Herald. Because everybody on Wisteria is on the bot side. I don't think they're going to be able to dive a full HP Galio. But now if you look mid lane, there's also a bit of a skirmish happening.
Oh my god!
Ouch! That is a Zazak Karma. And that Aphelios is really, really unhealthy. This is exactly what we talked about.
But not use name, helping to apply the pressure. Double buffs on Ezreal is just so mighty. You can't ignore that. The Rift Herald take we saw earlier didn't really seem like Wisteria was all too interested in trying to contest it, instead opting for a full jungle clear on that bot side with the steals for not use name and a bit more pressure assistance.
Yikes. Ouch.
Yeah, this Ezreal really hurts. They have, if Wisteria would like to continue their advantage gains that they've been seeing, they need to find a way to shut down Lopasinski right here.
And one thing I want to see from Wisteria is I don't want to see this kind of trade pattern out of lane. So right now it's like just like a farming phase, right? It's a little bit of a sleeper phase where people are just farming. Aphelios is trying to get 2 items. And that is completely fine to get poked out at the moment for some farm. But, you know, when it comes to more late game standoff angles, you know, in the jungle for important objectives, it's really important to not let Ezreal Karma have this much free reign and space to poke you out with. And part of that, I think, is definitely using the vision to the best of their ability to make sure they position the Lux and the Vi in a position where you just jump out and be like, oh, you're poking me, like die, you know? Like that is the very important part of Wisteria's game plan, and maybe we'll see a little bit of an action on this dragon.
Yeah, this is the first full team fight we've seen, and it is starting off with a bang.
Yep, Fusion is going to be taken down immediately with all the CC layered on top. The Tsunami is going to go huge. Aphelios gets the shutdown onto Jarvan as well, but it's going to be a mess of diving. It is going to be a 2v2 at the end. It was an intense battle. Conestoga got popped at the beginning. Wisteria fights back, but now it is back to a 2v2 state. It looks really close for both teams. But now,
forward.
Ezreal is forward. Is that sitting? Is that enough? Galio is going to do the field. Remember, this is a Gwen and a Nami. The range is on Conestoga's side. It's going to be really dangerous, but I think Conestoga really wanted to get this mid-tier 1 after that fight.
Oh my goodness. For a second, I thought it looked good for Conestoga. Then I thought Aphelios Gaming, 200 years. And then Conestoga gets a triple kill. And suddenly it's a 2v2. What a wild turn of events. And it doesn't look like they want to end yet. The teleport coming in from Pikachu. Are they going to look for something here?
Yep, last time it was Fusion going down early to the surprise luck binding. Like we mentioned, that's exactly what we want to see from Wisteria. We want to see them play Vision, right? Don't give them a fair fight and try to use this kind of advantage, make them walk into you to the best of their ability. And while we saw that, we saw the power of the Mbessa, even if they are a little bit behind. An ultimate onto the Aphelios or just dive onto an Aphelios means that, with the W shielding, with the amount of damage she has, it's going to be really hard to beat, in a late game team fight. As we see, the map is now split as Wisteria takes the top side of the river and Conestoga takes the bot side, except for Lopasinski. They're a little bit lost.
Well, if you are feeling good about yourself like Lopasinski must be, you have to not underestimate yourself, but yeah, don't get too confident. But at the same time, Lopasinski can really attract a lot of pressure with these missing shots, these arcane shifts that you see here. And here's the Rift Herald. Perhaps that dragon was just a diversion for this actual charge right here. That's a lot of damage on a tier 2.
Yep, and I think I think Lazaro actually just wants to take this tier 2 outright. That's going to be a huge gold swing actually in terms of and they're going to dive under the turret. The turret was 1 HP. That's taken down immediately. Kikiko is going to go down to Lazaro as well as actually the bot lane of Wisteria is just cut away in a millisecond. They expected that the turret would keep them safe. But Conestoga used the secret technique of autoing it once, and it fell immediately.
Auto it once, auto you shall, and you shall be rewarded. Here comes Aquatic trying to get a bit of consolation, but Siren wants nothing to do with it, and that is going to also be Dragon handed over to the Conestoga Condors pretty handily, putting them at soul point here. Once again, things are looking a bit more Conestoga favored.
Yeah, and it looks like Conestoga is really showing more of their macro potential in this phase of the game. In the mid game, it's all about who can rotate their members better to make advantageous fights, And now this lead is going straight into Adacon. I don't think Wisteria are in any position to contest this objective, which means that Conestoga can keep the snowball rolling, indefinitely for the near future. As now it's going to be them picking up the Adacon, putting them on Infernal Soul Point also. And they haven't even lost their mid-tier 1 yet.
Yeah, not even below 50% HP. Cracking open a mid-tier 1 really implies, gives you so much ability of the map to be taken. If you imagine sort of a map where the towers are outlined, that mid-tier 2, if you lose it, suddenly you lose so much of your outline on the map. And here you see Conestoga does not want to lose it, so they are fighting valiantly to keep it there. But now it's kind of a vision game because you see that it's very dark, even in Wisteria's own jungle.
Yep. And Siren has no fear. They can just E forward, and if nothing happens, they can just say, oh, well, I'm going to just walk away. And that's the power of the Galio and the power of the Jarvan. The thing is, you can be... Your tankiness makes it so that your engages can be just inherently non-committal, but it means that if you actually decide to commit, there's so much follow-up on your team that can just join you in an instant that you can just play this really unfair game where you just go, oh, I'm gonna go in, I'm not, I'm gonna go in, I'm not, right? And then that on the side of Wisteria, who have to keep a few key cooldowns like Lux Binding, like Vialt, Nami Tsunami, it is really hard for them to pick the right fights, to win. And right now, Gwen doesn't have the item to beat the Galio, even if that's what she's built for. And Lopasinski gonna take down And, I mean, and that is the Adacon in action also.
So important is that these Guardian Angels have not even been procced yet. There's just no threat, really. There's not a lot of pressure. When you have a no-threat death hero, can afford to play more risky like we wanted them to. Like we knew they could, but seemed like they were restraining themselves in the early game. A teleport here down from the Gwen.
Yeah, this
what
is
can
the
they get done with
person you
this?
want to see diving the backline. The Vile seems a little disjointed, however, as the Conestoga just turn it straight onto Wisteria. And yeah, I think that was a little bit of a misplay for the side of Wisteria. Their front and backline were not really in touch with each other. I think Aquatic was looking to pop the Ghost and run at the backline and pincer, some CC, pincer some damage on top of ICC, but then not use Dane, pull the trigger a bit too early, as well as underestimated the Mbessa ult that was going to go on the Pikachu.
Yeah,
that was a mouthful.
If you're caught between a rock and a hard place, it's good to have a pickaxe to get out of there. But yeah, we are able to see.
I mean, King has a pickaxe.
Exactly. So yeah, the Conestoga Condor is able to get away from the pincer and get a couple kills to boot. And that is going to cement their lead right now that we see. And with Baron up in 30 seconds, Dragon up in 1:40, things are looking good for the Conestoga Condors and their timers. They have a pretty simple game plan for the next 2 or 3 minutes here.
Exactly. That game plan is to run bot, get vision, engage if they see the squishies, and get the soul, and probably just lock out the game. The Baron is also coming up in 10 seconds, but I don't think with Uria at this point of the game have the damage to burst it before Conestoga can get to them, especially because of how much long-range engage they have. Okay, this blue buff is just immortal. The game itself is fighting back against Wisteria.
So we see here Soul Point especially might even be a more valuable contest than this Baron. It's such a smaller health bar, easier for the Conestoga Condors to try and get into that pit. And it's less stakes, is more importantly what they have to bargain with. Then since they know they already have 3 dragons, they don't necessarily have to call the fight, but they do have sort of the ace up their sleeve. It's another Infernal Soul that we're seeing here today, and that can be so impactful on the Ezreal. Those empowered Qs with the Infernal buff is going to be monstrous if they get it. So Wisteria has to be very careful about how much pressure they give versus what they take.
And Lazaro just channeling the raw ultimate onto Pikachu, and goodbye the Vi. And not use name is not going to be able to salvage anything out of this. The Mbessa has 7 kills, has the sword at this point as well, and it's going to be Lazaro the person to stop. They are just to walk under turret. Vi is trying to proc this clip, proc the wave, and Kekiko trying to make something happen in the mid lane, but that is just the power of the Mbessa. You look at our funny for a second, they can turn around and ult you, and especially if you're squishy, you cannot deal with all of the dashes and shielding she has.
Exactly, and we see now the Infernal Soul Dragon is being taken uncontested. We might see a call from Wisteria actually here to call towards the Baron. I think it's pretty interesting, but Kekiko has that W on him. That's the auto.
Yep, and Owensky is trying to make things happen. He missed all his Q. They missed all their Qs, but they used the secret ancient technique of just auto attacking on Ezreal. It is actually a pretty viable strategy, as Galliard is going to be channeled. Aquatic is going to try and make the best of a bad situation, and they indeed do it. They get the shutdown onto Ezreal. I thought that was going to be a 2 for nothing, a 3 for nothing kind of situation for the side of Conestoga, but that shutdown going on Gwen is actually one of the chances you really want the gold on, so they can keep pressuring the sideways.
Exactly. Nice pickup here from Aquatic onto the Ezreal. Lokosinski on his 3rd death there, but again, it might be just too little too late here. 20-10 kill line. The Infernal Soul going over uncontested. And now we see blue pings over towards the Baron. It seems like it's theirs to take right now.
Yep, Conestoga, they're going to back. They're going to get the resets. They're going to get the red buff as a victory trophy. And they're going to take their recalls, get their items. And one thing to notice, Jarvan has 2 items in boots. And Mbessa has 3 items in boots, actually. Ezreal has also finished his 3 core with Triforce. Sorrel is man immune. And this means that the damage output from the top side is going to be absolutely is lethal if, even if it's just poking, right? And Galio is a base damage demon. What more can I say? With Infernal Soul, that's going to, jump, even further. And yeah, like if that thing hit, that might have just half helped her.
Yeah, exactly. So seeing pings around here on this Baron, we see that it's actually being started up. And I don't even know how Wisteria is going to be able to approach this. This looks pretty tough right now for them to try and find a way in. They're going to find not much.
Yeah, and Kakiko doesn't really have the guns for a team fight. Icewise just explodes to Lazaro. The best ult is going to continue onto the Aphelios, as it's just going to be a complete wipe from both sides, top and bottom. Conestoga using their gold, using their champions to the best of their ability. And yeah, they're looking to just end the game, I think.
Yeah, Lazaro pressing forwards with a wave intact, his team behind him, and they are going to be going onto this tower. It looks like a full frontal assault onto Wisteria. There goes the tower, the inhib soon to fall as well. And I think this might be it.
Yeah, and Conestoga, after somewhat of a heartbreaking loss last game, this is kind of their confidence finder. They managed to put the foot on the pedal, not let go. They managed to use their macro. There was a little bit of a hiccup at the middle, but overall, very uneventful. And I think they did a really good job of using their champions, using their macro, using their micro, to snowball the game in a very stable way. And that's kind of what we want to see from them in the future as well, as they continue into tomorrow's knockout stage 1 and 2.
Yeah, again, commiserations to Wisteria. They're not out of their tournament. They still definitely have their chance. It is just going to be a tough battle ahead of them, but we hope to see more. Like, all of the teams we saw today were so entertaining, so energetic, so hype, and that is what I love about the collegiate esports scene. We have our knockouts tomorrow where things truly get serious. This was just the warm-up.
Exactly.
And yeah, anything else you'd like to say?
Well, I mean, all I have to say is I am very surprised by so many things today. The quality of the games, the amount of joy and the enjoyment that Fearless Draft brings me, seeing players on their signature champions and those signature champions actually mattering. It's such a good sight to see. And so many games today I saw, we saw that most teams, they had the spark in them. They had, the potential to make good comebacks as well as good macro plays if they're ahead. Which means that, like you mentioned, in the games that matter up ahead, they're going to have to pull out 120% of their potential to make sure that they are going to be the ones lifting the trophy at WaterLAN.
Absolutely. We had such an exciting day today, and we have an even better show lined up for you tomorrow. So make sure you don't miss it. This has been WaterLAN Day 1 League of Legends 2025, and we can't thank you enough for joining us.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Esports is for everybody. That's what makes this so special, where there's not a lot of barrier to entry. It's, do you have a passion for gaming? That's all it really takes. There's so many different things involved in this. It really does take that full team to make a successful event run. And that's what this program does. You got the lighting going on, you got the video capture going on, you got the whole production crew that are packaging this all together, you have the shoutcasting that's happening. We want to be, that pinnacle for esports. We want students to come here, learn from industry best, and launch their careers in esports. You have that new arena that's being built. To have that investment through the college, it proves a lot. We're invested in this. This can lead to something really big and something really neat and something that you're really invested in. It's a billion-dollar industry, and we really can't wait to see where this goes.
If a career in esports sounds wow to you, it's not. This is where your profession plus your passion could come together. Would still need what traditional business would need. The more distinct difference is in traditional sports, no one owns the ball. But in esports, someone does own the game. And this is part of what we're going to discuss in this program. You'd be able to learn how to run an esports event on the operations side to the management side of it. Marketing and promotions, how to deal with sponsorships, how to deal with partnerships. And also a big part of our industry is social media as well. What you're working on now is probably also needed. This industry needs all kinds of professionals. If you're looking for change, this program could be a converging point. Good luck and have fun.
and games was a lot less money, but it was a lot more interesting. So it's the route I went, and I do not regret it.
Mine was fucking random. So also a gamer my whole life, got my ass kicked by my brother basically with every single game we played since I was a little kid until Dota. For some reason, Dota like clicked with me in a way that like no other game had before, and I kicked his ass, and it was like this like awakening moment for me. That was like 2004, and like my love for MOBAs was born. I started playing League in 2009. So like that's 16 years ago. Which is sad and insane. Well, almost 16 years. I guess like 15 and a half years. 16 years come June or May. It was May of 2009 when I started playing. Anyways, I started playing. I started at UW back in 2009. I didn't want people to play with, so I started like the UW League club in the SLC with a projector, where I was just like broadcasting myself playing to teach people how to play League, so I could play with other people. League was going to blow up regardless of my contributions, but I like to think that I played a little small part in helping it kind of take root here. But yeah, for me, like I always loved games, but I just never thought that games was possible for me. It was like I'm a kid in Waterloo. There's no game companies here. I'm not technical at all, hence the liberal arts degree. Started in Arbus and then dropped out of that to go into liberal arts because I graduated really quickly, and then just ended up kind of like, what was it, getting a co-op at BlackBerry, doing data analytics, and then I was at BlackBerry when we were like a really big company, and I was at BlackBerry when we were a really small company. It was like 25,000 people down to like 3,500. Thought maybe I should do something that I love. I played an ungodly amount of League. I was 32nd on the rank ladder, back in like genuinely in beta, which is irrelevant now because it's like Silver League equivalent. But yeah, threw out an application and then just kind of like tripped my way into the industry. And I think that's one of like the things that I have found. Like I've talked to a lot of people kind of like around North America, especially when I was at Riot. Like we had to go and do a lot of talks. I used to come back here to recruit interns for Riot, which is why when we set up our studio, we were like, I don't know where we are on campus anymore, but I think it's that way. Like our office is like just, or was just on the other end of campus because it's like, let's just hire from here because I was sent from LA to recruit here anyway. But it's like, a lot of people think that like gaming is like out of reach. It's like, unless I'm like a super duper cool creative game designer or an engineer, I can't get in. There's a billion different roles that exist here. And like I've worked with, well, we have 2 people. Our studio's like 34 people. 2 people were lawyers who realized they hated law. One became a QA analyst at Riot on the game systems team, became a game designer, then rose to the ranks, joined us. One was a divorce lawyer who hated that, and then liked drawing anime like characters in his pastime. And our art lead saw him at like Anime Expo and thought he looked pretty cool. So then we recruited him, and he's phenomenal. It's Brian. Yeah, we've got it. I don't know. I'm like going way off the deep end here. Games is cool.
And games was a lot less money, but it was a lot more interesting. So it's the route I went, and I do not regret it.
Mine was fucking random. So also a gamer my whole life, got my ass kicked by my brother basically with every single game I played since I was a little kid until. But I love the sound of my voice, like everyone does.
We all love the sound of your voice, Richard. Okay, now that we don't have the infinite loop, so what do you feel are some of the biggest challenges facing the video game industry today, and how is your team addressing them?
Richard's gonna start. Shit. Okay. So over the last, like, I would say 10 years, we've seen like an explosion in. I'm going to go back farther than that. When like League launched in like 2009, that was like peak gamer like growth years. Like PC games, console games, mobile games, they were all on the rise. Mobile phones were actually capable of playing more than like Brick Breaker. You probably don't remember that time, but that used to be a thing. It was like Brick Breaker and like Solitaire. Snake, yeah, was the other one. And we saw like a huge growth in like gamer audience from like 2009 to 2015 or so. At which point growth started to slow. But in the time that the industry was growing, the accessibility of tooling to make games was also going up. Unity, Unreal, Godot, a bunch of engines that you could actually just go and like build things as an indie developer by yourself were on the rise. And if you look at like Steam games released per year, like now I'm jumping ahead several years, but like between 2023 and 2024, games released on Steam went from, I believe it was like 14,500 to 18,600. So that's like a 30-something% year-over-year growth rate. And like the games industry, you are having more and more and more options as a player. All of us have more options as a player, but all of us have finite time, and at the end of the day, finite money as well to spend on games. So like, I think the biggest challenge the industry is facing right now is that we've seen like an incredible growth in games that are available to all of us, of like various genres from different cultures that kind of like introduce different like game designs and systems that we never before had access to, but we don't have time to play all of them. However, all the teams that make those games need to make money, but that is somewhat of an impossible challenge when you've got companies like Riot who have had League of Legends as a game that some people have played for 16 years, cue silence or sadness, and it's really difficult to break in. When you're like an unknown IP, when you have like limited marketing budget, being able to like ship a brand new game and like be able to like get enough attention that people will play your game and play your game for long enough that they will also spend enough money on it that you can then be profitable and keep investing. The challenge just keeps going up year over year over year. Now we're running into things like Gen AI, where it's like, oh, okay, so you're like an artist in the industry. Your whole career has been based on like perfecting your art form. Well, now there's tools that people who have never taken an art class, never held a stylus, can make images that, for most people, look pretty damn good. And it's like, so now we're facing the whole like technological advancement challenge, where it's kind of like the Industrial Revolution, where it's like the people who used to put seeds in fields were replaced by tractors, and that's a big deal. People used to like build cars by hand. It's like, well, now there's production lines, and everything is just like changing. So for us, there's like this finite time, finite money problem, and then there's also just like, how do you build games efficiently in a way that also respects the people behind the games? Because that's one of the big risks with Gen AI is like you're like usurping a lot of people. Usurping, is that the right word? Upending, ripping the carpet out from under people's feet. I don't know. There's a term for this for people who have like dedicated their career to a craft, and it's like when you're trying to build games, you want to be like respectful of all the effort those people have put in as well. So, God, the challenges are endless. This is a topic I could probably go on about all night, but I'll stop there.
Unaggressive. We'll take a step back then. So how about since favorite ice cream? We'll get to the hard ones afterwards, Richard. Let's go a little bit more relevant to this crew here. We've got a lot of people that are doing their diplomas and their degrees. So can you tell me about some of the skills that you would have developed in your first roles or volunteering or wherever that helped you get to the roles you're in today? Like how did you concentrate on some of those crafts?
Okay. Probably the most valuable thing in early days was just being there and being ready to soak up anything anyone else was willing to teach you. Being willing to hop into any kind of work, any kind of tool, keeping any opinions you may have formed throughout your technical career to yourself about what tool is the right one to use or language or anything like that, and just soak up anything you can from any of your peers in games or in class or anything. Just being willing to experiment, to try new stuff, to see, what the advantages and disadvantages of different pieces of tech were, and see if how you could take advantage of that whenever you're building anything, be it a game or a piece of software or a infrastructure stack, anything like that. Now I don't remember what the question was and if I'm rambling or not.
Your favorite ice cream.
Oh.
Anyone else? Other thoughts?
I mean, like Minecraft specifically is weird because like business management is what I do now, is like something I never wanted to start a company, but like when I was moving back to Canada, I didn't want to leave Riot. I was having like my third kid, and it was like LA was cool, but like Waterloo was cooler. Just remember that. Cali or bust. Ignore that. The saying doesn't matter. Where was I going? Oh yeah, so like business development, like my craft is kind of, it's people. It's talking to people, it's listening to people, it's understanding the challenges, how you solve them. Like when I was at Riot, a lot of my craft was developed just by reading the boards, reading Reddit, reading Twitter, reading YouTube comments, replying to players, having fun conversations with Tyler One and getting yelled at. It was just like being immersed in like the problems of the audience that you are hoping to serve. Because like as a game developer, you are partly creative, but you're also like a custodian of an experience that players love. It's like I was at Riot for 5 years. Riot League was a thing before I joined. League is a thing long after. I've already been gone for 5 years, which is crazy. But it's like my job at the time was not to like shape League in my own image. It was just to make League a great team, a great game with the team that I worked on, based on the experience that players had and wanted, which was also a challenge because changing someone's rift is pretty difficult when people have like a lot of ingrained knowledge. Like I can't even remember the name of that new objective they added in the river that gives you like that GA, the autocon. God, that pisses me off. Holy, but it's because I'm not used to it. Yeah, it's like developing a craft. I think for me, it's just a lot about listening to people. And I think like for game development generally, like I do a lot of recruiting. I review a lot of resumes. I review a lot of portfolios. And like the thing that I could say is like the number one. If anyone here wants to go in the games industry, portfolio. Like I do not really, at the end of the day, care where you went to school. I really do not care what your GPA was. I care about, do you have a website at work that you can show, that you can demonstrate you had passion for game dev in some way, and you turned it into something. For me, when I went to Riot, was that I started the club in the SLC, that I taught people how to play League of Legends, that I started tournaments here, and like at the time that was, I mean, the bar was really low. But just like showing that I was willing to like take a step and do something was pretty helpful for me back then. And these days, like, the games industry is incredibly competitive. And like the type of thing that we'll see is like, oh, I love games so much, I just need someone to give me a chance. And it's like, that's everyone. That's literally everyone who's applying to be in the games industry. So if you can have a portfolio of work, it can be professional, it can be personal, it can be stuff you did with the team, it can be from a game jam. That puts you immediately like elbow, shoulder, heads above everyone else that applies for roles. And that is just also like a way that you continuously grow and iterate on your craft, which can be art, design, project management, engineering, again, really everything.
I feel like I'm Donald Trump when I talk. It's just like, yeah, I don't know which way I'm going.
Yeah, so as a like an engineer in the space, definitely agree with what Nate said, where you got to soak up what you can, learn from the others around you. You got to show initiative early on, like just jump onto things, learn, just throw yourself at all the problems you can and throw yourself into the frying pan, and you'll come out more seasoned, you'll come out knowing more. So like for example, myself, straight out of university, I got lucky in that I did land a good placement that offered me a gig outside of or after I graduated. But I stayed there for, gosh, I think it was 6 or 7 years, just moving my way up through the ranks until I kind of got bored and felt like there wasn't much left for me to learn there. And that's, again, what I did was I threw myself into the frying pan, where Respawn had just opened an office out of Vancouver, and that's where I was living at the time. And I was like, okay, well, let's see what they got going on. And they were looking for a lead UI engineer, and that was my specialty. So I jumped into that, and that had, people management involved with it as well, which I'd never done before. But it's, again, it's just, it's almost like a forceful motion to push yourself, push your boundaries, so that you're learning more, you're growing more, so you don't stagnate. That is my answer.
So concise. Right on point. I was looking at my other questions, like Richard's kind of gone all over here. So, you know what? I won't give Richard the mic for a second. How did he convince you to join Odyssey? Like, how did you get in there? And what's the vision now? Like, how are you feeling in this company, and what are you hoping for in the next year or two?
Question was what convinced us to join? Yeah. So I got a chance to work with Richard back at Big Vikings for a few minutes before he went back to Riot. So I knew I liked working with him, and we were quick friends there. So I was chatting with him even before he'd started a company here about how cool it would be to have more game studios in the area. So I was keen before it existed. But I wasn't one of the first employees, actually. When he first started the company, I had just started my family, and so I had to focus elsewhere. But I joined not terribly long after. It was a bit under a year, I think, after the studio was created. But I didn't join Odyssey just because Richard's a friend. I came because of, I think that the fundamental philosophical piece is that he wanted to build a studio, not a game.
And so a studio that makes great games. Obviously, games had to be part of it, but it was less about here's this one cool idea. It's going to carry us to victory. This one plan for the perfect game. Come make it, and we'll all retire on a yacht. It was a much more realistic approach of let's build an amazing team full of passion and talent. Let's make sure that we can build our internal abilities as a studio so that we can keep making great games. We can make great game after great game. We can pay attention to what people want as opposed to saying, this is our cool idea that I know everyone wants. We just have to convince them that they want it. It was way less, I have a vision and more, let's build a team that can do incredible things and just keep doing incredible things until one sticks. So that was it for me.
Yeah, that's so you tapped me on the shoulder at an interesting time. It was end of 2021 or
2021.
Yeah, I had just moved to Vancouver Island from Vancouver. We had bought a house, and I stayed in BC because that's what Respawn wanted me to do. Well, at least they wanted me to stay West Coast. As the lead of the team, they just wanted me sort of same time zone as everyone else, which is fair enough. But yeah, I was kind of at a point where my job at Respawn was to set up a new UI framework for Apex Legends, so that they're kind of running on an older engine using some kind of not so great tech. So they wanted a refresh, and so that was what my job, my primary job was when I was hired. And I kind of figured all that out, and so it's kind of like at a crossroads where I was like, okay, well, do I want to just do heads down more UI stuff, right? I was the lead UI engineer there. And then when Richard tapped me, I had heard of Odyssey because how many game studios are started where you went to school? Well, I mean, in Waterloo, not very many. So I'd heard of them, I'd been watching them. And then just talking to them, I became more and more convinced. It was like, yes, the idea of being in a startup is fun, and it's not just restricting myself to UI. I get to work on all kinds of things, which is great, but so much of it is the people, is who you're interacting with every day, who, you are kicking the shit with or just playtesting with or whatever. It's like culture plays such a big role in your day-to-day. And after talking with Richard a bunch and then talking to the other founders and getting to know them, like right away, I was just like, it just clicked. I was like, I like these people. I want to work with these people. And then I kind of had made up my mind from there.
We were like this close to being called Radical Goose Games. We switched it last minute to Odyssey, but the EW experience we maybe wanted to do Goose. Yeah.
That would have been lovely. Okay, so what trends do you see shaping the future of multiplayer games? I know that you're in the process right now. And Richard and I were talking about this the other day, is like often when you're doing game design, you're running into brick walls over and over and over again. So what are you seeing as a future trend, and what keeps you pushing to keep busting through those walls and want to develop those types of games, whatever you see in the future?
Tough one. I think like there's probably like a few different areas that I view games as evolving where it comes to multiplayer. One on business model, one on like gameplay and game systems. Business model, I think we've seen the explosion of free-to-play games. It's like League of Legends popularized it. Everyone else is like, oh, hell yeah. And then for the next decade, basically almost every single multiplayer game has been free-to-play. That is a really, really, really challenging model because it requires that you have hundreds of thousands or millions of people playing at least, maybe if not every day, every month. Because that's kind of like scale you need to be able to like make a sustainable business. Going back to like one of my earlier questions or answers around how many games are released a year, it's just not tenable anymore when there's finite time and finite money, and the player audiences around the world are not growing anymore. We're hitting kind of like a plateau. So I think like what we're going to see on the business model side is probably a move away from more free-to-play games. Like I think Marvel Rivals right now is a bit of an exception, where you have like one of the largest game studios in the world, NetEase, and one of the largest IPs in the world, Marvel, which just like opens the door really wide. It's like, do you want to fly around as Iron Man and shoot people? Yeah, that sounds kind of dope. It's like it's like the elevator pitch is so clean for that game, so it's able to bring people in en masse. But I think by and large, we're seeing like most free-to-play titles that are launched are struggling. So what I anticipate is that we're going to see like a bit of a pivot, a shift to more of like the freemium model, where it's like rather than just free-to-play, it's like, yeah, you pay up front, and then there's like some amount of money you spend on microtransactions. When it comes to like what do I view as like the evolution for the gameplay, this is like the question that I think we all wish we could answer with certainty, because it's like, well, that's how you make the next big game. But when we look at kind of like the evolution of games, like going way back to, you know, like your 2D fighter, your Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, whatever, 1v1, it is like you and your opponent, and like your loss is yours and yours alone. Like and your skill that like helps you beat them is yours and yours alone. There's no externalities to blame or to like just. There's no elo hell, there's no teammate that entered in bot lane. It's all just you and your opponent. We went from that to like an evolution, you know, and then actually that includes games like StarCraft, where you're, you know, 1v1 RTS, but a lot more involved, not just one character. You're managing out like economies and military and everything else. But you move from that to more of like your, I'm going to simplify the model a little bit, like your MOBAs where now it's team-based. You've got, you know, 5v5, just not just MOBAs, CSGO, Dota, League, what have you, arena shooters, where you have a team, you have a lot of people that you're playing with, or like, so a lot, like 3, 4, 5 people that you're playing with against, you know, 4 or 5 people. And it allowed for more in-game narratives to evolve that were not just about your skill and how you outplayed or got outplayed by an opponent. I think we saw like obviously a huge boom in, you know, the arena shooters, the hero shooters, MOBAs, etc. And then we moved to battle royales back in what was Fortnite 2016, where it's like now you take 100 players and put them on a map, and that's something that had never been seen before. Like game servers literally could not have done it. And you have 100 players that are dropping out of an airplane, trying not to, you know, trying to be the last person left alive. But in this case, like there was a huge shift in like your expectation in that game is that you will lose. When you were playing Street Fighter, it's like 50-50 chance I'm going to win. When you're playing an arena shooter or MOBA, 50-50 chance I'm going to win. When you're playing Fortnite, PUBG, what have you, 1% chance. There is a tiny chance I get to get the chicken dinner, PUBG, not Fortnite. But so it was like a totally like, it was just a huge shift in the paradigm for like what a player would expect when they would go into that game. Because when you're not expecting to lose, when you're not expecting to win, losses feel so much better. It's like if I die, I just want to make top 50. Top 50 is a win. Great. I can define my success. So that like makes it so that like, when you come, you know, maybe 51st, you're pissed a little bit, but it's really not. It's not the same as like a game of League where you invest 45 minutes of your time, multiple Q dodges in a row. You get in the game, your bot lane ends, and then you lose, and you're like, wow, really glad I spent that time playing that game. That was awesome. With Fortnite, again, I think they changed it a great deal, and also the expectation around RNG. So it's like, oh, maybe I got bad loot. I got bad loot. All right, it's fine. Next game, ooh, I got the good ones. Here we go. So it's, I think for us right now, we're looking at the next evolution of multiplayer games. Is, I mean, it's really what pushes beyond that. It's like when you look at like battle royales, what is the next stage of storytelling that players can have in their games with their friends? I think that we're probably going to be sticking to like, you know, team-based games primarily. Like Fortnite, you can play solo, but I think squad-based is still generally going to be the main thing, because, I mean, everyone here is here on a team. It's like playing games with your friends tends to be a lot more fun than playing solo. So I think like that evolution will continue to be multiplayer. But to say exactly what it is, I don't know, maybe it's team-based, battle royale-esque type, solitaire type, teamfight tactics type, Smash Bros. No idea. That's what we're figuring out. Iteration, play testing, and just trying to like experiment stuff and like get crazy. Because I think that's, I think this is one of the other things the industry struggled with a lot in the last 5 years. So few people are creative anymore, it feels like. Every studio is scared to take risks. And there's so many games that come out that just look like games you've already seen. And if you're a player, you're like into League. Like when I left Riot, people were like, we're going to make League of Legends 2.0. We could have done that. People would have been like, why the fuck am I going to play your game when I've already spent thousands of hours of money on League? Hopefully thousands of hours and not thousands of dollars. But maybe both. But it's like that switching cost is so high, and it's like you need to come up with something that people haven't seen before, or else you're just not going to get that type of. Yeah, you might people that come in. Yeah, they play for a week or two and then bounce back to their main game. Again, I went way off the deep end.
Any thoughts from either of you two? No, we're good. All right. I mean, we've already seen one title come out of Odyssey already. Can you just speak to the experience of putting out Omega Strikers in the first place and what that process was like? How it was like being on the team?
Sure. We won't make Richard answer first on this one. We can speak to it a little bit. So when I joined, it was pretty small, but even at this, it was a small, sort of a little more than a prototype at that point. Studio was what, 12 people or so when I joined, something like that. We were playtesting all the time, but I think one of the big things that sort of set it apart and gave me a lot of confidence on it versus some other titles that I've worked on is that even in those early days, temp art, like just extremely silly looking prototype, is that we were putting it in front of players already. We were already showing players and saying, like, does this look like fun? And we were really keen for them to say no. We really wanted to hear some no's. It took a long time. We didn't hear it very often, which told us that we were on the right track. But the most valuable thing we could have been told was, no, that's not good. You should change something. And so we were on the hunt for that. But then the more people we put it in front of, the more I got excited by it. And so it was really cool to have that regular check-in with the people who would be playing our game to know that we were at least probably on the right track. No one can tell you for sure, but that was crazy valuable. That was really good.
I joined, I guess you would consider it production at that point. Like Omega Strikers already didn't have its name, but it knew what it was going to be at that point in time. And I guess the first thing that jumps to mind is like it was fast. Like we put that thing out there really fast. I mean, I had shipped 4 or 5 games before that, and all of them, were multi-year endeavors, long stretches. This one we just like, I've never seen a team work that fast before. And it's not because it was rushed, and it's not because the quality was low. It was because the quality of the team members at Odyssey were just insane. Like I had never had so much trust in a collective of people before to build something together. It was really special from that standpoint, for me at least.
I won't add too much, but Anna was one of the first players that play tested our game back in December 2020, which is pretty cool.
And Liam's the one that won both Open and the collegiate tournament.
Wait, shit, seriously?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty. Wait, what's your username? What?
Nice to meet you.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Holy. Wow. Well, damn. Well, now thank you for playing our video game. Yeah, I'm really out of it. It was just when we were talking about like, the players. Yeah, back in like December 2020 when we were like, we don't. One of the things in games is, people think there are tours that they know exactly what the next big game will be. They're full of shit. No one knows. And the only way to really understand if a game is good is to let players play it. If we play it and we think it's good, that's dangerous because like, we can trick ourselves. Like I am now 33. I've got 4 kids. My tastes are far different than your own. Like I may have come from me, but like I play very different things. My available time is very different. So I'm like, oh, this game is really great. And then we ship it, and people are like, this game's total ass. It's like, okay, cool. That sucks. I wish we had heard that sooner. So that's what we play test. And then, we started with like UW Esports Discord. I just like airdrop in, and then just like ask if people would want to come play our like really, really bad prototype. Because back then it looked like dog water. It was awful. But yeah, people played over the Christmas break and kept coming back for a few days. And it was like, oh, maybe this is something. Yeah, I don't know. Making games is cool.
Okay, I'm almost done asking you questions because I want to let the students ask some. So my last bigger question before handing the mics off is if people wanted to chat with you afterwards, what should they come and ask you questions about? Like, what would you want to connect about? What do you feel like is useful to share with them?
Anything.
And anything? Okay, anything.
No questions about
No questions, a bad question. You keep them to that. Just remember that. Who might have some questions out in the audience here? Come on up.
Just ask right here.
Yeah, just right into the mic so people in mic can
Make sure like squat, look deep into the
Actually, so my first question, I guess it could just be one big question, but I was wondering about in terms of like, how do you balance the barrier of entry for a new game developing, for example, but you've planned out the game to be like live service? So, for example, like League of Legends, I would say is a pretty complicated game. Like if you're a new player, you're going to struggle a lot to get into it, right? But if you're developing a new game, you kind of have the option of like balancing that lever of making your game simpler for new players, but then you might like struggle to retain them because they might not find your game complex enough to, I guess, engage with for a long period of time. So I was kind of curious as to like what kind of things you guys are thinking about when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, sure. Have at it.
One of the things that just immediately jumped into my mind is to make the game have depth. You want the skill ceiling to be high, so you want there to be a long sort of trail for mastery, so that people can spend hours and hours and hours to get better and better and see improvements and see their own ceiling go up and up and up. But that's only one side of it. The flip side is, how do you get, noobs or whatever, for lack of a better term, to engage with your game? And there's lots of different tricks people try in the industry, like tutorials and stuff like that, a bit of hand holding. You can lower the floor so that it's just, easier for them to get kills or whatever in the game, but it's always a push and pull where you don't want it to feel too easy to the players who have spent, all this time mastering it. And so, I don't think it's like a fine line. I don't think there's any hard and fast rule. There's certainly things that you can do to move it in either direction, but it's kind of up to the devs, whatever game you're looking to build, really.
I swear to God, we're like so brown boots, jeans, black shirt. This was not planned. Both have the legs up like this. I keep like looking. Anyways, it's like this is like the easy to learn, hard to master is like the phrase that we always all talk about. And I think like the easy to learn is probably or potentially like a red herring or a bad target. I think what we're seeing over the last like 6 years is it's like players are willing to forgive a lot of complexity or difficulty of onboarding if they can feel the promise of the fun. So it's like it's almost like the time to fun is really, really important. Like if I was to describe to you PUBG, back when PUBG like launched, because it's before Fortnite, it's like, okay, so we're gonna put you in an airplane, and you're gonna be 100 players in this airplane, you're gonna fly over an island, and you're gonna choose to jump out of this island. It's like a dark, muddy, brown Russian military island. And there's a lot of open space. There's like a military base. There's like a little cabin over here. And you're going to choose where you drop. And you're going to just land on the ground with nothing. You're going to run around. You're going to go into these homes and you're going to pick up loot. Sometimes guns, sometimes a frying pan, sometimes a helmet. And then, there's a ring. The ring is going to be closing. And if you don't stay out of the ring, any damage, you might die. So you want to run towards people, but not so fast that you get shot. Because the time to kill is really low. So you're going to die fast. But you also want to loot, so you have to make sure you're moving constantly to try to find new things. And then you're going to end up in a firefight somewhere, you're going to get sniped from the side, and you're just going to die. And it's going to be the biggest game that the world has seen to date. I would tell you that you're insane. But it's like, but people played that game like crazy. Like the Overwatch was played a lot of Riot. PUBG swept Riot. Like you couldn't walk anywhere with it Riot and see someone not playing PUBG. And like it was one of the first games that we saw like a huge dip in our own playership on League, because it was just a really, really, really good game. But anyways, and like probably going deep on that, it's like if you look at PUBG as an example in multiplayer space, but look like a game like Elden Ring. It's like just infinitely punishing. It's like that is a game that is designed to make you like the devs are going to reach through your monitor, grab your keyboard, and just smash you over the head, and you're going to pay money to play that game. And they're going to release an expansion. You're going to buy that one too. And I think it just shows that like people are actually willing to put up with a lot. Complexity, difficulty, as long as the thing that they're able to get from the game is unique and fun. And I think for devs, the optimization should be less about making it so that it is super, super accessible, but that it doesn't take that long to feel what that, I think it's like the promise of the fun, it's probably, that's a term I just came up with now, but like feel that first bit of like, oh, I get it. And then you want to see, like, you want to play it again. Because that's the magic. If you give like this milk of toast, flat emotional experience, people aren't going to come back. So I don't know if that really answered your question.
Definitely helps. Yeah.
Cool. I think this is also a thing that we're all trying to figure out. Because it's
a very good question, and it has no clear one answer.
Yeah. But now I remember thinking, you were talking, made me think of it too. Making it so that like the skill ceiling is manifested in like a visible differentiation between low and high skill. I think this is the thing where we actually went well off the rails and did poorly on Omega Strikers. Omega Strikers, if you played it for an hour, you would probably look at a game like Midwizard would play and think it was the same game. The depth of Omega Strikers is super, 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 super high or deep, whatever. Skill ceiling is super high. But like to the average player, it doesn't present itself as like, oh my God, this person is making like huge epic plays. League of Legends, it's like I would say does a much better job of this, but even then, it has to continue evolving to keep offering those moments. Like I remember the first Smite steal on Baron and being like, this, what? How? How do you do that? And then it's like, well, now I've seen it thousands of times. It's not a skill test that's cool anymore. So I think like with League, a lot of it's been like evolution to like keep those skill tests and like high plays relevant, like letting Faker do Faker things and win worlds every goddamn year. Sorry. I'll stop there.
Who else has a question?
Come on. Great question, by the way. Yeah.
I heard of like Omega Strikers like quite a while back. Can I get your signature after? Or like your autograph?
Only if it's all of ours.
Oh yeah, all of yours. Oh my God, that would be amazing. Okay, so like no game is perfect. What are like the biggest like, I guess, because developing a game like by yourself or like from scratch is like a lot different than like working at like an established company. What are like the biggest differences, and how are you gonna like, how can you apply those to like the next game you make?
Do you mean in terms of like what it's like to work on at a small scale, like solo or a small indie versus at a big studio, or in terms of like what you're trying to build? Or both?
Both.
Okay. Yeah. I've personally liked working at small scale a lot. The scale that Odyssey's at, I find that perfect mix where you work with a really passionate team that's just stacked on talent that can churn stuff out really quickly. You have enough people to play test with, you have enough people to learn from, thanks Tay, and you have that push for yourself. Working at the really small scale, if you're doing some indie stuff, you can't churn out as much cool stuff. You have way more agency, and you'll quickly discover that that's scary because you don't really run into a brick wall. You just sort of meander with no feedback on what if you're doing is right or not. So I really like working at a very large company. You tend to be working in only a very small space. Everyone has their own niche, and you're sort of pushing a small piece forward. You'll own one small slice, and you'll seldom have as many opportunities to branch out to different parts. So what I've really liked at the small scale, but not solo scale, is that you get to hop into other areas where other people might already be a subject expert, and you can learn from them and flex what your team can do, as opposed to the solo scale where you flex what your team can do, but you're learning it from scratch again. So you're just bad at everything that you try, other than your one good thing. Whereas at a small studio, you can sort of accelerate your growth in other interesting problem areas, and there's almost never a no. If you're like, can I try and help with this? Or can I watch you do this? Or can I, I want to learn more about the gameplay ability system. can you give a talk about it? Sure, cool, great. Now I can do some basic ability tweaking, like that kind of thing. So I find it's been really helpful on that front. Does that answer your question, or did I go elsewhere? Okay, cool. Anyone else?
Hi, Brian. My brain literally just went blank. It's okay, so whatever.
Yeah, that's what I do to every question. Yeah, I just freestyle everyone. I think the weirdest thing with starting was literally having nothing. It's like at Riot we had all the tech, the tools, the platform, the IP, the teams, the marketing, the money. We had literally everything. When we made TFT, there was 10 of us that were like put into a corner behind a bunch of whiteboards, and we built a prototype for TFT in 2 months. Leadership was like, that looks cool. So then we scaled the team to 30, and then we shipped the game 2 months later. So it was like 4.5-ish months from start to finish of that game. And that was only possible because of all of the stuff that we already had. We didn't have to build our platform. We didn't have to build publishing. We didn't have to build an IP. Like, we just got to pull all of the skins from League of Legends, all the animations, the VFX, the audio. So it was like the only thing that we were really building, and I think this is actually the interesting thing about game dev, was like we were building the game design and the technology that drove it. Because like games, does everyone know like the how to draw an owl meme, where it's like draw 2 circles, draw the rest of the fucking owl? Yeah, it's like game dev is that. Making an actual game, not that hard. Like making a game that is fun, that's like 10% of what making a game actually is. The rest of it is all of the stuff to make the game shippable on the internet that people won't look at and be like, yeah, no thanks. It's all the stuff that we then have to do when you're a little small indie, where it's like, oh, we don't already have all of this sunk costs. All these things that have been built that we just get to take advantage of. I think like when that translates to Omega Strikers, to the second part of your question, is like we always felt like, I don't think we necessarily rushed the game, but well, actually weirdly, okay, now I'm all over. Omega Strikers was never supposed to be the game that it was. It was supposed to be like a 3 to 6 month project that we like built, shipped under a fake studio name, threw away and forgot about it forever, and then moved on to something else. Because we just wanted to like get the ride out of our system and like go through, like force ourselves to build the things required to just ship a game, and then be like, and now let's make the real one. But then people liked Omega Strikers, so we kept building it. But when we decided, like, okay, we're going to make this game real, it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, it means building all of the things that we didn't have. And because of that, we ended up, like, I think not putting enough time into each individual space, or as much as we could have, for like gameplay content. Like, how can we make sure that the game has enough stuff for people to play and be interested for a much longer period of time? We didn't really slow down enough to do that because we were just building all of the other stuff, and when you're a small team, you're stretched thin. So I think like when looking at, like, we've done another game called Bite Breakers, which we did like a playable prototype or demo for back in September of last year, which was like Super Smash Bros. With 40 people. So it was like Smash Bros. Battle Royale, huge ass, it was pretty cool. And now the next game that we're working on, it's like take the time at each individual stage, because like it is easier to be slower in the beginning when we're in a prototype, and like really trying to find and crystallize what the fun, unique thing is for what we're building, like the hook that'll make people hear about a game and go, oh, yes, I will download that, amongst the 19,000 other games released in a year on Steam. So I think for us, when we're a small studio, it's like part of why, to one of Nate's earlier questions or answers around like I wanted to build a studio and not a game, was like a studio can have a great team that can then take shots on goal and can like take reps, learn from those reps, build new games, and then like get better and better and better and better over time. I'm making it sideways, it should be up, like stepping, like step function, just like up and to the right. Because like now we have built our UI framework, we have built backend services, we have our Omega Strikers characters, we have stuff that we get to put into our other games that lets us build them faster. And all of that was like, if we maintain like a small talent dense team that lets us move very quickly, leverage the things that we've built because we're building them to be reusable, so that the next games that we make continue to get to be larger and larger in scope, but not necessarily in development time. So yeah, yes.
Good question.
Who else has a question?
So I think you guys are aware about like the new skins that Riot has been like releasing, such as like the $500 Ari, Yon, whatever other champions are out soon, like that. I just wanted to ask, how do you guys feel about that, and how do you guys think that'll affect the future about games?
So I think this goes back down to like the challenge of like the free-to-play business model, where companies that are monetizing based on cosmetics alone, like monetize based on like a tiny fraction of their player base that are actually spending money. Because most people don't spend a cent on the games they play if they're free to play. Like I can't remember the stat. I'm not going to misquote because like I don't want to misrepresent Riot here. I'm also going to be like outdated probably, but like very small percent of people actually spend money on League. And when comparing League to other games, League had historically been very, I would say, conservative with its cosmetics and the costs of cosmetics, which meant like the spend ceiling, how much total money a player can spend if they bought every single piece of content in the store was very low relative to other games. Like CSGO, it's orders of magnitude larger. And I think for Riot, one of the things that they were running into, and this is all assumptions, this is not backed by any amount of data or research or conversation with people at Riot, is that like as we were running into this like post-COVID kind of like hangover period for the industry, where like player hours and revenue start to go down, they're like, okay, well now we need to find a way to keep the money at least like stable, and that means raising that spend ceiling that players can opt into by making cosmetics that people can choose to buy that they don't have to buy, that provide no benefit other than just a cosmetic like stunting thing. It's like, yeah, I have a really cool expensive thing. It's like, if as a player, will I ever buy that Ari skin? Nope. But am I upset that it exists? Not really. It's like, because I know there are some people who will buy it, who can afford to buy it, and feel really cool for having it. And it's because of, you know, cosmetics and skins like that, that those other people who will never spend a cent can continue to do so. Because like the cost of running and operating a game, especially at the scale of League, is really, really, really high. I don't actually know as much around like the communication around it, but I feel like I remember there being like some things that were said where it's like, this probably could have been handled a little bit better, but overall, I don't think that the existence of really expensive cosmetics is bad, but that if it was exclusively only expensive cosmetics, so like the only thing that you could buy is $500 skins or like $200 skins, yes, that's pretty nuts. But if there's like a broad portfolio of things in the store that you can like look at and be like, ooh, that's the thing for my champion. I think that's pretty cool. And then, sorry, the second part of your question was,
how do you think it'll affect like the future about business and games?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So I think that goes back to one of the earlier things I said, where I believe that what we're going to see is like a shift away from like the strictly free-to-play model and more towards like a freemium model, where it's like instead of like $60 for a game, you're spending $20 or $30, like Palworld earlier this year, where it's like $20, $30 for like, if I play this game for 20 hours. That's a pretty good investment of my of money to time of entertainment that I'm getting, and then like you can continue to monetize with optional cosmetics or expansions down the road. But what that does is it makes it so that you're not trying to monetize and make a business profitable on the back of a small portion of your player base, because at that point, everyone who is playing the game is a paying user at the end of the day. And I think like if you have made a game that is good, made a game that is unique, make a game that is shareable, that is like sociable, create social connections with people, it is easier to be like, yeah, I'll spend $20. Like I spent $20 on Palworld, and I played it for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, well, yeah, we played together. It wasn't all that long, but like I never regretted spending the money. So. Yeah, I think like what it means for like the future of like the business model for games is that I don't think it actually changes what new games will look like. It might change like what Riot's offerings will look like, what CSGO, what Valorant's offerings will look like. But I think new games that are entering, probably not too much changes. Oh, like Naraka Blade Point, I think is an example of like the freemium model I described, where they started with like paid early access into now free to play. And they're like a top 10 game on Steam that almost no one knows about because it's mostly driven through Asia, but it's a phenomenal game if you haven't played Naraka Blade Point, really good. Hey, nice. A Nowhere. Yeah. Does that answer the question?
How do you feel about the Ari skin?
I feel like Riot's trying to test how much they can get away with like scamming their player base.
Mm-hmm.
I think there isn't enough like of a bridge between the expensive skins and the cheap skins. Because like most skins are like $20, and then there's like a 200 skin, and there's not enough like $50 skins. Or like
Oh, and like
like if Elementalist Lux were to be released today, it would probably be more than 500. That was a big skin. There was a lot that went into that one. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, Ryan never really.
You're probably right that it would have been a much more expensive skin. Although historically, Riot hadn't really like attributed like amount of work to cost of skin beyond like the tiering. Like how when you had like different tiers of skins, it's like, oh, if this one has like unique animation, like recall animation, unique VFX, unique sound effects, they would start to cost more. It was always like the I actually forget like the different names of the tiers, but it was always within like the relative limits. I think like one of the things with like the Ari one is like, oh, it's tied to like the go-to player of all time. And it's like there's a prestige that term with their cosmetics, prestige of like owning that skin because it's like, oh, it is the faker Ari skin that people like attribute the value. It's almost like why we buy well, we'll spend $1,800 on a phone when it's like, well, it doesn't cost $1,800 to make, but it's like it's the brand value of what does having an iPhone represent. And I think I could. And probably in bad faith, make the argument that like Apple is scamming its users by charging that much more so than Riot is scamming users for like for a very expensive cosmetic, because like one is optional, whereas like the phone is actually more like a mandatory thing. Like we kind of need to have phones now. There's no reason they need to be that expensive, but they are. We pay it gladly. But I think you're right. Elementalist Lux would have been more expensive, and if like the catalog, I'm actually not as like aware. Like I don't buy any skins anymore. The catalog may not actually have enough offerings anymore at the kind of like the mid and low tier range. But I don't really want to speak for Riot on like the business side for that. But definitely can agree that it feels bad. Like 100%. Like as a player, like if I didn't think about like the business side of games, which like I didn't really ever until TFT, it's like I would have been like this. Feels like bullshit, but I can now be on the other side, having to think about games both as a player and as a developer, and some like and a CEO. It's like I can understand it, even if it doesn't necessarily feel the best. Probably my take.
I don't have a lot to add, but I would say in terms of the general industry piece, I think someone mentioned limit testing. Could be that. You're probably likely to see other companies able to do cosmetics that are pretty high. But to Richard's point a lot earlier, the free-to-play market is dominated by very few games, and I would expect it to be more on games like that with their huge established crew. You're not going to get people to spend $500 on a game that they also paid $20 for, and that also just came out and doesn't have that sort of guaranteed longevity where they can flex on people for ages. So will it sort of open the door for other studios to do it? Maybe, but not. I don't expect it to be as many studios as you might worry about. And if it's restricted to like the cosmetic end too, like it's not really changing the barrier to entry. So yeah,
It's a good question. It's a contentious one. Yeah, like finding ways to monetize games is so hard. It's like as players ourselves, it's like we want to do it in the way that is like as player favored as we can. Sorry, Mike.
Like monetization is like an incredibly contentious thing. If we could, we wish we could just make games for free and never worry about the money side. Like, that would be the ideal, because it's like, what do we have to worry about? Making it really fucking fun, and that's it. Like period. End discussion. It's just fun. But then we have to figure out how do we make this a sustainable business model so that like we can afford to keep our team together and make more games in the future. And like I think this is a space that like I don't know if any free-to-play company has done it best. I think that they have done it at times more acceptable than others. Like CSGO, as an example, like the skins for guns are like so expensive and knives are so expensive, but like people don't really seem to mind. And I don't know why. Because I look at them and I'm like, Valorant 2 to an extent, I grew up on League and Dota where it's like, I'll pay my $20 for my Udyr skin and it's like, I'm good. I'm like, I've got my BIS skin, I'm never changing. Which I think is actually another problem with like character-based games, where it's like you get your BIS skin and you're never best in slot. Like you got a skin, you're like, this is mine, this is me. I'm never buying another one. And then it's like, cool, that person who used to monetize no longer monetizes. And it's like, how do we either get them to monetize again? Battle passes is typically the answer, or how do we then make more money off of like a declining pool of spenders? Sorry, I could go deep on this one forever too. This is such a great topic. Yeah.
let's see if the last question can open the box any further. Hold on. Yeah, come on up. And you can all ask questions afterwards once we're done wrapping up, but it'll be a little bit more one-on-one.
So, unserious question first, really quick. Has anyone ever told you you look like Medios?
Medios. I have never actually gotten that before, but I can 100% understand what we actually almost had an intern with us at Odyssey.
Wow.
We were really close, like back in like 2022. Yeah, I've never got that before, but I can understand why.
Yeah, so serious question now. So I played some tier 2 league, got pretty close to tier 1, and I like the competitive aspect of playing a game is like what really got me, like hitting top 10 on the ladder, those type of things. And now like I came back to school, I coached the varsity team, like that's how I like kind of channel that, but I don't get to play as much, like you said, finite time. So like personally, how'd you get over like that itch or satisfying that itch when you moved into the next part of your life where you don't get to play as much, you're focused on, you know, getting your life together, making money. Like personally, how'd you deal with that? And I guess from a design point for you guys, like, do you think it's possible or feasible to make like something competitive, like a ladder for people who can't play as much?
I'll keep mine real short. It's more focusing on that sort of journey over destination. You sort of accept that you've got more limitations on time, maybe reaction time too, if we're being completely honest. And sort of, I'll speak for myself only. I'm old and bad, and these boomer hands can't do what they used to. But yeah, setting those expectations a bit differently and sort of like focusing on like the fun of the climb rather than being unsatisfied unless you're at the tippity top. And some games also help you do this a bit better than others. Richard mentioned like you don't go into your first PUBG match thinking you're going to come out with the chicken dinner. You set your own sort of targets. You be like, I'm happy if I hit this tier, or I'm really excited to hit the next tier or something. Sort of it's less about that. Maybe that's a terrible answer given current audience, but that's sort of what works for me.
All right, let's see. So personally, scratching the itch, I actually feel like playtesting our game does that for me a lot. And it has sort of, as I've grown up and my responsibilities have become more and more yada yada, I'm always playtesting whenever I can, and I like to be very competitive in playtests. I like to win. So that scratches my itch. I also, so I play this mobile game. It's called Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. I am a Star Wars nerd, but it's also competitive. It's got ladders. It works for me because I can play it when I'm on the toilet because it's offline. So you're offline battling people and, you know, their characters and what they've set up and modded. And it's still very competitive like this. I'm in the highest league, which is Kyber, and it's sweaty out there, but it's a very different kind of sweaty than real-time competitive games, I will say. But it does still somewhat scratch that itch for someone who doesn't have a ton of time to play, you know, Counter-Strike or Valorant.
Wait, where'd you go? Oh, jeez, I was looking like right past you. The answer to this was TFT. So TFT was like born of like a need that we had on League, where it's like we have a player base that is aging, and like people are aging out. They are getting jobs, they're starting families, they're just able to play less and less and less. How do we keep people within the ecosystem? And it was like a question that we were asking ourselves for a really long time. Like ARAM serves as like, we call it like a net. So it's like people are like churning on Summoner's Rift, they get caught in ARAM for a little bit, some stay, and then the rest fall out. TFT was like a way to like keep people who had like less time to like keep up with like the various metas, weakening mechanical reflexes, myself included, and there was and time commitment because it's like just like trying to keep up with whatever is going on Summoner's Rift is really hard. You stop paying attention for 2 weeks and it feels like you've been gone for a year. And TFT was TFT Dota Auto Chess, which was the inspiration for TFT, was a game that came out and showed us it was like, wait, hold on. This game has like everything that we've been looking for in like a mode for League of Legends. And typically when games go like, oh, it'd be really cool to make that with League Champions. We make it better in XYZ way. And then with auto chess, we're like, wait, but we could. And we could make it better. And because it was to address a need that we saw with our player base, kind of aging out of competitive Summoner's Rift and wanting to give them something else to kind of offboard to. I think like overall in my life, it's like chess is another one where like I can just play bullet matches of chess and it's actually quite quick and I'm able to get that competitive itch. When it comes to like new games that come out, it's a very frustrating thing getting older because like I only want to play games I can be good at, and I can only be good if I can invest the time. So it's like this like catch-22 where it's like I cannot play new games because I know I will always be bad and I will be frustrated because of it. So I spend a lot of time watching and reading, watching new games, like people play new games, and then reading up on new games on Reddit, Twitter, all the various echo chambers on the internet. Yeah, it's destination, not the journey. I think like the other thing is literally just getting to make games is huge. It's like it's competitive in its own way. Like I mentioned, like there's 18,000 games released on Steam alone. Well, we are in competition with all of them. And how do we hone our skill set to make games that can compete and stand against them is another way where it's just every day is a battle. It's fun. Can we get in quick? Because you didn't get a chance to ask me yet.
I don't know what time we're at.
I'm sure we're okay.
So my question is a little bit about player feedback. So being a smaller studio, having less staff, less people, how do you collect, address all forms of player feedback, be it positive, maybe frustration from players, or just, suggestions and ideas? Like how do you intake them? How do you sort of process them?
So for when we were at the playtest stage, it was a lot easier. We had basically direct communication with folks, right? They were playing in our Discord, and we could just chat about it. But not a lot of people like to say your game is bad to your face. So we had to have forms and things. But even then, some people don't want to mail you a letter that says your game is bad when you invited them to play your game. So yeah, we keep our eyes peeled on any different sort of social platforms. We have a pretty active Discord too, so we sort of try and maintain a community on that front as well. Aesop's not here, but he does a great job on that front, and so we get to see a lot of feedback. And people will actually give you like their frustrations, their positive, their negative sentiments, things like that. And we can and we do take it into account as we grow and shape the game. Like Omega Strikers is what it is because of the feedback we got from players, and that's both good and bad. So yeah.
Of course I do.
It's hard. The player feedback is a bit of a catch-22. It's like kind of like the thing we were talking about, like with like monetization. It's like when you have to see both sides of it, it can be a bit of a challenge. Where like player frustration, as an example, is a super risky area to address. It's like for a long time, the most frustrating champion in League of Legends was Yasuo, or it was Zed, or it was Lee Sin, or it was Assassins. And like right, we were always faced with pressure. Like, well, we need to solve the assassin problem. It's like, well, why are they frustrated? Well, because they kill me. Huh. So the assassin kills you, and that's frustrating. Okay. So if they don't kill you, they're no longer an assassin. And that whole playstyle is gone from the game. And it's like, it's challenging as a game because you're like, kind of like I wish we could make all games free forever and never have to worry about it. It's like, I wish players were never frustrated with games we make. But it's like, that frustration is part of like where I mentioned like the milk of toast, no emotional like change. It's like games are all about highs and lows. And it's like, it is satisfying to have the Yasuo who you make go 0-18 because you managed to get a lead on them early. But it is really frustrating to play against one that goes like 20-0 because they're really good. Because they have thousands and thousands of games on Yasuo. Or Emma over there on Thresh, just hitting them through Fog of War. There was a hook you had through Fog of War at like the middle turret. Anyways, it was pretty cool. And yeah, so the frustration is like a really interesting one. I think as a small studio, there's this other just difficult challenge because like Omega Strikers is a game that ships to, I think now it's like a little over 4.5 million people have played around the world. That's global. We only speak so many languages on our team. We can only monitor so many different like Discord servers. There's like 16 different regional Discord servers. we have like an active community manager in ASOP who like tries to like be abreast and like keep a tab on like what's being talked about and what's going on. At this point, we're not really developing Omega Strikers that much anymore, which is sad. It hurts to put like the Omega Strikers down, but for a lot of it, it's balancing like the player feedback early, because we would say like no one can tell us how to make a game better, but they can tell us if a game is fun, and players can tell us that a game is fun because they will keep playing. So when we would do our playtest, we would be like, hey, playtest block is 2 hours. And this is like the Airtable thing, like the feedback form. People would always say really nice things. We're like, no, please, literally, we want you to say bad things. Like, we need to know the bad things. They wouldn't. But what we could tell is if we told people that the playtest block is 2 hours and people would play for 6, okay, there's a reason that they're playing for 6, not 2. It's not because they want to just punish themselves. It's because there's something here that is good. However, if more people leave at that 2 hour mark, okay, something about this build was bad. Now we can read into the feedback, both in like active one-on-one discussion with people, as well as the feedback form. What are the things that made people not want to play anymore? And then we can kind of like slowly like we iterate constantly, and like game iteration is like a huge pendulum, and then like over time as you get closer and closer to like locking a prototype, those pendulum swings become a lot smaller, and at that point you're just tuning. So that's when you're doing damage numbers, cooldowns for like the league example. I don't know. Player feedback is like it's critical. It's like the lifeblood of games. But knowing how to use it is almost even more important, because a lot of people will just like also knee-jerk react to whatever players say, and it's like it makes people feel heard, but it's not often in the best interest of the game itself. To the Assassin example, and on League we did a whole Assassin rework because we were told we had to do it, and then people hated us because Assassins were no longer killing the 80 carries, and the 80 carry meta reigned supreme, and people didn't like that.
Did you change the rank RQ?
Oh, no, I did not, but our design co-founder did, David. He did. This is the thing that we were reticent to change Assassins, but we were told we had to. We did. And he was not. People were really mad about it because it was the whole thing was like, you can't come out as burst. It's got to be like broken out, like make the sweep stat. It's like it needs to be able to be like mitigatable, reaction time for players, what have you. The Rengar subreddit, holy. There was a player who changed his repertoire. That's his name. Repertoire's head on a spike, and that's just the name he played with in game and on Reddit. And then when we were like, that's not cool, we were told to get a thick skin. It was like, oh, okay, that's my Twitter DMs. Holy moly, it was great. I love players. I love player feedback, especially in DMs, because it's always positive, constructive, and never pointed and personal. Yeah.
Awesome. So thanks so much for answering all of these. And again, folks, that they can hang around for a little bit. We do have a reservation shortly for dinner. But the last thing I want to do really quickly is you've got some gift cards for Control V that you just remembered that. Have you figured out how you want to hand them out or get someone to win them? Because we're talking about competitive nature here and how you keep that fire alive. Do we know what we want to do? No.
1v1 ARAM tournament bracket. We'll award these at about 3 o'clock. Shit. My brain is literally just.
We got nothing.
What is the company that Nate and I worked together at? Does anyone remember? Ooh. Holy shit.
Big Viking Games. There we go. That was quick.
Congratulations. This is on behalf of Control V. Word from our sponsor.
A word from our sponsor to thank you, Control V.
Oh, that's it. Oh, there's also a pamphlet.
There's also a pamphlet, and it's a block and a half away from here. So if anyone that is not from Waterloo, because Jess is from Waterloo and can use that whenever, it is a VR game studio, or not game studio, play area, and a great DJ.
Another question.
Another question.
What is the name of the business model that I said most player games are likely to move to?
Premium.
Shit, that was too. No, he said it, but a bunch of people raised their hand.
Okay, I don't even.
There was like 7 people that put their hands up. Okay, I need to, what year did we all graduate?
2014.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Oh, one hand. What was the year before the year we graduated?
Can you name the programs they graduated from?
Liberal arts, CS.
Bingo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks again, folks, for joining us. I've got some real quick gifts. That one's for Richard. These for you too.
Very on brand.
Very on brand. If you haven't had any UW gear in a while, now you've got some to rep. Thanks again for joining us. Thank you for taking the time to talk with all of the students that are here today and for supporting WaterLAN. As you mentioned, it takes a lot of gumption and planning to get into the games industry and to push events like this to show that you care about it. So we're really glad that you're putting your money and your time where your mouth is. And for anyone watching online, we'll be back for WaterLAN Day 2 tomorrow, elimination rounds. We hope you tune in. Thanks again, everyone. We'll be hanging around for a couple of minutes, so if anyone wants to come up and ask questions, you can. But a round of applause for folks from Odyssey.
Okay, I have to like calculate it. You are just shy.
If it takes too long, I'm just gonna
That's fine, we did promise one.
Michael probably just coming again and like, dude, whatever come down, I'll see you there. Sound good. All right, see you, Bryson. See ya.
How long is it? I don't want to overpromise here. Okay. What do you look like? Just one of my favorite hot takes. I'm here. Okay. Nice to meet you in person. Yeah. Yeah. I can't give you hot takes like this is golden or anything off of just that. My biggest recommendation when it comes to is starting with where the art is very flexible and everything. Absolutely fantastic. Get friends with it. That way you two guys can like here's all this place. But don't give them, don't over-explain what it is you want them to backwards. That's the sort of like monitor. That's the user talent elsewhere in the industry. But you watch what they do and how they and see if they can solve. You're trying to vet them so that they manage to do it, how quickly they manage to do it. You're going to be terrible at how quickly or how fast they are. Especially with the puzzle, like once you figure it out, that's it. So if you're trying to see how it's used in this space, and the best is those competing with like get sorry, I can't give you anything based on that. You can explain stuff. Yeah. Some talk just it's hard to give you like the exact advice. Like things you want to do, you can't do, or things you do incorrectly. It's just like just keep reading all these things. And like right now the industry is going through a pretty tough time. Things are sure hard. So when you in the industry, but it's like we're gonna bounce back because like games are sure. Like our play is so you already have some it's huge. We're going to talk about and especially it's just like